Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see second part. What if Harry refused to be everyone's puppet? Here is short summary. What if Harry Potter finally refused to let everyone control his life? After being abandoned with the Dursleys following his godfather's death, Harry reaches his breaking point. Determined to choose his own path, he escapes, finds unexpected allies, and begins challenging the people who thought they could manipulate him. Watch to discover how one bold decision changes Harry's destiny and shakes the entire wizarding world. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. Severus, a raspy, hissing voice called out suddenly. The man in question nearly dropped the ancient tome he was currently reading and hurried to the source of the call. "Yes, master," he asked as he bowed, his eyes cast downwards. He wouldn't dare to look at his lord without being told to. The Dark Lord was rather easily irritated these days. "I need your skills for a second resurrection ritual. I found that there was a small, but critical, flaw with the timing of my first resurrection," Voldemort admitted, wheezing slightly as he seemed to struggle for air. Snape cringed lightly. The Dark Lord was generous with punishment for others when a mistake was made, and not particularly selective in who to receive it. "Your wisdom knows no equal, my lord. How may my insignificant skill serve you in this ritual?" he groveled, carefully to paint himself as inferior to his master. Yes, I know, Severus." The Dark Lord waved his hand in the air, his gesture flippant, dismissing the compliment as insignificant nuisance. "Since we now know that," he told his servant, pausing to take a deep breath, "Potter will be attending Hogwarts, I have already taken care of the preparations for that particular ritual. It will be perfect," the Dark Lord concluded. As he spoke, his face curled into a smirk of superiority before he ended in a raspy cackle. Severus carefully schooled his face into a stony mask of reverence at his master's brilliant plan. "Nothing less would to be expected from you, master. Only fate and failures of your servants made your first try less than perfect," Snape replied devotedly, bowing deep but still wondering what exactly he had been called for. "Stop groveling, Severus. I need you to procure these ingredients," the Dark Lord snapped, but then he trailed off, his eyes glazing slightly at the thought of his plan, though he snapped back to attention and glared at his underling as if he were to blame. "And be prepared for this potion to be brewed at a moment's notice," the Dark Lord hissed, handing Snape a roll of parchment, before continuing his monologue. "This time, I must make sure that Dumbledore doesn't interfere. Send for the boy, I have a mission for him. August 27th, Grimmauld Place number 12, about 10 o'clock. Okay, kids, we'll stay close together, both of you to the front and the Grangers in the middle," Tonks snapped at her charges. "Remus and I will take up the rear. I don't expect any problems, but remember your portkeys. If something happens, the Grangers jump first, then you kids and then us too. Don't linger around on the front steps, go straight in," Tonks gave the motivational speech in front of the fireplace. She didn't exactly expect an incident to happen. As the elves had only to dispose of a meager dozen or two howlers over the last days, it seemed that their announcement had been taken well by the public. On the other hand, all of them were rather nervous about their trip to the wizarding world, anyway, and she was a firm exponent of the "better safe than sorry" rule. When she had received a round of acknowledging nods in return, she grabbed the flow powder pot and held it out. "Okay, Margaret with me, Henry with Remus. Hold tight and keep your eyes closed. Take a step forward once the spinning stops or you will be thrown out of the receiving fireplace," Tonks reminded the two muggles again about how to use a flow properly. They had never before used a fireplace as a mode of travel and were understandably nervous about doing so. "It would have been nice if somebody had told me that trick some time ago," Harry whispered under his breath, much to everyone's amusement, and only half in jest. "And miss the show? Why should we have?" Remus chuckled with a broad grin. Harry smiled back and flipped him the two-fingered salute, provoking a mandatory retaliation. After the necessary niceties had been exchanged, Harry's hair was returned to its normal unruly state and black color, and Remus's tutu was transfigured back into his robes. Next, the teens grabbed some flow powder and stepped into the fire, first Harry, and then Hermione. Harry stepped out of the hearth with a firm step, rather proud to be able to exit with grace for once. Hermione was close behind him and gracefully took his offered hand as she niftily stepped over the grate and into the leaky cauldron. While they waited in the full pub, Harry inconspicuously adjusted his battle wand in his waist holster across his belly. Henry had joked about him being a Texas Ranger when he first saw that thing. In order to hide it, Hermione and he had carved a lot of runes into the leather which were charged by Harry, making the notice me not charms extremely strong, but he still was nervous if they would hold up against other people. His other wand, which Lenny had redone to be crooked, too, since it would be stupid to have two wands so completely different in handling, was in a wrist holster under his left sleeve. Harry had chosen to keep it because his battle wand just didn't do subtle, and thus wasn't useful in normal life. Vaporizing the tea or slamming things into walls instead of heating and carefully levitating were just two examples of what this thing did. As long as the spell didn't use a figurative shipload of power, Harry looked like Neville in first year when using it. His regular wand was much more responsive, but most of the time, Harry just used wandless magic for small things nowadays, much to Hermione's barely suppressed envy. Both of them took a few steps to the side, making room for the others to arrive and drawing the patrons' looks away from the fireplace. Of course, all eyes were riveted to them, following their every move in fascination of the most prominent couple these days. Normally, Harry would be uncomfortable with that, but today it turned out to be quite useful. A few moments later, the adult wizards arrived, each holding tightly onto the muggle they were transporting. They expertly took a step to avoid falling and separated smoothly from their charges, as to not draw too much attention to the double flowing. This would have pointed them out as squibs or muggles, and they didn't want to raise unneeded attention. To this end, the Grangers wore black robes, similar to the simple black robes Harry and Hermione had donned, so even if people would notice and find it strange, they would only figure them to be squibs. With everyone embled, Harry and Hermione led the way out to the alley, all eyes following them. Both winced involuntarily as they heard the noise in the pub jump an order of magnitude, even before the door fell shut completely. Walking around, they once more marveled at the sounds and sights of a place that had become dear to them when they young. Strolling along hand in hand, Hermione and Harry enjoyed the outing, although it meant more than just a bit more trouble for Tonks and Remus, trying their best to shield the kids from all the folk trying to get some curious glances at them. The Grangers were rather surprised at the amount of attention the kids received. They heard about Harry being famous, but this definitely proved it. Only the fact that they had two bodyguards around them kept people from asking for autographs. Their first stop was, who would have expected it, the bookstore. Within minutes, Hermione's arms were laden with books. Not only the books for 6th and 7th year for all of her subjects, but many more about various runic and arithmetic theoretical topics. While the Black Leary contained dozens of volumes about advanced runes and wards so nasty that you could get sick from just reading what they do, it sorely lacked the basic theory needed to actually understand and apply them. Harry first thought about only taking this year's books, but then also took some extras, about healing and household stuff, which he had missed in the Black Leary, and some books on warding. In learning magic, he was always more interested in practical uses and deduced the theory from them. Working with runes proved that trait. When he, finally, knew a rune, like with spells, he could usually quickly deduct other uses for it when a quick fix was needed. Of course, Hermione always knew a better way to do so, as she tended to memorize patterns by rote and combined these patterns for the needed application, but this usually used twice as many runes for the same effect, while Harry's ideas had only a few runes, which weren't as spot-on in their effect, but used less power. Of course, he would be unable to do things like the shark ward Hermione had tried to design, yet, but both agreed that once Harry had a bit more instruction, his artistic approach would make him usurp Hermione in that field one day, maybe even become a famous enchanter. Harry was very glad that he had found something he was good in that didn't include fighting. It didn't hurt that he was a walking runic battery, allowing him to charge new patterns all day long while not tiring from the effort. A normal enchanter managed a handful of projects a day, at most. A few minutes later, Harry had left a fortune at the till and all books were packed and sent off with the help of Dobby. Harry had put his divination training to good use and had told him beforehand to wait for them at the shop, well aware of the amount of books Hermione would buy. Harry had been whispering something to the small guy before he disappeared, but Hermione didn't pay any attention to it, already engrossed in some other books she had noticed on her way out. Ignoring the crowd in front of the store, most of them not even pretending to do window shopping instead of stalking them, they continued their tour. Remus proved very helpful in that endeavor. In the series of articles, he had been mentioned, and was probably the most widely known werewolf in Britain right now. When he took the lead and put a bodyguard glare on, the crowd parted quickly. Tonks took her IGN meant very serious, as well. Nobody came even close to Hermione's parents. Evading the crowd, they took a quick stop at Madame Malkin's for robes, which Harry insisted to be of the better quality, and a slightly better cut for Hermione's, not completely for altruistic reasons. He certainly liked the way the cut brought out her astonishing figure, as he told her. Hermione considered him mad for finding her body shape to be at all attractive, but if he liked it, she would certainly not try to change his mind. Although Fortescue's was just across the street, they didn't want to stop there, since they knew about the possible vulnerabilities a visit there would present. Especially with all the bystanders hanging about, peeking into their cups. It showed the state that Voldemort was in, with no attacks happening to send the citizens into panic. They briefly considered a stop at Gringotts, to look at the Grangers' new vault, but since the goblins had confirmed the transfer of the bride price from the Black Vault already, it seemed a needless exposure. Hermione still was in a quandary. At the one hand, she felt like she should be mad for essentially being sold off into marriage, but on the other hand, Harry insisted that she was worth 10 times the usual sum and more. In the end, the Grangers had managed to haggle Harry down to a local phone number sum, which managed to get the Grangers set up for retirement in one swoop. Hermione chose to believe that this was the primary reason, and accepted the compliment, knowing that according to Tonks, the price was the most important thing to make the contract airtight. It also didn't escape her notice that this was also a blow into the face of purebloods, as even the Malfoys paid less than a fifth for a bride out of the House of Black. As bride price equaled status and value, it was a provocation, stating that she was worth 5 purebloods. So instead, they continued down the street until they found the twins' shop. To be fair, it was impossible to overlook. The whole building was a gigantic display of flashing colors, and the windows contained goods that were bouncing, spinning, and Harry could have sworn that one of those hats had just eaten some kind of ball that rolled by. People all around were staring at the display, and even more were staring at a huge poster advertising something called you-know-poo with a very bad joke at the Dark Lord's expense. Tonks found it hilarious. When they entered, they found real pandemonium. Children were running around, yelling, parents either chasing after them, or just standing guard around the door, having given up ever catching their offspring. The shelves were packed, and 2 witches in garish pink robes were restocking them. Strike that, now those robes were in canary yellow with green polka dots that made your eyes protest against the abuse. Over the racket, they could see the twins in the background. It was rather easy to spot them. As soon as your eyes watered, you could be sure they were in sight, along with the abomination they called robes they wore to work. As both of them were rather busy managing the shoppers, the group chose to take a look around and meet them later. So they crossed the room, looking at the various tricks, sweets and trick wands, until they reached the less frequented part of the shop, with various games. Everyone grabbed boxes on occasion, reading the description on the back and putting them down again. Carefully, of course, as all of them knew that the twins' products always were implied to handle with care. Harry, Fred suddenly called out from behind them. Hermione jumped and nearly dropped a box she was reading. Figures that you would like one of these, Fred chuckled as he picked it up and handed it back to her, with a short glimpse at the cover. At Harry's questioning eyebrow, Hermione's face gained a few shades of color as she turned it around for him to see. Harry guffawed as he saw a picture of a girl and a man on a pirate ship. To our defense, we had these particular, patented daydreams in a box, in stock since early July. You want one, Hermione? Or is the reality enough? Fred joked. You can have that for free, he continued with a laugh when Hermione turned crimson, but held onto the box while nodding. Harry shook his head and gave his girlfriend a hug. Feel free to rummage about, Fred told them, before taking a hold of Harry's arm. You might be interested in something at the back of the shop, he told him. We have the first 2 adventure dreams ready for sale already, you should see how the people are all over them." He crooned, and led Harry away, while Hermione continued to scan the girly merchandise. After the couple had split to rummage a bit through the goods, a sudden cry of "Hermione" sounded in the shop. Turning around, Hermione saw Ron approaching quickly, a huge smile on his face. She called out for Harry and happily approached her red-haired friend, and hugged him. The hug was crushing, and to her surprise, it was part of a package. When they separated, Ron did something unexpected. He grabbed Hermione's head and ed her hard. Petrified, Hermione stood ramrod still as Ron ed on her face, slobbering all over her tightly closed lips, trying to gain entry. It took a second before her and reconnected with reality, and she pushed him away, wiping her face with her sleeve in disgust. "Ron, what are you doing?" she spat, while Harry approached them, looking fit to spit nails. Another quick look and a wave of her hand were enough to make Tonks stand down and spare Ron's life. Still, when Harry arrived, he hugged her close immediately and glared daggers at Ron. Their red-headed friend took one look at them and switched into Pratt mode, looking like he would blow up any second. "You're with Harry, aren't you?" he asked angrily, proving that he didn't read papers, except for the sports page. After all, their engagement had only been the headline for 3 days. "How could you?" Ron yelled suddenly, and Harry instinctively shoved Hermione behind his back, shielding her. "You knew that I had feelings for her. What kind of friend are you?" He spat at Harry. Harry was taking his friend's outburst with relative calm. It wasn't as if he didn't have any experience with that kind of behavior. Usually, it was the best to just ignore it and carry on, and Ron would turn around at some point. Harry knew that Ron would need to speak 1 or 2 more things before his in would re-engage and make him back off or apologize. This time, Harry wasn't inclined to let it come this far. His patience had limits, and Ron had reached those. But as it seemed at the moment, Ron had already successfully exceeded those of Hermione, again. "What, do you think you got any claim on me? Didn't it occur to you that I might not be interested in you?" She yelled and stepped in front of Harry, her hands on her hip and a scowl on her face. "That's not the point," Ron yelled back, either missing or dismissing Hermione's point completely, and turning back to yell at Harry. "A real friend wouldn't steal a girl. I thought you were my friend, Harry." Hermione finally had enough. "He can't steal a girl you never had. I do not want anything from you, Ronald Weasley, and I never will. I'm not some kind of commodity you can reserve, trade or barter with other guys. I'm a human being. If you want to own something, try that," she yelled, and threw some random box at Ron, hitting him on the head, before storming off, missing the spectacular iridescent forehead Ron now sported. Harry fought down the urge to follow her immediately and instead waited a few seconds, just to be sure that Ron won't do something stupid. Okay, even more stupid. Much to his relief, Ron just stood there for a few moments, sputtering in some powerless rage before he vanished into the crowd. Harry couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief at the behavior of his friend as he went to look for his girl. A few moments, and a discreet wave and point by Tonks later, he found Hermione a few aisles further, where she had met Ginny, next to some strange wiggling balls of fur. Both girls were petting one of those things, each, obviously the only thing those creatures were good for. When Harry approached, Ginny noticed him first and gave him a sad smile. "I have heard you already met my jerk of a brother," she said with a sad voice, while Hermione's whatever that thing was named started squeaking instead of purring as she nearly petted that poor animal to death. Harry had pity with the poor thing and carefully took it away from Hermione and put it back into its perch, before he said his girlfriend, with Ginny patting her back. "Yeah, he has a gift when it comes to say the most hurtful thing possible," Harry agreed. "So, how are you? Any news that a Dark Lord in the making should know?" he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, right, Potter turning dark. You should pull the other one, Harry, it's got bells on it." Ginny snorted. "Really? That's ridiculous. But just so you got something to blackmail me with, I'm with Dean, he's such a great guy. We started dating last term, and he was writing me every week," Ginny happily told them before turning serious. Some old news for them, but Ginny couldn't know that the twins were in contact with Harry all the time. "Mum tried to talk me out of it all summer," For some reason she thinks he's not right for me and I should pursue you instead, she admitted. At this admission, Hermione's head shot up, swiveling around to look at her best girlfriend in shock. Come on, don't be silly, Hermione, Ginny laughed. While he's not too bad, after all the time we spent in the burrow and in school, Harry seems more of a brother than anything else to me, Ginny said, tightening her hug on Hermione a bit. And especially the fact that Mum wants to push me into dating him means it's never going to happen, she laughed with a glint of defiance in her eyes. Hermione and Harry couldn't help to laugh at their rebellious friend, who once more grew serious. Speaking of Mum, you better leave before my parents show up, she whispered at them while scanning the room. We're just visiting here while they're getting some money from the vault. Hermione surely doesn't need another fight today, and especially Mum is bound to yell at you two when she sees you. She burnt the newspaper with your announcement on the spot. I only heard about that later from Luna. Congratulations on that, by the way. Harry smiled sadly at her, nodding to show his appreciation. See you on the express? He asked, looking around in search for Hermione's parents. Tonks interpreted his glances correctly from her vantage point, and pointed towards the entrance, where Henry demonstrated some Muggle magic tricks from a shelf located there to Remus. He thanked her with a quick nod before returning his attention to the girls next to him. Yeah, see you at the express. Keep a seat for me, I'll be arriving fashionably late, as usual, Ginny laughed and left, waving goodbye as Harry led Hermione away to their companions. Tonks tailed them, and when they joined the group, Margaret immediately noticed Hermione's expression. With discretion that only a woman could possess, Margaret had Hermione whisked away a few paces and both were talking in hushed tones. Well, mostly hushed ones from her and more than a few hissed ones from Hermione. What happened? Remus asked Harry in a hushed voice, trying not to agitate the girl even more. Nothing new. Ron's and Hole, Harry sighed as he warily eyed his girlfriend hissing in an extremely angry tone at her mother, telling her the story. He didn't have to hear her to know when exactly she hissed the name, Ron. Every time she did, she looked like somebody had caused her to be thrown out of the Leary. Come to think of it, Ron had actually managed that once, back in third year. What did he do now? I never saw her that angry before, not even when they weren't talking for weeks in third year, Remus asked while he had another wary glance at the girl. He could smell her anger from where he stood. He was of the opinion that since he wanted Hermione, I should have ignored her. And he didn't think her opinion in that matter counted, at least it sounded like that. I can't believe what a jerk he has become, Harry answered, and Remus winced. Tonks just shook her head in disgust. She found that Ron had gotten away lightly. They still hadn't found all the parts of the last guy who tried to pull that stunt with her. Although it is pretty sure that he'll never dance again. People do change, Harry. At least Ron is only a jealous prat. Peter was once a nice guy, too, and then he went and betrayed your parents. Give him some time. Most guys are a bit unreasonable at your age, especially if it's about girls. He'll grow up, eventually, Remus said as he put his arm around Harry's shoulders. I wouldn't pin my hopes on that happening in Ron's case, but let's try being optimistic, Harry told Remus as Hermione walked over, still at the brink of tears. Take me home, she pleaded, and so he did. A second later, the portkey whisked them away, and he didn't stop at the stairs. Instead he swooped her up and carried her through the door and directly up into their room. It took them 4 hours to return, her face still blotched. Instead of an explanation, they just led all people to the study, to spend the last few days on the island, instead. September 1st, London, King's Cross. Being early at platform 9 3/4 made Harry discover a possible reason for the Weasleys to always be late. Except for the utter chaos that reigned at the burrow as each child was packing his trunk at the last second. The pushing and shoving was horrible. It made the early morning packing at the burrow seem sedate and orderly in comparison. More than once, they were tempted to grab the elder Grangers and use their portkey necklaces when someone appeared too close nearby. All over the place were people talking and greeting each other, children were running around, trying to find their friends, mothers corralling younger children, and baggage trolleys were performing their own version of stock car racing. Reminds me of Heathrow in summer, Henry remarked dryly, just a bit quieter. He spoke over the occasional apparition pops or portkey flashes that completed the ear-splitting din. Remus and Tonks had just side-along apparated Hermione's parents onto platform 9 3/4 while Hermione and Harry had pushed their trolleys through. Crookshanks was hissing and snarling angrily at the sudden noise waking him so rudely. He had been dealing with the shame of being in his carrier by sleeping trough the degrading process. Being awake did not improve his mood. He couldn't believe that his servants had really returned to that cold place. They were in a warm, sunny place, a place with fish. Fish swimming in water, waiting to be caught. Why on earth would anyone want to leave there? Harry had cleverly avoided the trouble with an irritated familiar by sending Hedwig off to fly to Scotland on her own. It was the better deal for all persons concerned. Walking towards the train, with Tonks and Remus trying to create a path for them, there was the occasional stop and stare incident, which was to be expected after the article announcing their engagement. Harry had even finally managed to give Hermione an engagement ring. He had originally planned to do that with a surprise visit to Gringotts on their last Diagon Alley visit, right after the visit to the twins' shop. He had even thought ahead and had sent Dobby there to make an appointment. But then, circumstances had led to meeting Ron, and this to Hermione crying, which had led to their day of shopping cut short. In the end he had to ask Dobby to inform the goblins and to get him all rings present in his vaults for Hermione to choose at home, instead. The goblins acknowledged his wishes, but charged him an hour for the appointment, anyway. Out of the wide range of available rings, all out of the black vault and twice checked for curses by Remus, Hermione had chosen a rather simple ring with a relatively small diamond on it, claiming that the other rocks would look stupid on her small hands, and that she wouldn't want to be seen as gold digger. A modest 2-carat was all right with her. If looks were being interpreted correctly, Remus would have to top this feat to stay in Tonks' good graces. He was lucky that Harry was already resolved to help his uncle out if came to this, eventually. In fact, the ring pleased Hermione enough that she didn't shed too many tears over her beloved prefect badge. She had sent it back to McGonagall a few days ago, citing differences with the headmaster and her CL load as reasons for not being able to fill that position anymore. Of course, another reason was that she didn't want to make rounds with Ron while Harry was waiting for her in the common room. So yes, the ring gave her something to focus on, so that her hand didn't move to the place where the badge hung all too often. Henry and Margaret were meanwhile fascinated with the of strange-clad wizards and witches around them. All those years, they had said goodbye in front of the charmed wall, and therefore only seen a hint at a small fraction of the wizarding world. But this was the real thing. They pushed further through the crowd clogging the entrance area and into the clearer portions of the platform, nearer to the train itself. Henry was fascinated by the steam engine. Noticing the lack of coal and a water tower on the platform, he immediately was involved in a conversation with his daughter and wife about how that train actually worked and why no one ever had noticed it or the tracks leading to Hogwarts. Hermione was of course more than eager to educate her father, and started pointing out things to him and her mother. Harry found himself quickly falling back behind them as his girlfriend, now betrothed, was nearly dragging her parents along and talking a mile a minute. Looking around, he couldn't keep from sighing. "What's wrong, boss?" Tonks quipped from the side, still scanning the crowd like the professional she was. Remus turned around in wonder. He hadn't even picked up the bad mood Harry was in. "Everything," Harry responded rhetorically, and whiny. Knowing that this won't satisfy his lead bodyguard, he took a deep breath to continue. "The whole situation bothers me. I'd rather not have anything to do with the old coot, but without him, I have no clue how to deal with the coot that won't die. I'd love to see my friends again, but since Ron's turning out being in whole, I'm not really tickled about that anymore. This and it's double that I have no choice. Right now, only Hermione is keeping me going," he moped, and glared at Tonks as she nearly choked on a stifled laugh at his last words. "Shut it, Dora, I'm not in the mood. Not at all, I'd rather just want to smash something badly," he growled. Tonks parried by briefly changing her face into that of Dumbledore, Snape and Ron in turn. "Yeah, any of them would be appreciated. I don't suppose you offer being a dummy for me." Harry, Remus chided from her other side. "Dora might be clumsy, but she is no dummy." When Tonks beamed at her man for that compliment, albeit backhanded, Remus couldn't resist teasing her. "Sloppy in writing," he added, starting to tick off items on his fingers. Messy in the house, useless in kitchen, bad taste in clothing, ouch. Violent, too, Harry deadpanned after Tonks had cuffed Remus around the ear. Her steely "you will be next" look found him immediately. Harry just smiled back at her innocently, blowing her a. "Only the fact that it would look unprofessional if I spanked my boss is saving you right now," she hissed with her narrowed eyes, trying to burn him to a crisp, but couldn't keep the facade up for very long, before all three of them started laughing. After killing time by chatting about various things of no consequence with Tonks, Harry found that it would be the right time for them to board the train, in order to find a compartment. The crowd was already slowly filtering into the train, and there were only so many compartments available. Looking around, he found the Grangers standing near the pistons at the train's main wheels, Hermione pointing out various things, probably runes. Remus already stood inconspicuously nearby, watching over them. A small nod to Tonks was enough to make his intentions clear, and both started to walk over to them. With Tonks clearing a path for him, Harry leisurely followed, grinning at the surprise he had for Hermione, coming the start of Cleese. He had nearly reached them when he was stopped by a well-known voice behind him. It was drawling something that made Hermione and her parents gasp, Remus growl, Tonks grip her wand, and Harry wishing that he had worn his rapier instead of stowing it in the trunk. "What are those filthy muggles doing over there? Don't you know that you are only allowed to bring one pet to Hogwarts, Potter?" Malfoy, with his merry gang of junior Death Eaters, chuckled as Harry froze mid-step. For a moment, Tonks played with the thought of interfering, just to blow the smirk of her idiot cousin's face. But being safe in the knowledge that Harry could deal with a dozen of his CL mates with ease, and was in the proper mood to do so, she refrained from doing so. In fact, she was kind of curious what Harry was able to do after the ringer she had dragged the children through. Of course, she had mocked them by calling it basic training, while she would have struggled to pull through it herself. Still, she stepped a bit to the side, shielding the Grangers in case it came to blows, and checking the surroundings. It could be a ruse, after all. Hermione and Remus did about the same, waiting how the situation would play out, but ready to guard Harry's back if needed. This was the moment Draco had been waiting for a few days already. When they had gotten a formal Gringotts letter addressed to Narcissa Malfoy, he first was at loss what kind of business these filthy goblins would have with his mother. When she proclaimed that it came from the Family Line Management Office, his face brightened considerably as his mouth formed into a smirk. Wondering who of his huge family had keeled over and made them their heir, he waited as his mother opened the envelope. When his mother read the letter, he was barely able to catch her when she blanched and fainted during the read. Placing her back onto the couch she had sat before the letter had arrived, he carefully approached the letter, not sure whether he was supposed to read it or not. Okay, he actually was insecure about if he was able to get away with it. No Malfoy cared much about privacy of correspondence. Well, other people's correspondence. Bowing over the parchment, careful not to touch it, he scanned the letter, his eyes only lingered on some remarkable points. According to the wishes of Lord Potter Black, that gave him a most painful stab to the heart. He had known from early age on that he was in line to become the next Lord Black. He only had to wait for the mongrel to die in Azkaban for the deal to be perfect. Trust that thrice-damned blood traitor Sirius Black to take what was rightfully his and give it to that half-blood Scarhead Potter. His father had spent a small fortune on his lawyers to find a way to overturn that will, but it was watertight. They tried to argument that a half-blood couldn't be head to an ancient house, but according to the bylaws, the only restriction on what person could be head of house was that he had to be born to a wizard and a witch. Sadly, even though Potter would be deemed a half-blood by having a muggle born as mother nowadays, the ancient bylaws of House Black recognized him as pure enough to inform you of the expulsion of a Bellatrix Black, Lestrange, from the Black family. His first reaction was outrage at the injustice done. His second was a fearful wince when he realized the reaction of his aunt when she would hear that news. This would be a good time to be away from the mansion. Far away. He read a bit further, into the actual statement of Potter, and came to a full stop. For a few long moments his breath ceased. He even forgot to blink. This couldn't be true. Potter couldn't be that zen. Not even that jerk would be that suicidal stupid. Forced to take these steps after Bellatrix had the audacity to attack me and my company with intent to harm in broad daylight. I would have been magnanimous to let this be with a censure instead of expulsion, in the light of her fractured mental state, but looking into the bylaws, it turned out that the case was more serious than I had realized. It is a well-known fact that she has besmirched the honor of the House Black by committing multiple serious crimes as a member of a band of thugs, known as Death Eaters. While this is grave enough on its own, it's also not necessarily ground for expulsion. But according to the horribly outdated section on appropriate blood status, which I will revise to abandon this as soon as I am of age, she also committed blood treason by prostrating herself to, and even allowed having herself NDED like a farm animal by lowly Halfblood, Tom Riddle Jr., who leads that criminal organization under his pseudonym of Lord Voldemort, which mandates immediate expulsion. Thusly, according to the current bylaws of House Black, I am regrettably obliged to expel her from the House Black. May your gold always flow. Lord Harry Potter Black. It was insane. The Dark Lord would flay him alive. When it dawned on Draco that his family, as the messengers, would also have to bear the consequences, his eyes rolled up into his head as well, as he slumped into welcome oblivion. Draco made a satisfied chuckle at the successful baiting when Potter had finished his face about and glared at them in turn. That chuckle slowly died when a literal wave of disdain washed over him, while all chatter in the imminent surroundings ceased. It was the perfect glower. The curl of the lips, the angle the head was held, the sheer unbelievably perfect mixture of scorn and hate in that cold, calculating look, delivered through eyes hard as emeralds, lit from behind with malice and power as his stare seemed to bore through them. Snape would have killed to look half as menacing as Potter did now. Or Tonks, has this child just dared to insult the family of my betrothed? Harry pressed through his teeth. Tonks needed a moment to reassess the situation. With a smile, she gave answer. Yes, Lord Potter Black. This was most definitely an insult. Malfoy flinched briefly when she addressed Harry by his title, but he kept on glowering at Harry for the perceived insult of being labeled a child by someone younger than him. While his companions were clearly intimidated by Potter's poise, Draco was no person to back down. The concept of quitting while he still was behind, but also still alive, was an alien concept to him, either a Malfoy trait, or a result of inbreeding, but who cared? He was about to open his mouth to present the audience with another, probably as witty remark as his first had been, when he was interrupted. Am I right in the umption that this gives me the right to chastise this spoilt tea properly? Harry asked in the same voice, his anger sizzling just below the surface. Draco's eyes widened even before Tonks replied sweetly, yes, Lord Potter Black. Right then, he had realized that Potter had not just stalled, but taken steps to justify his following actions. Legally, Potter was now allowed to use magic on them, while they would be in big trouble if they pulled a wand, as school wasn't in session yet. Potter's mouth curled into a satisfied sneer. Draco's godfather would have been proud of as he replied with a single, silky word. Good. With an almost satisfied sigh, Harry let loose of his just barely held in check magic. Immediately, his cloak started billowing on its own accord as the air became static, and within a few moments, the berth the audience had given them had almost doubled when people were nearly knocking each other over in order to get out of the immediate line of fire. Draco was forced to correct his estimate of the situation. This wasn't anywhere close to like it was supposed to be. He should be the one with witty comments, angering Potter, who would only gnash his teeth and stare back angrily, but helpless. He had heard some laughable claims of fellow Death Eaters that Potter had grown impressively powerful over the summer, but Draco had been convinced that Potter had just been lucky in these encounters, and feats of others were attributed to him. Faced with the sight of a seriously pissed Potter radiating magic like there was no tomorrow, his stunned disbelief petrified him long enough for the cowards in his entourage to buckle. It all began with Pansy taking a step sideways, hiding behind her precious Draco. The fact that she hadn't baited Hermione even once spoke volumes about her level of intimidation by Potter's cold glare. She knew, beyond any doubt, that any insult she were able to utter would be a straight ticket to a world of pain. Then, Crabbe slowly backed off, followed by Goyle, both proving to at least possess the basic instinct that tells an animal that there is a bigger predator than them present. Malfoy obviously lacked that necessary survival sense. The breaking point was when Harry drew his wand in a quick and no-nonsense way. Seeing that she had only Draco between her and Potter, and that the latter had currently no business with her, Pansy correctly summed up the situation and threw herself around and into the train. The retreat of a pack-mate triggered the flight instincts of Crabbe and Goyle properly, leaving Draco a single recipient of Harry's death glare. Standing alone without help wasn't Draco's preferred modus operandi, and so he made some hasty generic threats about Potter getting his, and dashed off and into the train as if Beelzebub himself were nipping at his haunches. Harry continued to stare at the retreating boy's back for a few more seconds before he shook his head and rejoined the waiting group who had watched him deal with those thugs in that most impressive way, while the audience dissolved slowly. "Oh damn, seems that Harry has inherited the glare," Remus said with a smirk that betrayed his real mood. He would have loved to wipe the platform with that bigot bastard, but with his affliction, he couldn't afford to raise any stink. "Huh!" Tonks hooted as she turned to him, proving once again to be her elaborate self. Remus couldn't help but smile and shake his head at his girlfriend's antics. It was something James was famous for. He would walk at you with a look so contemptuous that you could practically see the white light, with your ancestors waving at the other end, beckoning you to join them. To this very day, only Severus had managed to at least partially imitate it. Of course he had ample opportunity to receive it, so he knows it best, Remus said and led all of them into a group chuckle, a mortified but happy Harry amidst them. Boarding the train, and both sighing about the thought that they used to board a ship in the warm Caribbean only days ago, Hermione and Harry dragged their trunks along the corridor in search of a compartment. They had considered featherlight charms or shrinking them, but as a side effect of their daily fencing exercises, they were able to carry them with relative ease, and considered them as manageable and a kind of training utensil. They didn't want to become lazy, after all. After they found an empty compartment in the middle, they stowed their trunks overhead and took a seat. In fact, they only took one seat as Hermione claimed Harry's lap and gave him the first snog he ever received on the Hogwarts Express. 5 minutes later Harry quickly removed his hands from under Hermione's shirt and off her as Luna Lovegood wrestled her trunk in. "Harry, there's no need to remove your hands from there for my sake. Besides, I believe Hermione seemed to rather like them there," she said in her usual, dreamy voice, while she tried to lift her trunk up onto the stowage rack. Both sat and stared at her with flaming red heads, completely flabbergasted with the casual way Luna had commented on something so embering, until Harry became aware that Luna had already tried for the third time to lift it high enough, only to fall short a few inches, again, and exposing a lot of leg while stretching in her extremely short summer dress, which tried to make up for this shortcoming by adding more colors than necessary into the pattern. With a quick flick of his hand, he took control and levitated her trunk up. "I see your hands don't only do magic on Hermione, Harry," Luna smiled at him, looking directly at his wandless hand. Harry flinched at his faux pas, while Hermione hectically tried to find a way to explain it away, opening her mouth to begin, but coming up with nothing and closing it, again, repeatedly. Luna just smiled serenely at her, shaking her head. "You should stop that, Hermione, or Nargles might nest in your mouth. And don't worry, I doubt anybody would believe me, anyway, if I told someone. Oh, by the way, thank you," she giggled, before she stared at an interesting pattern on the seat cushions. She could have sworn that that pattern had been upside down a moment before. "You're welcome. How has your summer been?" Harry asked to diffuse the awkwardness as Hermione as elegantly as possible slid off his lap and snuggled into his side to join the conversation from a more appropriate position. "Not as good as yours, I'm afraid. I haven't found anybody to snog with," Luna sadly began as she sat down in a gliding motion. "But considering that I've been looking for Snurkax in the Swedish wilderness with Daddy, it's not really surprising. The few men there were much too old and hairy for my taste. But I already have a plan to rectify that. You two look great, by the way. Have you been on holiday together?" Luna babbled happily. Hermione smiled at Harry. "Better. I moved in with Harry. He happens to have a beach villa we spent most of the last month in," she admitted cryptically. They had talked about what they would expose to their friends, and chose to tell less than the full truth, at least for now, in case that Snape or Dumbledore would probe their minds. "Really? Here I was under the impression Surrey didn't have access to the ocean," Luna told them with a strange wink, as if she were talking about an inside joke. Hermione and Harry were startled and wanted to ask a follow-up question about what she meant, when the girl's face became unfocused again. "The Glimpweeds must have manipulated my maps," They do this often. Hello, Neville." Luna continued innocently, waving at the boy, as her train of thought gained momentum and then derailed, as usual. It didn't escape Hermione's notice that she unnecessarily leaned forward to wave at Neville, an action that made the boy nearly stumble over his trunk as her dress followed gravity's call. The boy in question entered the compartment, stowed his trunk and seated himself next to Luna, while blushing furiously and trying to keep his eyes off her. Hermione could have sworn that Luna's smile got a bit less spacey and more devious for a moment. In no time all four were swapping stories, slightly edited in case of Harry and Hermione, of their holidays, and Harry had to promise everybody to invite them over next summer. Of course, just before departure, Ginny finally showed up and joined them. Neville stood and stowed her trunk in the overhead space as Ron just stormed by without a word, glaring at Harry and Hermione. Neville gave them a raised eyebrow at Ron's unusual behavior, but received an elbow in the ribs from Luna before anybody else could answer. "Neville, can't you see that he was bitten by a wibbling nerf groper? Their bite is known to induce bouts of jealousy at friends who have better love lives. The reaction is stronger the more you ally active those couples are, which explains why Ron is such a prat to those two here." "Really? And people say I don't pay attention," she said with a very Hermione-like eye roll, and Neville nearly got a seizure from the coughing fit he developed. It didn't help his recovery that Luna leaned forward and smiled at him brightly as he was doubled over, giving him another good view of her ETS while asking if she might get him something he wanted. Meanwhile, Hermione had immediately flushed beet red while Harry nearly broke his neck by snapping his head around to face the girl who just babbled about them doing it like bunnies in polite company. Ginny meanwhile had noted how neither of them denied Luna's claim. Hermione only needed one look at the petite redhead's sly smile to know that Ginny would pry all secrets out of her as soon as they arrived in Gryffindor Tower, if not earlier. Luna, as if she just had commented about the weather, now concentrated on Ginny, keeping the conversation flowing. "How does the shop of your brothers do? Father and I had some of their edible silly string cans with us on our expedition. It is perfect to lure Snurkax into a trap. Too sad that they ate their way out of the spider webs we made from that string to catch them in. They were supposed to only eat the red sting and despise the blue one." The conversation in the compartment resumed after that, and everybody had a good time teasing each other and telling tales about their summer, and Hermione had to admit that their beach vacation had been outside of Britain to Ginny as the girl dug for gossip like a niffler for galleons. Being a bad liar, she had simply no chance against a girl that could make the twins spill their deepest secrets. Some very good laughs were had at Neville's expense when he had a story to tell about how he got his new cherry and unicorn hair wand and how much better he could handle this new one. Ginny, and surprisingly, Luna both couldn't help to comment that this newfound skill with his wand might come handy with the witches. Naturally, Luna's comment was much more direct than Ginny's veiled hints, and especially Harry was howling with laughter at poor Neville's sputtering denials when Luna had asked him if he was trying to woo her by indicating his skill with his wand. Of course, their engagement and Hermione's ring got their fair share of attention, as most Gryffindor and some other girls came by for a short visit to say hello, and used that occasion to take a shorter or longer look at the ring. That procession came to an end after an hour or so, and finally, they were alone with their friends in their compartment. Their ride was undisturbed for about another hour before the door was slid open again. Harry had hoped that it would be the food trolley, but to his dismay, it was Draco, who probably hoped to take revenge for the humiliation received at the platform. Harry had expected it already, as the boy always came back for more after he got shot down. He just couldn't leave well enough alone, couldn't he? "Oh, seems to be the trash compartment. All the garbage of Hogwarts, in one place," the blonde boy snarled, as he loomed in the door, or at least tried to block the doorway most impressive, failing badly. Like always, his sneer came across like a pampered boy whining. He just couldn't hide his true inner core. "Got a new script writer." Hermione huffed, not really impressed, and continued to read her book that she didn't even bother lowering. She knew Harry would watch out for her. "Shut up, mudblood," was the rather expected reply, showing that that writer hadn't delivered much useful material yet. Instead of a verbal answer, the back of a hand slapped into Draco's cheek and threw him back into his ever-present bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle. Pansy had obviously decided that she wasn't taking part of the second round, a sign that there might be more than just air in the head of hers. When Draco had blinked his way through the stars, his vision cleared to the sight of an enraged Harry standing in the door, glaring daggers at the still dizzy boy. He had moved so quick that it had caught everyone by surprise, especially Hermione, who had used him as backrest and had nearly fallen off the seat, squeaking loudly in surprise, when Harry had stood to hit Draco. Harry wasn't surprised at all that Draco didn't take getting his deserved comeuppance like a man. Primarily because Draco wasn't a man, but a pampered tea, and secondly, because he had this strange notion that just by being born a Malfoy, he actually was worth something and should be treated with respect. Naturally, as soon as Draco recovered slightly and knew he was outmatched, he went for his wand, but never got further than gripping the handle. In another lightning-quick smooth move, honed in hours of draw drills by Tonks, Harry had his wand out and trained on the face of the prone boy. For a long moment, you could see anger and fear battle in the face of Draco as the boy tried to calculate his odds. When Harry finally chose to speak, he spoke in a very low voice, his hand shaking while he used all his willpower to not just blast that arrogant in the face. "Try it, Malfoy. Make my day. I am tired of you and your stupidity. This was the last time you addressed Hermione that way, understood? You know to what I am entitled to as a head of house, so don't cross me again or you won't like the results." Draco nearly jumped up at these words. "How dare you? If my father," was all he could voice before a backhand slap, this time from Harry's left hand, threw him back into his bodyguards, again. Before any of the boys could react, Harry had his wand directly between the eyes of Draco, the tip glowing sickly pink. "Shut up. Your Death Eater father can't help you here. The next time you step over the line, you will pay. For the last time, keep your bloody cark away from me and my friends." Harry roared before he slowly moved back, slammed the compartment door shut and spelled it to stay this way. Puffing with anger, he waited for a few seconds, just in case that he had to teach that stupid jerk another lesson, but it seemed that Malfoy was satisfied with being humiliated twice in about as many hours and had left. With a long calming breath, Harry sheathed his wand in his wrist holster and then dropped into his seat, closing his eyes and taking a few more calming breaths, completely unaware of the looks his friends, and most importantly his girlfriend, were giving him. "Hermione," Luna asked tentatively after a few seconds of eyeing a definitely feral-looking Hermione. "Should we leave the compartment for a while or do you intend to keep dressed while thanking Harry?" Hermione didn't bother to answer before she pounced at Harry, lips first. Harry regretted her restraint, but only a little. Luna dryly commented Hermione's technique, scribbling some notes about it onto the margins of a quibbler she had perused before Draco interrupted. For later reference, she told Ginny and a very uncomfortable Neville, while patting the latter's thigh amiably, causing a lot of the discomfort. After some time, Ginny produced a package of exploding snap cards and started dealing to Neville and Luna. It took 3 rounds before Hermione and Harry finally noticed the bangs. About halfway into the ride, a nervous girl, Harry thought he remembered her to be in 3rd year or so, delivered 2 scrolls to Harry and Neville. Harry didn't expect any letters this early into the ride. He knew that Dumbledore would certainly cite him into the office as soon as possible to inquire about the engagement announcement in the Daily Prophet or Harry's notice of guardian change. Curious, he broke the seal while Neville already was reading his own letter. "Do you know who this Slughorn fella is?" Ginny asked while reading over Neville's shoulder. "No idea," Harry replied with a shrug. As one, everyone turned to look at Hermione. Rolling with her eyes, Hermione lowered her book and straightened up. "Honestly, you people should read Hogwarts, a history sometimes. He was potions professor before Snape took over." "All right, but why is he back at Hogwarts?" Neville asked. "There is only one possible reason. He will take over potions, again," Hermione told him with a frown. "But what does this mean for Snape?" Harry stood and opened his trunk to retrieve his robes. "Well, I think we will find out at this meeting, won't we, Neville? Snape's the new Dada instructor," Harry proclaimed with a frown when he came back from the meeting. Neville looked sick at the prospect of having Snape for his Newt defense course. If anyone noticed that Hermione didn't correct Harry that it were Professor Snape, they didn't comment it. "That doesn't bode well for you," Ginny whispered in a very annoyed tone. "Snape will make defense a nightmare, especially for you, Harry." "Not really. We already made plans to test out early in this course since, to be frank, Hermione and I already perform at Newt level in defense, he told her. Neville had to snort at this. Well, Hermione being far ahead of anyone doesn't surprise me, and if anyone has a sound motivation to do well in this CL, then it's you, Harry. Right in one, Neville, Harry smiled. So all we have left to do now is to find a way to do so in a manner most insulting for Snape. I just wait for the right opportunity. As we are talking about Snape, I think it will happen the first CL period. No one contested that claim. Snape had never lasted 5 minutes without baiting Harry before. Will you continue the DA? Luna asked. I mean, you both started it last year because we had an incompetent teacher, and we know that Snape is the definition of a bad teacher, she said, speaking out loud what everyone else had thought already. I think the Raxperts nested in his head once when he was a child, she then added, ruining the serious impression she had given. Harry had a slight suspicion she did that on purpose. We might do that, Hermione granted. It'll depend on our schedules, but we'll notify you. So, how was the party? Neville and Harry took a long look at each other and grinned broadly. Soon, they both were telling the tale of a man trying to woo the future elite and getting his foot into as many doors as possible. After a few more hours of a rather uneventful ride, they arrived at Hogsmeade and prepared to leave the train. To their surprise, there was a squad of Aurors patrolling the station. Harry didn't know them, except for one, who he thought to be Dawlish, one of the Aurors that tried and failed to arrest Dumbledore last year. In the distance, he saw Hagrid herding the first years away, but continued to follow the of students towards the carriages. He was slightly surprised when Hermione suddenly stopped and stared when they cleared the station and got onto the open field where their transport was waiting. It took him a second to realize that she now was able to see the Thestrals pulling the carts. Hermione quickly moved to stand beside one of the two magnificent beasts harnessed to the coach. She was mesmerized by these animals, their leathery skin, their powerful wings folded against their skeletal rump. Beautiful, aren't they? Luna said as she joined her with a serene smile. Most people are afraid of them, but I never have met nicer animals than those, she said as she let her hand glide over the closest animal's back, and scratching it a bit. The Thestral regarded her actions with a satisfied snort, and shook his slender neck. Hermione was still a bit stunned, and only nodded absent-minded, but she only hesitated a moment before she quickly reached out to pet the Thestral as well for a moment before she hurried to climb into the carriage. Crookshanks was rather put off after having to witness his human petting another animal, and it took Hermione the entire ride to the castle to pet herself back into her familiar's good graces. When they arrived at the castle, they quickly entered the Great Hall, being prodded by Filch with some secrecy and dark detectors rather fiercely when they ped the entrance hall, and found some seats near the door, as far away as possible from the head table. Ginny gave them a pained look, since Ron had Seamus and, most importantly, Dean sitting with him somewhere in the middle of the table. Hermione noticed her plight, and gave her a smile and a nod in Dean's direction. She received a dazzling smile in return before Ginny dashed off to sit next to her boyfriend. Hermione also smiled when Ron looked nauseous because of Ginny and Dean flirting next to him, but had to play nice in order not to lose his last friends. Neville sat opposite to them, a place that would become his during the year. So, all in all, they attended a nice welcoming feast, including the rather long sorting. The only difference to prior years was that Ron sat far away, and did his best to ignore their presence. Thus, not only could they follow the sorting without complaints of hunger and annoying stomach sounds, they also were able to eat in peace, keeping light conversation between themselves and Neville, and without the sight of Ron's legendary table manners, which were already disgusting some first years further down the table. Also, being that far away from the head table, they were able to completely ignore the teachers and the headmaster. Although Harry had UMed otherwise, Dumbledore refrained from citing Harry to the office on the first evening after concluding the feast and sending all the students into their dorms. Up there, Hermione and Harry spent a few more hours talking to Ginny, Dean and Neville, while Ron had Seamus in a chess battle. One by one, the others made their excuses and went to bed, until only Harry and Hermione remained and planned Snape's humiliation before they had to face the hardest part of being back at Hogwarts. Sleeping alone. Our less than happy couple met early in the next morning and left the common room before anybody else made it downstairs. Wandering the corridors hand in hand, They kept a comfortable silence as Hermione rested her head on his shoulder as they tried to make up for lost body contact on their long walk. Although they took quite an extended stroll, they were still among the first ones to sit for breakfast, and before they even had loaded their plates, McGonagall had sought them out. "I'm glad that both of you have decided to complete your education, even if I am less than pleased with your decision to resign from your prefect position, Miss Granger," she told them. "Although I can understand it, given the occurrences over summer," she allowed as she handed them their timetables. Hermione sighed in relief at that absolution, as she still held her head of house in high esteem. It would have hurt her if the strict, but fair woman had not agreed to her course of action. She was so relieved that she nearly didn't get the last statement of Professor McGonagall. "I am especially proud of you, Mr. Potter. Not many people use the chance to take an OWL level course while being Newt level themselves," McGonagall stated before performing an about-face and returning to the teacher's table. Hermione's eyebrow was rising rapidly at that cryptic notion. The crooked grin Harry sported made her curious. "What have you done?" Without losing his grin, he handed her his timetable. 5 seconds later she nearly tackled him off the bench with her. Why didn't you tell me that you would take fifth-year runes?" she asked the laughing Harry. "I wasn't sure if I would be allowed to take them or at which level. I had to take a placement test to be allowed to attend," Harry told the girl, squirming in his MC. "Really? When did you? Didn't you wonder what I have been doing when your mother whisked you away for that half-day of girl time shopping with Tonks?" Harry replied, waggling his eyebrows at her. "Oh, I might have been distracted by shiny things. Not bad for a ruse, I say," Hermione cheekily replied as she sat back and smoothed her rumpled clothing. "And quite expensive, I have to say," Harry added with a wide grin at her as he poured some tea for him. "I didn't hear you complain when I modeled for you that evening," Hermione harumphed with no real malice, as she reached for the toast. "But you yet owe me an explanation for why you did," she said, waving her butter knife in his direction, as if to threaten him. "Careful, before you take an eye out," Harry made fun of her as he recoiled in mock horror. "This thing is more dangerous than the tiny poker you fence with," he said while he disarmed her. "And it's because the Revenge uses that many, and for so many purposes. We used them for so much stuff already, and I think they're handy. I wanted to learn the basics, so I can at least understand the books in our Leary," he reasoned. Hermione could agree to this. The only books their Leary had on the topic were in the range between rather advanced to completely unintelligible to anyone but a master in the field. Harry had been positively thrilled when they used some runes on his holster, and did ask a lot of questions. She had been pleased by his interest back then, but never would have thought he would enroll in a CL. And how he went on and did this behind her back was brilliant. She loved it when he applied himself to things and took control. Happily chatting, they dug into their breakfast. Prior to this, they had considered eating a light breakfast and maybe a bit of fencing done before CL. A closer inspection of their timetables changed their minds. Instead of training, they decided on a lazy morning, as they had double defense to look forward to first thing in the morning. "Hey there," Ginny chirped as she flopped herself onto the bench next to Hermione. "You two were up rather early this morning, what gives?" "Habit," Hermione replied between sips of tea. "We are still on Caribbean time and over there we rose early and rested in the midday heat." Ginny paused a bit in her sip of tea, but continued drinking without uttering a word. "Also, we thought about getting a bit of training in before CL, but since we start with Snape today, we decided to save our power," Harry added to his girlfriend's explanation, before taking another piece of toast to butter. "Training? You mean weights and running and stuff? That sounds nasty and boring to me," Ginny told them as she reached for the scrambled eggs. "No, fencing. The constant motion in sparring is nearly as effective as running, and so it doubles as a kind of stamina training, but is more fun and practical." "You mean with swords and stuff? Cool. Mind if I watch you sometimes?" the petite redhead said conversationally while loading her plate with eggs and bacon, the usual Weasley load. Hermione had to swallow her envy on how much that girl could eat without putting weight on. "Any news about you and my slob brother? Did you talk?" Ginny asked between bites. Harry had to shake his head. "Nope. He went straight to bed with the curtains drawn. Actually, I don't care. If he can't be happy for us, then he can get lost." I am so not going to ditch Hermione just to make him happy, he said, Hermione smiling at him fondly for his correct answer. Nor would I take him up on his advances. I got my scoundrel bagged and I am not interested in anyone else, Hermione added and refocused on her breakfast. Soon, the newspapers would arrive and she wanted to be finished by then to read it in peace, so she would know about everything someone might ask her about it. That would take long enough, and Neville would certainly join them. She wanted to talk a bit with him, as well. She had to be quick, since it wouldn't do to be late for CL. 40 minutes later. I didn't tell anyone to open their books, Granger, Potter. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape drawled as he stormed into the CL room, slamming the door shut in the process. Of course, although nearly everyone had their books out and open already, the potion master turned defense teacher focused solely on his primary victims. Everyone else hurriedly put away or at least closed their books, lest they would be getting a lick, as well. Harry refrained from rolling his eyes at the petty behavior, but only because this had won him the bet with Hermione. She had thought Snape would say at least one sentence related to CL before taking points off Harry. Harry had been, rightfully, convinced that Snape was still mad about earlier in the summer, and would start right away, maybe even before CL had started. If Snape were still looking at them, he would wonder why the boy was smiling so contented. But the man had already turned his back on his students, beginning to lecture one of his long-winded speeches. In fact, he had been rehearsing for that particular one for years. Books alone won't help you against the dark arts, he sneered haughtily. The dark arts are many, varied, ever-changing and eternal. Snape continued his monologue, drawling on and on for minutes. He seems to be nursing a semi over them, Harry whispered to Hermione while Snape had turned his back on the CL, still speaking in reverence of the dark arts and their power and dangers. While Harry had no qualms about using dark curses, he certainly did not revel in them as Snape did just here. He even went as far as to show the CL pictures of the results of various curses, seriously disturbing some of their colleagues with weaker stomachs. Hermione reprimanded his verbal lapse with a kick against his ankle, keeping everything above the table perfectly schooled. And although it baffles me how so many of you have managed to get into this new course, I shall be equally surprised if any of you manage to pee this year. This year's topic is something not many wizards can accomplish, for most lack the power and mental discipline needed to shine in this art, Snape drawled, his gaze lingering on Harry all the time during this part of his speech. It took Harry an enormous amount of willpower not to mock the man by pouting back at him. Wordless casting, he continued in an overly dramatic voice. Finally, Harry's resolve cracked and he snorted loudly at that proclamation. Potter, care to share what you deem funny enough to disrupt CL? Snape hissed, instantly homing in on his victim. And that's another 5 points from Gryffindor, he added silkily. My apologies, Professor. I was just surprised that such a simple thing would be the topic for a whole year of defense. What's up for 7th year? No more wand movements, Harry replied in an innocent voice, but with less than innocent intentions. He never thought that Snape would give him the opening he needed that early in the year. Snape glared at the boy in front of him. Proves an old proverb that you actually had it right this once, Potter. Casting without complicated wand movements, but merely a flick, is in fact the topic of 7th year. It figures that you, of all people, belittle these difficult arts, since you certainly would fail at performing them. It can't be that hard, Harry quipped with a glint in his eyes. Hermione had steeled her face into neutrality, but had to bite her lip mentally to avoid laughing. She had done the same training with Tonks, and while Harry was far ahead of her in those two topics, she was more than able to do it for everyday spells. Mr. Potter, your overinflated ego is misplaced here. But if you feel yourself up to those tasks, why don't you prove it, was the response by Professor Snape, delivered with a sneer and accompanied by snickering from the Slytherin corner. What's in for me? Harry asked cheekily, causing the whole CL to gasp at his boldness. He calmly stared the man into the eyes, although Tonks had it drummed and hammered into him and Hermione to avoid that at all cost. Both knew that he would be able to scan their surface thoughts that way without problem. Deeper scanning would need a wand movement and incantation, not even Dumbledore was that good. When Harry had asked Tonks once to teach them occlumency, Tonks simply gave them some books and told them to read them and practice the meditations inside over a few months while she would try to find them a legilimencer to coach them next summer or so. At his question why they couldn't find one now and get it done, Tonks laughingly replied that he would need years before he learned something remotely useful, as it's an extremely difficult and rare art. After they had repaired all the furniture Harry had destroyed in his rage, they sat down with Tonks and told her about his sessions with Snape last year. This recollection left the Auror on leave just shy of reporting the man for an investigation, which wouldn't lead anywhere with Dumbledore protecting his pet dog, anyway. Going along with the plan Hermione and he had come up with overnight, Harry concentrated on thinking that it could only be so hard to learn since it was widely known what a pathetic teacher Snape was. That he would need years to teach students to blow their noses, lest anything magical. He extensively pondered the fact that Snape was little more than a cook. This was the part of the plan Harry had been looking forward to the most. The increasingly furious look at Professor Snape's face told him that his trick worked. He sneered back at the man, thinking that he would even bet his education on that he certainly could manage either of the two skills easily. After all, I am the boy who lived, Harry concluded his thoughts, wielding his personal weapon of destruction against Snape's ego. Let's make a bet, Potter. The man suddenly spat across the room, sneering so fiercely that most students instinctively leaned away from Harry to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. If you manage either or both of those before the end of lesson, I will give you an O for the respective year. But if not, you will opt out of my CL today. Do we have a deal, Mr. Potter? Is that enough in for you? The other students wouldn't have stared any worse if Snape and Harry had changed into pink tutus and danced the tango. Hermione found that this was the perfect time to support her boyfriend. Sounds great. Can I join this bet? She said, talking in an air-headed, happy way and smiling sweetly at her professor. The sound of so many people gasping at the same time was disconcerting. Harry would have sworn that the resulting airflow made Hermione's hair move a bit. Now everyone was staring at Hermione, most people gaping with their jaws nearly at floor level. That Granger would throw away a chance at a newt like that was a completely unbelievable thing. Why not? Snape bellowed, throwing his hands into the air in a gesture of pure annoyance. Is there anyone else willing to join? Whoever wants to join in is welcome to do so, he sneered, letting his glare sweep across the students who tried to melt into their desks in order to become invisible. Harry noticed Ron glaring at him from the back of the CL room, but not making any move to join, a wise decision. To Snape, a dream had come true. While the day had started less than perfectly, having to teach Potter first thing in the morning, it really has taken an upturn. He had made plans to stick it to the Potter whelp as soon as possible, before failing Potter in his ostensibly best subject sometime during the year. He actually had made plans to use him as test dummy as often as possibly, but this was so much better. He didn't think that he would be able to get rid of Potter and his mudblood in the first lesson. Deal, both of them said in unison. They shared a short look, and Harry gave Hermione a grin and an inviting nod. Hermione produced her wand, and with a minuscule flick, instead of the twirl and shoo motion needed, her book flew into her bag. While Snape started sputtering, Harry copied her actions. Both stood, Harry accio-ing their book bags and slinging them over his shoulder before pointing his wand at the door to open it, while Hermione sweetly smiled as she conjured an apple and levitated it over to Snape's desk. She then hooked her arm into Harry's and both marched out, leaving the CL to stare at an openly gaping Snape, whose left eye had started to twitch in a spasmodic way. Hermione smiled back when Neville dared to shoot them a thumbs up from where he was sitting, while Harry noticed with a smug smirk that Ron was too shocked to glare at them anymore. After CL, Severus Snape, Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts and youngest potions master in centuries, was in a quandary. The insufferable Potter and his know-it-all mudblood had tricked him. No way had they managed to do this on their first try. Somewhere deep inside, he had to grudgingly respect Potter for managing to set him up so thoroughly. That was very Slytherin. While he was proud to be the biggest bastard north of the Thames, the Malfoys lived a bit south of it. No one should ever say that he didn't honor a bet. That would be a slight on his reputation, making him look like a sore loser. Especially since he couldn't give them any other mark than an O for the year with what they showed. Their little show was actually sufficient to pee the final exam, and the educational department would have his accreditation if he didn't clear them for Newt after obviously having made the grade. He knew they had been out for his hide for years, with Dumbledore barely able to bridle them. At least, there is one small silver lining, he thought. When Harry and Hermione sat for lunch that day, they were approached by Snape in ping. As he walked by, he wordlessly tossed 2 envelopes on the table while glaring daggers, before leaving for his place at the head table. Much to their surprise, they really contained their final reports with outstanding scores for 6th and 7th year Dada. Bewildered, they looked at each other and then at Snape, who was half-heartedly picking at his meal, looking rather disgusted, probably at what he had just done. Harry shot a bewildered look at Hermione. He certainly wasn't prepared for the man giving up that easily. His plans contained a long fight with the man and probably a test in front of the board to get out of CL. He must have realized that this way he doesn't have to deal with us anymore. Hermione rationalized Snape's behavior with a shrug of her shoulders. After a moment of thought, Harry accepted that as the most probable reason. After they had finished eating, Ron sitting farther away and his table manners out of sight made that experience much nicer. Harry gave a sigh, startling Hermione. "You know, this day had started too good to be true, didn't it?" he said while tilting his head at something behind Hermione. As she turned around, she saw Professor McGonagall approaching. "One snog that she has a message from Dumbledore to meet him at his office," he whispered his prophecy into her ear from behind. "Indeed, Mr. Potter," the harsh voice of his head of house sounded before Hermione could answer. Being a cat probably transferred to her human form when it came to hearing whispered things. "While I cannot approve of your betting habits, your guess was quite correct, Mr. Potter," she said. Obviously the rumors about the Dada bet had made the rounds already. Shaking his head in a disappointed manner, Harry replied, "Sorry, Professor. Would you be so kind as to escort Hermione and me to this talk?" "I'm afraid this isn't possible, Mr. Potter. The headmaster wanted to see you immediately, alone," Professor McGonagall objected. "I'm sorry, Professor, but this is unacceptable. We both know that this meeting has nothing to do with school, and since Hermione is my fiancée, she will accompany me," Harry said with a frown, emphasizing his decline with a resolute shake of his head. He then took a deep breath to regain his equilibrium and continued in a polite, even tone. "But I would like you to accompany us, as I'm invoking paragraph 5A of Hogwarts statute in relation to Headmaster Dumbledore." Hearing the boy state this specific rule made McGonagall inhale sharply. While she had already expected that he would invoke that clause someday regarding Severus, she was surprised that Potter would use this against Albus. She knew that there was bad blood between the boy and her boss, but something like this had not occurred in Hogwarts since 1467, when the headmaster's family was on the brink of a blood feud against the family of one student. That Mr. Potter would use that ancient rules implied that the boy considered himself being in high peril with the headmaster present. With this rule invoked, she, in her function as Potter's head of house, was required to stand guard over the encounter, under threat of retribution if she didn't properly fulfill that role. "I see. In that case, would you please follow me, Mr. Potter? Miss Granger is of course welcome to join us," she carefully invited the young man, less than pleased with the way this was developing. "Of course, Professor," Harry said with a polite nod and stood without hesitation, indicating her to lead the way while he helped Hermione gallantly to her feet. The two teens followed their head of house through the corridors in silence, until they found the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. Approaching the statue, a fiercely frowning Professor McGonagall barked something that sounded like Uncle Joe's mint balls, causing the stone beast to come alive and step aside, revealing the staircase. Harry was tempted to comment, but chose discretion over valor. "Enter," the headmaster's voice called out as soon as the stairway had risen to the door. The professor and her charges filed in, finding Dumbledore sitting behind his desk, doing some paperwork. As Hermione entered right behind Harry and Professor McGonagall chose to stay as well, it caused the old man in his chair to raise an eyebrow. "There must be a misunderstanding. I only asked for Mr. Potter." "That you did, Headmaster," Professor McGonagall replied sternly, "but Mr. Potter insisted in the presence of his fiancée and me," citing paragraph 5A. With an audible snap, the quill in the headmaster's hand was broken in two, before he managed to regain his self-control. "Come again," he asked, looking calm on the outside but hoping that this was only a case of his old age catching up with him and playing tricks on his hearing. "Mr. Potter has demanded that Miss Granger and I are present for this meeting, to ensure that no harm is dealt," Professor McGonagall repeated with a frown, clearly uncomfortable with the position she was in. Harry and Hermione could empathize with her, but they simply needed her here for the plan Remus had come up with. Dumbledore took his time to read it carefully, his eyebrows rising as he comprehended the significance of that request. "Is this really necessary?" he asked. That the boy would use such a petty way to one-up him was unexpected. "I'm afraid so," Harry replied evenly. Both Dumbledore and McGonagall came to notice that both students had their hands in a ready position over their wands sticking out of their sleeves. When Albus looked at the boy didn't even try to hide the fact that he refused to look at the headmaster's face, and even Hermione quickly averted her eyes when Albus turned his head and looked at her, suddenly examining a bookshelf. "Well, take a seat then," Dumbledore said, leaning back in his overstuffed seat. He had better to do than to argue about that stupid rule. He felt slightly irritated as they sat one after the other, obviously providing cover for each other while they sat down, as if they expected an attack any moment. His irritation rose as Minerva noticed that behavior, and instinctively assumed a more guarded stance as well. "First, I would like to express my sincerest congratulation on your engagement. It is always nice to see some happiness in such dark times." Dumbledore began the meeting seemingly lightly, but lacking warmth in his voice. McGonagall was not the premier Transfiguration teacher in Great Britain for being stupid. The way she raised an eyebrow at Harry because of the way that statement had been delivered made the boy try his hardest to avoid smiling. He could not even imagine how much it must irk the headmaster that they had tricked him into that agreement. Dumbledore hid his frown in his beard as he reminded himself, again, that this didn't really matter to his plans. Miss Granger would do as well as any other girlfriend. Deciding to not be a spilled cauldron, he steepled his hands on the table in a display of peacefulness and came to the next point. "I must admit that I am rather disappointed in you, Harry. You had been told to stay at home, where you would be well guarded and safe." He tried to play the usually successful guilt card. Harry usually reacted well to that kind of pressure, as his upbringing had ensured. Harry huffed loudly in reply. "Guarded, you say? That explains why Mr. Diggle drew his wand on me, trying to keep me in the house by force," he said, his eyes firmly on the headmaster's steepled hands. "He drew his wand on you?" Professor McGonagall asked promptly, surprised at the new information she had received just now. "When I encountered Mr. Diggle on my escape, he told me, after I had shown him the fresh bruises on my face, I must emphasize, that he didn't care about my wishes. I had to return into the house, or he would force me to. I had to subdue him when he went for his wand after I understandably declined to comply." Harry put forth his recollection of the event. "I see," Professor McGonagall replied coldly, deciding to exchange a few words with Mr. Diggle regarding anger management. "Let me assure you, Harry, this was not at all on my orders," Dumbledore replied calmly, radiating his grandfatherly vibes by the ton. "So you did not send teams of wizards after Harry to bring him back to the house against his will?" Hermione asked in a surprised voice. "I could swear that he was chased across central London by at least 2 Order members, trying to capture and return him," she continued, her tone gaining a mocking quality as she spoke, although it did waver a bit. Harry gave Hermione's hand a soft squeeze, which lessened the death grip she held on his hand as this conversation went on. He knew that she must be terrified to cross the headmaster as they did. A short squeeze in return signaled her gratitude. "You know that it is of utmost importance that Harry spends as much time as possible inside his home, to recharge the powerful wards that protect him there," Dumbledore stated again, repeating his sole argument. "And this allows you to hold Harry there against his will, and to order us not to write him any letters, basically abandoning him there for months." Hermione hissed angrily at the man in front of her, staring straight at him for a moment before she quickly turned her head to stare at a portrait behind him. Professor McGonagall was less than pleased at the rude tone of her prize student and expressed her displeasure vehemently. "Miss Granger, you will not speak to the headmaster like that," she chided the girl. Albus chose to lean back and watch how this would turn out as the woman made herself the new target for Harry's ire. "This is not school-related, so he is just Albus Dumbledore right now, Professor," Harry said in an even tone that deflated the Scotswoman's act masterly, especially as she had to admit that he was perfectly right with his reasoning. He is still the leader of the order, McGonagall replied in an attempt to defend her superior. An organization neither of us is a member of, Hermione reminded her sharply. As she couldn't refute that argument, the elderly woman had briefly run out of steam and was grasping for a straw. She reverted to the prior topic, and addressed Harry again. Even then, it was reckless how you endangered yourself in London, and I am disappointed that you chose to attack Miss Jones, Mr. Potter. I attacked whom? Was Harry's simple reply when he couldn't fathom what she referred to after a few moments of pondering the issue. She claimed you hurt her when she chased you in London, McGonagall explained, her eyes narrowing to a sharp look at the boy when he suddenly started to chuckle. This is no laughing matter, Mr. Potter, she chided sharply. Miss Jones had to spend a full day at St. Mungo's to get all the cuts and her severe concussion treated. She felt slightly incensed that Potter made fun of such grave injuries that required such extensive treatment. I meant no disrespect, Professor, but I had nothing to do with these injuries. She ran into a GL door, he answered, with Hermione smiling faintly as she remembered the time Harry had told her about that. It seemed so long ago already. Professor McGonagall's right eyebrow rose slightly as she heard the boy's version. It stayed in position as she turned slowly to look at her boss. She remembered the tale distinctively different from when Albus reported on Miss Jones' condition. Only years of practice in reading students' body languages made her notice the signs of distress on Albus that made her believe Mr. Potter's version over his. I see, Mr. Potter. I apologize for my incorrect unction, she said in a slightly warmer tone. This warmth did not reach her eyes that still rested on Albus. This is getting us nowhere. Albus tried to get the conversation back on track. Let's try an easy question. What did you do to Voldemort? I don't know, Harry replied truthfully. It might have something to do with Hermione managing to end the blood trace you had on me, he added after a moment. Albus could practically feel Minerva's eyes burning holes in the side of his head as he tried to justify that less-than-light technique. It was the safest way to keep track of you. I had to make sure that I could find you quickly if you were to leave Privet Drive. When you removed it, I had to resort to much slower methods to find you in order to bring you back to safety. Hermione gave a snort when he said that. That's rich, considering that you led a group of Death Eaters directly to us, she said, her voice laced with mirth as she shook her head. Harry was equally entertained by the man. He neatly played into their game, giving them precisely all the keywords Remus had predicted. Which wasn't exactly hard as Dumbledore only ever used two kinds of arguments: it's for your own good, and it's for the greater good. This was an unfortunate accident, Dumbledore said dismissively, not wanting to delve into that topic. Sadly for him, the kids didn't share that sentiment. Sorry, Professor, but to remove our disguises in the middle of Diagon Alley and shout out our names when we were the most wanted persons on Voldemort's list is more than just an accident, Harry said sourly. Minerva had to shake her head at hearing the kid's version of that encounter. She was entirely sure that the boy had told the truth by the way he had spoken. Albus, on the other hand, had only informed the Order that the Death Eaters had suddenly showed up, and that a fight broke out. The Daily Prophet had brought a detailed article about the fight, but not about how it started. The fact that he had made a mistake and caused this episode to happen seemed to have escaped Albus when he reported to the Order. Little by little, her adamant support of Dumbledore had eroded away over the years. He had ignored her advice multiple times, and had put the school and students into harm's way more than once. He even watered down the quality of Hogwarts education with his quirky choices for professors. Over the years, she found herself questioning her boss more and more, and it wasn't getting any better as this meeting progressed. Not aware of the internal conflict his deputy was warring with, Dumbledore stubbornly continued to fight his losing battle. It would have happened anyway. You weren't safe outside of Privet Drive, he insisted, trying to beat the dead horse with a bigger stick as he was getting irritated by the way these children were conducting that talk. Why not? We were staying in Grimmauld Place, the only other location except for the burrow you regularly allowed Harry to spend the summer, Hermione, who had the intros to their counterattacks learned by rote, inquired. They agreed on this tactic, fearing Dumbledore might put too much pressure on Harry if he were alone against Dumbledore. The plan was that she would run distraction for Harry, diffusing Dumbledore with quick remarks, allowing Harry to deliver the blows. That's correct, Hermione. And the wards on Black Manor are formidable. You might remember what Bill said when he declined your request that he and Fleur should break down the wards on the Black Mansion. Headmaster, Harry caught the metaphorical ball seamlessly and went for the kill. Dumbledore could only frown in response as it was slowly dawning on him that the boy had too much ammunition on him to pursue this kind of conversation. Meanwhile, Minerva didn't believe her ears. That stupid Sanok had really wanted William Weasley and his fiancée to attempt breaking the wards of an ancient mansion. That was tantamount to suicide for a curse breaker. Even with a whole team, the question would be how many were still alive after the attempt. No wonder the both of them had declined and left the country for a while. Anyway, your extended absence means that you will have to spend all of next summer with your relatives in order to recharge the wards, Albus stated, trying to put some pressure on Harry. The boy, who was starting to really get on his nerves with the way he childishly looked everywhere but at him, needed to be protected as well as possible in order to fulfill his destiny. He was also well aware that the Dursleys would never allow Miss Granger to stay with the boy, so they would also serve as a tool to distance the two children from each other. Maybe the threat of separation could help Dumbledore to get the kids to cooperate with him. Dumbledore wasn't aware of the fact that with the blood binding lifted, Harry's presence would only have a marginal effect on charging these wards. A fact both of the teens knew very well. That would be extremely complicated, possibly impossible even. Headmaster, Harry gave a pensive reply, smiling inwardly at the way they had backstabbed the headmaster's plans thoroughly. You see, the Dursleys are currently residing at the Queen's pleasure, and I don't think they are letting teenagers room at these facilities for summer. Hermione proceeded to turn the knife in the wound. When Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall, both, stared at her in a thoroughly confused way, she clarified her intended meaning. Didn't you hear that the Dursleys have been charged and convicted of child abuse last week? Harry is not only my betrothed, but also a foster child of my parents, now. That reminds me, we will have to hand the paperwork over to Professor McGonagall. Tomorrow, sweetie, she tweeted at her boyfriend. Her seemingly carefree use of a pet name helped a lot to ease the tension in Harry, who actually had to fight a chuckle. Mission accomplished. Hermione turned her attention to Professor McGonagall. Sorry, but it wasn't finished in time before September 1st, and we thought it would be more convenient to just hand it to you instead of using an owl unnecessarily. We honestly forgot to do it in all the rush of the first days, she told the flabbergasted woman, who probably hadn't heard a word of what the girl had told her. In a way, it was shocking to see so much emotion displayed by the usually so stern woman. This revelation had been like a physical blow to her. Abuse, she stammered, not believing what she had just heard. Albus had admitted that the care Potter received at home was less than adequate, as he put it, but abuse. You were surely exaggerating, Miss Granger. While I knew things weren't perfect, this is a bit harsh, isn't it? Dumbledore stated calmly. Behind his piv face, he was already thinking of ways how to have the Dursleys released from custody, at least Petunia. Vernon would probably be the harder case, and he was not of any use to strengthen the wards, as far as Dumbledore was concerned. Harry rolled his eyes before answering. Since they were tried and sentenced under these charges, I cannot agree to your position. They are legally convicted, he practically growled as Dumbledore had the ire to belittle what he had gone through under his watch. Yes, Professor, and as the judge put it, quote, I have never seen a case of systematic abuse of this magnitude before, Hermione recited, drawing the attention on her in order to give Harry some space to calm down. I would tell you some tales about what these monsters have done, but as this would hurt Harry, I won't, she said firmly, squeezing Harry's hand while she gave him a supporting smile. Professor McGonagall had to reach out and hold onto a shelf to avoid swaying as her legs buckled below her as she heard that. She stammered some unintelligible things, trying to find words to express her feelings about what had occurred under her watch without her noticing anything, but came up empty, as any sane person would. Dumbledore, on the other hand, proved stubborn as ever. But why did you bring charges upon them? Was that really necessary? He asked in his aggressive way, unknowingly focusing his deputy's ire on him as he defended the people she had warned him to place a child with so long ago. She felt a nearly painful tug in her as her appreciation of the headmaster took another grave hit, putting it close to the breaking point. Finally, She came to Harry's aid. "Albus, they got convicted. What more evidence do you need? I warned you myself back then, don't you remember?" She snapped vehemently. A part of her fury stemmed from the knowledge that he had dismissed her concern as unimportant back then, although she sadly had been right all the time. Dumbledore looked sourly, but didn't pursue the thread of conversation any longer. He knew better than to fight an already lost battle, especially now, as Minerva obviously had sided with the kids over this issue. "I'm afraid so," he agreed reluctantly. "But this will seriously complicate your stay with them, come next summer. I hope that at least your aunt can be freed by then, so you can stay with her." He tried to find a way to salvage the situation and upholding the protection at Privet Drive. Harry, along with all other occupants of the room, couldn't believe his ears. "With all due respect, sir, are you mad? Why would I want to stay with convicted child abusers?" Harry said with a very sharp edge to his voice, but kept his eyes averted. Still, McGonagall thought a moment about chiding him for that outburst, but couldn't really disapprove with the sentiment. Her own would have been nearly identical. Even Dumbledore wisely chose to ignore it, and insisted on the importance of his request instead. "Mr. Potter, your safety demands it," he said in his concerned grandfather voice, laying the emotion thickly. Much to his annoyance, Harry didn't have any of that. "This is out of question. I will not return there. I do have guardians and a place to stay. I'd rather you reconsider this decision, but that can wait." Dumbledore chose to perform a tactical retreat. He didn't want the boy to dig in his heels and do something foolish, like taking that oath he had threatened with at Grimmauld Place's doorstep during their fights. There were other things of interest to discuss, and maybe he could finally get an answer out of the boy. Moving on. Next question. "Where did you stay this summer when you left Grimmauld Place?" "Sorry, but this isn't any of your business," Harry replied flatly, not even bothering to cease staring out of the window. "Harry, your safety is my business. You know of your importance to the world." "I must at least confirm that you are safe there," Dumbledore probed, interrupting their moment. Harry shook his head while chuckling. "The fact that you weren't able to even find out where I had gone to should be enough proof, don't you think? Let me assure you, I'm perfectly safe there. Again, where I spend my summer isn't any of your business, Headmaster." "I'm making it mine," Dumbledore replied, his tone getting severely snarly. "I must insist that you tell me where you have been." "You can insist all you want. This is a family matter," Harry pressed through his grinding teeth. Only Hermione needing his shaking hands clamped around the armrests of his chair kept him from blowing up at his adversary. Fuming inside, he focused on a ping cloud outside of the window and mentally started counting, probably to 1,000 or thereabouts. 10 wouldn't be nearly enough. "Would you at least be so polite to look at me when I am talking to you?" Dumbledore snapped at the boy who didn't even bother to stop staring out of the window when he was getting reprimanded by him. His patience had worn thin already and he was seriously considering giving the boy a piece of his mind and browbeating him into compliance instead of trying to persuade him with sweet talk and arguments. "That is your problem. Try finding it out yourself," Harry shouted, still looking, but now glaring, out of the window. "And I won't look at you, since I prefer my thoughts unread." "So does Hermione," the boy spat venomously, which was punctuated by Professor McGonagall's gasp. To Dumbledore's surprise, Miss Granger only nodded in agreement, but kept on inspecting his bookcase, probably reading the titles. "Is there anything school-related that you want to talk about? If not, both of us would like to return to our dorm," Harry growled, his patience worn so thin he couldn't stand being in the same room with that man anymore. Those words hit Dumbledore like a bludgeon, shaking him to the core. That was the reason why the boy refused to look at him. Harry was afraid that he might read his thoughts. And Miss Granger obviously held the same belief. His earlier belief that the old rule had only been used as an act to get a cheap shot at him was shattered beyond repair. He had thought the boy was just rebelling against adults, like any boy was bound to, but now Albus suddenly realized how much the relationship between him and Harry had deteriorated already, and how badly this would damage his plans. He needed the boy to work with him. "Please, Harry, why all this enmity? I admit that there has been hardship in your life that I am partially responsible and sorry for, but all I did was for the greater good," he pleaded. "I see," Harry said carefully. "Was it also for the greater good that when I refused to leave the safety of Grimmauld Place, you tried to get Mr. Scrimgeour to arrest me under charges of turning dark and to put me under house arrest in Hogwarts, under the headmaster's care. He asked in a sweet tone, the smile never reaching his eyes. Only his many years of politics saved Dumbledore from giving his surprise away at this revelation. Albus, you did what? Professor McGonagall screeched at the man she thought she knew so well. Didn't she tell him that these accusations were ridiculous when he brought them up? He didn't even tell anybody about this attempt. He tried to get me arrested, and put under his thumb, Harry repeated. And I don't give a damn about what you think to be the greater good. All that it means is that I am the one to sacrifice for all others to be happy. And why I don't trust you? Because you made a lot of my things your bloody business. Harry spat with so much disgust that the headmaster cringed involuntarily. Albus was flabbergasted. The boy knew about this attempt. But how? It shot through his mind. Within a few moments, he had found the answer, Miss Tonks. Scrimgeour must have used that fact to gain some political capital with the boy, and let the information slip. This metaphorical cauldron was not only spilt, it was completely turned over. How, by Merlin's shaggy beard, do I salvage this mess? Lost in thought, Albus didn't stop the boy when Harry stood and left, along with his girlfriend, without being dismissed. He only winced slightly when he received a fierce glare from his deputy headmistress when she turned to follow her students, promising wordlessly to have a private talk with him, later. He was too busy finding a solution for his problems. Somehow, he had to regain the boy's trust or all the plans he made for Britain's future would be moot. Deep inside, he had a feeling that this anger wasn't just about the Dursleys and their quarrels, of that Albus was sure. He had a strong feeling that he had missed something crucial concerning Mr. Potter, and this was the true root of their problem. Maybe he should have this long overdue chat with Vector or babbling about his broken Distancia headometer. It was the first of the many mysteries that surrounded Harry nowadays. The next morning, Hedwig arrived at Grimmauld Place during breakfast. Overjoyed at the early first letter, Margaret removed the post from the owl's leg, while Remus procured some bacon for it. Everyone continued their meal while Margaret read the long letter. Obviously Hermione had a lot to tell for only 2 days' absence. The good news first. They are well, McGonagall is apparently on their side, and the plan to deal with Dumbledore seems to have worked flawlessly, she proclaimed after a few paragraphs. Good, Remus remarked after a sip of his tea. It might suffice to make Albus think long and hard about what he is doing. If he were to ease up on his control issues, he would be a valuable ally. Tonks nodded her agreement with this while she reached for the toast. Might I have a minute of your time, Tonks? Margaret asked after reading the first half of the letter, interrupting the woman's fight with the toast and honey, which the tablecloth had lost utterly. Fire away, Tonks replied while licking some excess honey off her fingers. Is it possible to take Newt exam midterm? Actually, yes, it is. Usually, you take them at the end of 7th year, but there are lots of people out of school who apply during the year to earn diplomas, Owl and Newt both. Why, it seems that Harry has somehow tricked Professor Snape into paying him and Hermione with O's for both remaining years. Margaret stated dryly. She wanted to continue but had to wait a little. Remus had gotten his tea into the wrong pipe and was currently coughing up a lung while Tonks helplessly patted his back. Margaret waited until Remus had recovered and resumed his breakfast before she began anew. I am not sure if I should approve of this. Clees are serious, after all. Don't they miss a lot if they don't attend those years? Margaret voiced her qualms, frowning at the general situation. We had a talk about that early in July, when I finally broke them on their habits of schoolkid casting. Even before we went to the island, both were performing at 7th year level, wordless and point casting. So basically, they know all the practical stuff, except for some minor hexes and jinxes they get in 6th year. They only need some revising on the theory from the first 5 years and the theory portion of books 6 and 7. Once they're done with that, we could do the testing within a day's notice. I believe McGonagall would certainly let us escort them over to the ministry for a day during CL, if needed, but I think we could arrange for a Hogsmeade weekend test. Do they need anything else? She asked, and Margaret checked the document once again. Yes, they ask about a list of topics they should study for the exams. Would you? She asked, and Tonks replied with a, yep, can do, before she had finished her question. Margaret quickly finished the letter and found one last point to check. Oh, and Hermione inquires what forms they would need to apply for Harry's mastery. She described the remaining contents of the letter. Unfortunately, and completely coincidentally, of course, the word mastery was uttered at precisely the moment Remus was taking a hearty bite of a scone. This time, Remus needed a potion to recover. On checkmate. Ron gloated as his knight came out of nowhere and skewered Harry's queen. Harry had been sure that he had the situation under control for the last 5 moves, but he obviously had run right into Ron's trap. Good one, Harry said as he got out of his chair, intending to join Hermione and Neville at the study desk. He figured that she should be nearly done with her arithmancy work by now, and he still had the essay to finish. He had let Ron badger him into a game, but it was entirely too awkward to really enjoy it. Ron looked up from setting up the board when Harry stood. "Where are you going? Come on, I'll give you a rematch." "Sorry Ron, but I've got some work left. I want to get my homework done and a bit studying in before bed," Harry replied. "Maybe tomorrow." Ron's look clearly showed his opinion. "You spent entirely too much time with her," he accused. He didn't like it at all that Hermione succeeded in warping Harry into her likeness, which was something inherently bad and evil in his opinion, even making him study for CL. Harry ignored that outburst and stood. "I want to spend time with her, and I need to get my homework done," he said. "You should, too. Come on, there is more than enough time for that later. One more quick game won't hurt." Ron continued to wheedle Harry into goofing off. "How about exploding snap or gobstones? You might even win a game," he said with a wide grin at Harry. Harry sighed deeply, but nonetheless he stood and wordlessly went to join his girlfriend, leaving a frowning Ron behind. Hermione casually slid her chair to the side to allow him to sit next to her, her gesture and her slight frown telling Harry that she had observed the incident, but chose not to comment. Neville shot him a sympathetic glance while Ron wasn't looking as he was trying to coax Seamus into a game. With another sigh, Harry eyed Hermione's cheek tenderly. With a faint purr, Hermione's face evened as the tension left her as she returned her attention to her books. Harry sighed again, and pulled his earlier discarded books closer and started working on his Transfiguration essay, trying to ignore his plight, while Neville asked Hermione to check his. Harry's main problem was that Ron had graciously decided, after 2 days of moping, that he would magnanimously ignore their betrayal of his trust and had gone straight back to business as usual. With Harry, at least. Hermione, on the other hand, was still persona non grata. With her, Ron kept a polite peace, still arguing about minor things, but mostly ignoring her presence, except for frequent requests to copy her homework. The tentative peace was only held by the fact that neither of them wanted to anger Harry. Hermione held back in order not to disturb Harry's friendship with Ron. Of course, she was still angry at Ron, but this was more or less a perpetual state she had grown used to over the years. At first, Harry was glad to have his friend back, but it came at a price. Within the last 2 days, Ron had managed to cut Harry's study time in half, just by relentlessly arguing that Harry should spend more time on his broom or with him. At first Harry gave in order to bridge over the gap in their friendship, but it was quickly getting on his nerves. The main problem was that Ron was completely convinced that Harry only studied to impress Hermione in order to get rewarded. Every attempt to convince him that Harry actually liked studying, to a certain degree, was answered by a suggestive smirk. At least Ron hadn't tried to ask Harry about how far he had gotten, yet. Harry would feel sorry if he had to eviscerate his best friend. "He would do well to copy your study habits," Hermione whispered as Ron stalked up the stairs angrily after Seamus refused to play, as well. She was rather happy that Ron had defaulted to his, "ignore her, she will crawl back for forgiveness," attitude towards her. "He's still leeching off the benefits of the DA sessions," Harry responded tiredly, trying to get his mind back on his Transfiguration essay that he had already roughly drafted. True, Neville said from across the desk, leafing lazily through a herbology text while Hermione looked his essay over. Hermione could only roll her eyes at her boyfriend's esment while she rearranged a paragraph in Neville's text with her wand. True, the work with the DA last year had brought all of its members far ahead of their CL mates, but the grinder Tonks had put the two through had increased this advantage heftily. "He won't be for long," Hermione replied with her trademark roll of the eyes as she wrote something onto the parchment, with Harry nodding his approval to that statement. The pace set in CL was tremendous, certainly on equal footing with fifth year, and as far as it could be told this early in the year, Hermione was still firmly in the lead and Harry now a close second, since he now actually studied. Hermione waved her wand over Neville's parchment, drying the ink so she wouldn't smear it. "That's it, Neville, just redo that last paragraph, you got it nearly backwards. I wrote you the source and page next to it so you can look it up for the final version." "I did," Neville said, surprised as he took his parchment back. "Well, I better go to the Leary and look it up, then, thanks for the help," he said as he packed his stuff and rose. "My pleasure," Hermione responded with a genuine smile. Of course, she was already done with the final version of her essay. Given that wordless casting was a criterion in every CL this year, she and Harry were rather comfortable with their workload. While their CL mates were often seen struggling with their homework, still trying to make their spells work without incantations, they didn't need that practical training anymore. So effectively, they had only half the homework to do. "Oh, one thing, Harry," she said as Neville was on his way to the portrait hole. She then waited patiently until after Harry had finished his current word and paid her attention to inform him of her news. "Professor Vector asked me about my new wand," she told him after she had quickly checked whether they had an audience. "I made up a story that we got them from a wand maker in France, who we had visited during holidays. The official version is that our suitcase got bumped up badly during flight, and our wands had been snapped. We stumbled across her shop when visiting Marseille and picked up wands there. The name was Raquel's Batons. She was a nice lady, brown hair, a very small shop, and told us that snapped wands couldn't be repaired," she whispered across the table. "Okay, I'll try to remember that," Harry smiled back. "Could you look my essay over, just to be sure?" he suddenly said. Hermione was a bit surprised by the sudden change of topic, but when she turned, she saw that Ron had returned and was closing in on them, his book bag in hand. Obviously, he had finally decided to do his homework, as no one was available to play games. "Of course, Harry," she said loudly. "I'll gladly look your essay over, and then I'll help you with runes, okay?" she said, smiling slightly as she saw Ron frown deeply as she mentioned Harry's sacrilege. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at Hermione's antics. At least, she was teasing Ron instead of hexing. Being grateful for small favors, he pulled out his runes book as Hermione grabbed her quill and charmed the ink bottle red in preparation for his essay. Surprisingly, Harry had adapted nicely into the ancient runes CL he shared with some fifth-year Ravenclaws, and with occasional help from Hermione was more than able to keep up. Hermione did her best to show her appreciation of his course selection whenever the topic came up, which soon made that CL Harry's favorite. After all, he was already done with Dada. The biggest surprise that first week was that Harry was allowed to attend Potions CL, since Professor Slughorn did allow participation with an E. "Oh, Mr. Potter, glad to see you again," Professor Slughorn beamed when he opened the door to see Harry waiting there along with Hermione and the rest of the students. When Harry gave Hermione a peck on the cheek and turned to leave, the man was less than happy. "Where are you going?" he asked. "CL is starting right now, Mr. Potter." "Oh, I'm not attending Potions, I don't have the necessary O for it," Harry tried to excuse himself, but that didn't work with Slughorn. "Nonsense. I think that an EL is perfectly acceptable for a newt course, and I happen to know that you have ped with that mark, Mr. Potter. So come in and take a seat." Since Hermione also smiled happily at him, Harry realized that he wouldn't get out of that, and agreed with a friendly nod. After all, he had achieved an E as Snape's chew toy, so it couldn't be that bad. The lesson started off with a short quiz. The students had to identify some potions that Slughorn had made. Of course, Hermione had all of them right, but Harry was proud he identified one. He'd never forget the look of Polyjuice potion. Or the taste. One of the potions turned out to be a Mortentia, a love potion, which had an intoxicating smell that should represent the things a person loves most. To Harry, it smelled of treacle tart, the woody smell of a broomstick handle, and something flowery he knew. He hummed it referred to the jungle on the island. "Really, it reminds me of the sea, new parchment and the smell of your hair," Hermione whispered back when he told her this. Meanwhile, Slughorn had proposed an interesting challenge for his students' plan for the first hour. They were to square off against each other to produce the draft of living death to win a small bottle of Felix Felicis, also known as liquefied luck, easily enough to last for about 12 perfect hours. You'll find the instructions on page 146 of your books, Slughorn said, and found himself confused when Harry raised his hand after that statement. Sorry, Professor, but as I hadn't planned on attending this year, I don't have a book of my own, and I presume we aren't supposed to share books during this contest, he admitted uncomfortably, hearing Malfoy chuckle from somewhere behind him, mocking him. Slughorn took a moment to process, before his face lightened up. Of course, my boy, he said, unaware that this phrase made Harry grind his teeth. Here, take this one until you can obtain a new one, he said as he handed Harry a random one from the potions room Leary. While Slughorn was answering some questions from the other side of the CL room, Harry flipped to the given page. Much to his surprise and dismay, he found side notes scribbled all over the text, presumably by the former owner. A quick look at the name tag revealed a not very helpful moniker of Half-Blood Prince as the person in question. Hermione, Harry whispered while people started setting up their cauldrons and sorting their tools. What do you think of these notes? He asked her for input. I'm not so sure about them, she said with a frown at the defaced pages. Usually, you are supposed to take notes on parchment, not like this. Propriety and neatness aside, I doubt he wrote those down because they are wrong, Harry insisted with a sigh. Hermione was reluctant to agree. Who knows, after all, he discarded the book later, so for all we know, it might as well be a prank on some poor sod who happens to borrow that book. Harry stared at her for a moment, before blinking and shaking his head. You spent entirely too much time around the twins, he chuckled as he readied his desk for the work. That statement applies to any span of time you have to endure those two clowns when they are in mood to be funny, Hermione sighed. For a given value of funny, Harry commented dryly. But you're right, I could see them editing a book like that, even if they never were to hear about the results. They admitted that they had left a series of pranks hidden around the school that they keyed to Filch. They say it's so he doesn't forget them too soon. Hermione huffed in reply. Filch probably still had nightmares about these too. So, are you going to use these, now? After you put pictures of the twins into my head? Hell, no, for all I know this could as well be a belated prank from the Marauders, given the age of this book. I say we check these notes later, and I'll stick to the original recipe, for now. With you in the team, we'll win this contest, anyway, he whispered back at her, chuckling as she blushed under his praise. Naturally, Hermione won that contest, while Harry had finished somewhere in the middle field, as expected. Of course he was very proud of his talented girlfriend, a sentiment that was now shared with their potions professor, who nearly fell over himself in order to praise her. Damn, Harry moped later that evening in the room of requirement. When they tried the alternate instructions from his book, they produced an even better result than Hermione had achieved. I'd have beaten you, he whined. By cheating, Hermione set him straight as she started to dispose of the potion. It's not cheating if I had better instructions out of luck, Harry insisted lightly, which was answered by a huff from his girl. Hermione's scowl deepened, and Harry quickly pulled her into a hug. Only joking, he said as she weakly struggled against his MCE. We both know you are much better in potions than me, he whispered into her ear, smiling as she ceased her mock resistance and melted into his arms. You can have that title. It's fine with me as long as I still kick your cute bum in defense, he teased. You're not that bad in potions, but I'm still a bit uncomfortable with modified instructions, Hermione replied after she had enjoyed his hug for an appropriate time. You just don't want to admit that I was right with my meant that the notes wouldn't have been in there for nothing, he said. It's dangerous. Anybody could write notes into his book, that wouldn't make them right, Hermione replied. When Harry started chuckling, she indignantly huffed at him. What? Oh, quit being so stubborn, just for the sake of it, Harry chided her. People like the twins aside, why would someone place nonsense instructions in his book? For all we know, these hints are probably out of CL, you know, a long time ago, in times when there were competent teachers, who gave these corrections. She slowly freed herself and started to put away her tools into her kit. After a few moments, Harry started to help. "All right, you do have a point," Hermione finally hesitantly agreed while she stowed the last ingredients in her kit. "I'm still not comfortable with it," she said, cutting Harry off as he wanted to interject, "but I think it would only be prudent to use those when plausible. I do wonder why the books haven't been updated yet. Maybe so that teachers can look better." Harry provided his opinion as he handed her the mortar he just cleaned. Hermione gracefully chose to ignore that dig, only rolling her eyes in her usual fashion. "Anyway, before we should use these instructions, we probably should read all of them first, to confirm the plausibility of those changes. I'll lend you mine until I'm done with it," Hermione insisted as she swapped their books. This time, it was Harry who rolled his eyes. During the next week, it was even more obvious how much Harry had changed when it came to studying. They had agreed to make the most of Hogwarts as long as they were there. At first, Harry had let himself be slowed down by Ron in order not to cut his old friend off, but due to the awkwardness of their interaction, Harry soon found himself cutting that time more and more. Along with their clees, they also had continued their private studies, which meant they did some fencing every morning in the room of requirement, and were reading lots of books they checked out in the Leary. It became a normal sight to find them lounging on a couch next to the fire, both engrossed in a book while Harry absent-mindedly fought off Hermione's attempts to burrow her feet under his robes to steal warmth. The particular change that made his study time swell mightily in comparison to earlier years was that this usually occurred during the times Harry used to hang out with Ron. Ron didn't take this all too well, even though Harry had another chess match with Ron that week, inevitably losing badly. But once more, Harry stopped at one match, no matter how much Ron wheedled for a replay. When asked for the reason, Harry truthfully said that he had found a few interesting books about charms in the Leary he had arranged to go over with Hermione. For a moment, he was sure Ron would blow up at him by the fierce frown he sported, but then, Ron suddenly shrugged and left. He even refrained from insulting Hermione for changing Harry's study habits in front of Harry. Going against his better judgment, Harry hoped that this meant that an improvement of their relationship was in reach. Surprisingly, he grew a lot closer to Neville over this period. He never before had noticed that Neville spent that much time with Hermione while doing his homework, and actually had better grasp of many topics than Harry had. That finding only confirmed his resolution to keep the milling around to a minimum. One day during their second week, they found an unexpected guest in the common room. "Hi, guys," Ginny yawned from the couch, wearing casual clothes instead of the school uniform, just like them, only without the training bags. Given the fact that it was 6 o'clock in the morning, at least an hour before she would even start to stir in her bed, they were rather surprised to see the girl there. "Mind if I join you today? Hermione promised to let me watch you one day, and I woke up early today." Hermione doubted the truthfulness of that statement, since she had a very long chat with Ginny just yesterday, in which the younger girl had tried to get details about her and Harry. Especially about their carnal knowledge of each other, Ginny had figured out quickly that something more than just snogging had occurred between Harry and Hermione. She was now on a mission to find out. Hermione toyed with the thought of confiding in the girl, since it would be fun, if only in a corrupting the innocent way. Also, she needed someone to talk. Girl, too, and neither Mum nor Tonks were at hand. But that was not for Harry to know about, so she put on a vague face and agreed, since it was no hardship on their accord. Chatting idly, they traveled to the room of requirement, where Harry asked for their now usual place to train, this time with the addendum that the door should also open to Ginny. Ginny was only slightly impressed by the setup of the room. The room was a big hall, with a several-foot-wide mirrors at one side, and a polished wooden floor. Some target dummies were leaning in one corner, ready to be set up, and in the next corner there was a table flanked by couches, a rough copy of the ones in Grimmauld Place. Ginny immediately took possession of that feature, tiredly stretching out on one of these while the other two started unloading their bags onto the table. They quickly readied their stuff, and after a quick warm-up and for Ginny's sake, short review of their stances, lunges and parries, they squared off against each other. A now awake Ginny first cheered both of them on, equally, and was really excited about the swordplay they demonstrated. Fencing was seen as a very noble art in wizardry, but only a few older families still practiced that skill. Especially since it was bodily taxing, and most wizards shied away from all kinds of bodily exhausting activities. These cheers turned into frightened squeaks, soon, when they were done with the formal training and went into an unscripted duel. Hermione had just managed to block and duck under a high lunge of Harry, and let her blade slide along his as he tried to retreat, while quickly stepping forward to keep him within her measure. Gaining the inside position with an elegant twirl of her quicker blade and a side step, she had him exactly where she needed him to be as she gracefully stepped forward into her own lunge at his. Harry could only avoid her tip by turning out of alignment and bending at the hip. This saved him for the moment, but now Hermione had him caught in a chase of lunges and feints. Only his longer blade and faster footwork allowed him to avoid defeat at Hermione's precise thrusts as she chased him across the room. Yielding ground was a good way to hold someone at bay when you have a longer weapon, but at some point, you don't have anywhere to run to anymore. Anticipating this moment as he was driven towards the corner, Harry, in a desperate move, chose to cease trying to regain his distance and to close in, instead. This would normally be suicide against Hermione's shorter blade, but it allowed him to use the second advantage of his blade. With a side step that included a swing of his arm, he tried to cut at Hermione's midsection, hoping to score a surprise hit. Hermione gasped in surprise at this change of tactic and tempo, but stuck to her technique. Letting her sword stick to Harry's blade, she tried to use leverage to bring the point of her edgeless blade to bear. Sadly, Harry had much better position and greater strength on his side, and for a moment, it seemed as if Harry would score first blood, but then Hermione stopped pushing against him and let his power force her into a twirl. In a display of unanticipated suppleness, she bent over forward and then backward, keeping contact to his blade while she turned a full 360 degrees, letting Harry page. The tip of his rapier ripped her shirt as it swung by, mere fractions of an inch from her back as she completed her turn. Both stumbling from the strange move, she regained her footing quicker and lunged at him, hitting him directly in the back, between the shoulder blades, causing him to cry out sharply. Of course, she couldn't resist calling out, "Touché!" at his cry, knowing fully well how much Harry hated it when she did that. "Harry, no!" Ginny cried out between her hands covering her cheeks, rushing over to help her injured friend. But instead of finding him hurt and bleeding, he was fine, except for his bruised ego and a frown as he rubbed the spot on his back. "You two are crazy," Ginny scolded Hermione and Harry, as the older girl fetched a towel from the desk to towel off some sweat. "Absolutely bloody crazy," she yelled. Harry was still standing there and sulking a bit. He really had hoped to beat Hermione this time, but he had fallen for her feint and had let her goad him into that fatal lunge. Granted, he was gaining ground on her, but her technique was more precise and her blade was quicker than his. He really had to work on his tendency to rush into things at the first glimpse of an opening. It did work, occasionally, but just as often, he simply ran into traps. You could have seriously hurt each other. Ginny meanwhile continued her tirade, gaining momentum. Hermione threw the soiled towel into a bin and chuckled lightly. "No way," she said as she picked up her sword from the desk again, and poked it at Harry's backside as he ped her in search for his towel. With a yelp, Harry jumped and turned to glare at her. Hermione couldn't help but to shoot a saucy smile back at him. The blades are charmed to not cut or stick into anything, and deliver a stinging hex instead. "It's a fencing charm we use on them every day before training," she told Ginny, without averting her eyes from her boyfriend's. Hermione didn't miss the moment Harry's eyes widened for a fraction of a moment when inspiration hit him. Wordlessly, he picked up a towel and went over to the target dummies in order to let off some steam on them, while Hermione found herself anticipating what he had in mind for her. Nettling him like that was a sure way to find a very creative Harry when it came to make her pay for it. Ginny missed that hidden interaction and gave Hermione a knowing grin and the universal, "Boys." eye roll as Harry stomped off. "Anyway, that was awesome." Ginny squealed as soon as Harry was a few feet away and started setting up the dummies for them. "Thanks," Hermione said flatly. "But you should watch Tonks. She taught us and she is ages ahead of us. We wouldn't even need to charm our blades when we spar with her. She's so much better, but she insists on it, just in case," Hermione told her. "That's really wise of her. After all, you could always get lucky," Ginny agreed, only to flinch when Harry started laughing from across the room. Harry shook his head as he corrected his friend's esment. No, not in case one of us gets lucky, it's in case we fail so badly that we fall onto our own blades. He chuckled as Ginny openly gaped at him. Hermione agreed fully. She's right. None of us has ever lasted longer than a few seconds against her, and that was because we hesitated to attack her for so long and she was playing with us. The first attack ends a fight with her, either her first attack or her response to ours, she explained. A couple of years' experience in combination with the ability to change the shape of your body at will does that for you, Harry shouted from the corner he had finished putting up the dummies in. But she's a klutz, Ginny stammered. She can't walk 2 steps without falling over. That's only when she's not concentrating, Hermione replied. When she's not paying attention to the here and now, she starts shifting her shape unconsciously, and those minuscule shifts make her stumble. Her mother was a fencing aficionado. She loved sports, but black girls were forbidden to play Quidditch, so fencing was the only alternative acceptable to the family. When Tonks came into her abilities and became a klutz, she taught her fencing in order to alleviate these problems. It worked. When she's in a fight, she is in complete control of her body. If you can't take her out by Miv Spellfire, she'll dodge her way out of every attack, Hermione replied. Harry silently smiled in his corner. The Miv Crossfire part was exactly how he defeated Tonks. Trying to aim at her was futile. She even went so far as to transform her left arm into a baby version to avoid a hit in the first fight he ever won against her. Harry was sure she had actually managed to let one spell pee through her belly in that fight, but Tonks had diverted his inquiries with lewd comments whenever he asked her about that. In fencing, she is a nightmare. Believe me, I'd never challenge her to a true fight, even if I had an army with me, although, if I had D'Artagnan and his friends, I might dare taking a chance, maybe, Hermione continued during his trip down memory lane. Who, you know, the 3 Musketeers, Hermione explained. Athos, Porthos, Aramis. And their friend D'Artagnan. Ginny's face plainly showed that she didn't. All for one, one for all. Hermione tried, again with no visible recognition in her counterpart. Ginny had her face scrunched up in concentration as she tried to connect the tidbits Hermione had given her to anything she knew. When her face suddenly lit up, Hermione returned a smile, sure the girl had finally remembered the famous story. Muskets. That are these modern muggle gums, from the World War, aren't they? I didn't know that you could use them for fencing. Ginny's mouth disproved that unction while Hermione's face fell. Momentarily stunned, Hermione stood there, wondering if she had the time to correct all the points she had noted being wrong with that statement, while Harry couldn't help but laugh out loud in the background. Remind me to talk to you about this later, Ginny. There seems to be quite a bit amiss in Muggle studies, Hermione said overly calm, while slowly unclenching her fists. We better continue with our training. Breakfast is closing in, and we'll have plenty of time, then. Feel free to join Harry. I have some practicing to do, Hermione said as she made it over to the sitting area to work on her casting. There, Hermione started to refine her work on the Accio spell, sending various objects flying around the room towards her. She had already reduced the wand movements to a lazy swish of her wand, and was trying to get closer to a simple point. Wordless incantation was already a standard for her, as she proved by banishing them back to their starting spots, although with full wand usage. Ginny was extremely impressed with what she saw there, at least until she turned to the source of the crashes that started sounding out behind her. Within seconds, Ginny was beyond scared as she saw how casually Harry summoned the most extreme punishment upon those poor puppets without uttering a word and only the barest of flicks of his wand. A display of colorful rays of light, most of these unknown to Ginny and many other light-sighted people, screamed and hissed through the air, bridging the gap between Harry and his targets. On hitting the puppets, they were cutting them in half, setting them aflame, decomposing them quickly or simply blowing them apart in various ways. Some dummies with lesser damage sustained managed to repair themselves while Harry already flayed another one of their comrades, the only visible wand movement being when he changed targets. You must show me how to do this. Ginny shouted excited, jumping up and down like Dobby on a good day after Harry had nearly run out of dummies, leaving smoking and sizzling debris behind. That was unreal. It was so beyond scary when you did all of this in that weird silent way. It would be so cool if I could do that. Hermione exchanged an uncertain glance with Harry, who had stopped at the squealed outburst, staring a bit shocked at the gushing girl. She wasn't sure if Ginny would be able to do that, yet. While Harry had power in abundance to offset the inefficient casting, meaning he didn't really count as an example, Hermione was 2 years older than Ginny, nearly 3 if you counted the extra months she lived through with the help of the time turner. That made Hermione's core rather mature in comparison. Additionally, while her core was good-sized, but nothing to write epic tales about, she had something that made her and Harry, especially him, able to do that: willpower. It was left to decide if Ginny could show the determination needed to master those 2 techniques. Given the fact that the girl in question was rather easy to annoy and her best friend, she was wary about the best way to put it. It was Harry who came to her help, trying to keep the girl's hopes down. "Well, we can try, but there is no guarantee. Remember, this is Newt stuff, and most wizards never get this at all, you understand?" He carefully explained, gently easing the girl into the knowledge that this might be unattainable for her. "Yeah, I know," Ginny pouted. "Still, I would like to try. Will you help me?" she pleaded, puppy eyes on full power. Harry naturally relented and waved her over to the sitting area. "Sit down," he ordered the girl, while he sat next to Hermione. Ginny eagerly flopped down on the opposite couch, listening attentively. "I have a basic exercise for you, while I work with Hermione. First, simply cast a Lumos spell. Concentrate on the effects. Try feeling how the magic flows," he told her. "When you think you got a feeling, try it without incantation. Visualize your wand lighting up. Wordless casting isn't done by just saying the words in your head. That doesn't work. You also have to visualize the result and make it happen," Harry explained, waiting until Ginny acknowledged receipt by nodding thoughtfully. "That's how Hermione and I learned it. Start with casting the spell normally for a few times and then try it wordless. Cast it loud every 10 tries or so, and focus on how the spell feels like before trying again." Ginny nodded and began casting vocally, and then fell into the rhythm of sitting silently, her face scrunched up in concentration and alertly casting the spell once in a while. "Oh, and Ginny, don't be surprised, we are going to put up some privacy charms in that other corner, so we can train without distracting you, are you as?" Harry said over his shoulder as he led Hermione away, only getting a grunt of approval as reply. Quickly, Harry cast a multitude of charms, from a very helpful muffling spell Hermione had found in the book up to obscuring, ending with a repelling ward, just in case. Ginny was a Weasley and a girl, making her one of the most curious creatures possible. This done, Harry returned to the task of helping Hermione, who meanwhile had transfigured a heap of dummy parts into a pair of chairs and a small table for them to sit, learn wandless casting. They had earlier settled for trying to float a feather, which currently was the recipient of Hermione's steely glare. Seriously, the way she was glaring and pointing her hand at the feather made Harry think that she was about to read that poor feather the riot act. She still had difficulties achieving anything, and every now and then, her temper flared, resulting in the feather getting incinerated. This was coincidentally the reason why Harry didn't dare to tell her how silly she looked. Dutifully, Harry told her every time that this was actually a good sign, since she at least was projecting her magic at the feather. She now only had to learn controlling it. Hermione always just huffed at him and conjured a new feather to stare to death, while Harry fetched his bag and continued to read up the theory portions Tonks had advised crucial for their Newt exams. She had sent them a letter to that regard, also telling Harry that she had started the paperwork on his mastery already and would submit them and his needed memories during Christmas break, if, and only if, she was finished with the forms by then. Be that as it may, all good things come to an end sometimes, and soon they were on the way back to their dormitories to shower and dress for CL. Ginny hadn't managed to do anything in her practice, but she wheedled and puppy dog-eyed both into letting her join their daily exercises. Back in the common room and feeling more human after the shower, Harry went straight to his girlfriend waiting on the couch, reading. How she always was faster than him, having long hair and being a girl, was beyond him. Ginny proved the stereotype to be somewhat true, as she always took ages in the shower, and would certainly show up late at breakfast, as usual, with her hair still wet and clothes a little damp due to the lack of proper toweling. His teenage mind would come up with several entertaining reasons for her long showers, but rational thoughts prevailed, making him realize that she might just like the always hot water and the lack of disruptions, compared to the burrow. Sitting down and planting a on Hermione's cheek, he received a smile in return. Hey there, we must find a solution to our living arrangements, she whispered in his ear. Sleeping alone doesn't do it for me anymore. Tell me about it, Harry whispered, rising and pulling her with him. At least you don't have to bother with Ron. That guy can clear whole forests in a single night, he joked while leading her to the exit and to the waiting breakfast. Hermione huddled herself against his arm as they jostled themselves through the too small, for two, at least, page, reluctant to let him go. Well, that puts him in competition with Parvati. You wouldn't believe the noise her petite nose is able to produce. Really, I'd never thought, but that's what silencing charms are for, aren't they? She cheekily added, chatting happily about stuff like only young couples can do. They made their way down to the already well-filled Great Hall, not knowing that the good day was about to end. Down there they sat at their usual places furthest away from the head table, and began loading their plates with scones, and some scrambled eggs in Harry's case. Hermione was just finished pouring them some tea to go with that when something was shouted over the din of breakfast that made her drop the teapot, shattering it and spilling the contents over the table. What's wrong with you, Weasley? Are you sulking because the mudblood whore isn't spreading her legs for you anymore? Malfoy had his back turned on them, and either not knowing that Harry and Hermione were attending breakfast already, or very well aware of it, had accosted Ron at his now usual seat at the middle of the table, ever since he sat with Dean and Seamus at the feast. The Slytherin would-be prince probably was still remembering the last year, as his position in the inquisitorial squad allowed him to go scot-free when spouting his venom whenever he liked to. He laughed loudly at the venomous glare he received from the 3 Gryffindor boys in front of him. While Hermione felt tears of shame well in her eyes at being insulted so vilely in public, Harry had already reacted and risen. With a wave of his wand, he barely refrained from pulling the hidden battle wand. He sent a powerful wordless bludgeoning hex at Draco. The boy noticed the hex at the last second, proving that he actually had watched out for Harry's reaction, and spun around to dodge, while trying to block it with his arms, protecting his own head. The hex impacted with a resounding crack, sending the boy flying ass over teakettle, and landing on his side. The resulting cries of pain and the fact that the blond boy was cradling his right arm with his left as he squirmed on the stone floor proved the umption that he had broken at least one bone. That fact didn't mean much to Harry, who continued stalking towards his prone enemy, his intent to deal even more punishment readily evident for all to see. The students near the fallen Slytherin were trying to put as much distance as possible between the two combatants, while still keeping a good line of sight on the events, while some of the students at Slytherin table rose and reached for their wands. When Professor Snape rose to interfere, Dumbledore chose that precise moment to act. "Everybody stop," he yelled, his loud voice easily carrying throughout the hall. "Professor Snape, I believe that these insults have been addressed adequately already. I don't believe that Mr. Malfoy should be punished beyond the point he already has been," he said, while looking intently at his subordinate. Snape frowned, but clearly got the message and sat down, glaring as if he wanted to roast someone on a spit, most probably the Potter T. Dumbledore smiled benignly as he turned to address the resident nurse, who still sat there, stunned, the fork halfway to her mouth. "Madame Pomfrey, would you please escort Mr. Malfoy to the infirmary?" Startled into action, the matron jumped up and started to round the table to reach the whimpering student on the floor. Unnoticed in the general clutter, Harry hadn't stopped and was still approaching Malfoy, but still a good 24 feet away. He moved slowly, as if each of these steps took great efforts. And still, he radiated such anger that the students sitting along the path he took were instinctively cringing away, fighting their own flight reflex. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said loudly, but to no avail. Still, Harry slowly stalked toward his downed adversary, his nostrils flaring with every step he took. Dumbledore didn't have the record for the least students killed under his watch for nothing. Okay, the fact that the international ban on dueling was instigated did help, but still, he immediately noticed the danger signs. Showing the age-defying agility he was famous for, he vaulted the table and took a few quick steps forward. "Mr. Potter," he called again, while quickly flicking his wand in an intricate pattern as he did so, casting a shield dome over Pomfrey and her charge. This finally caught the attention of the boy in question, who stopped and looked defiantly at the old man approaching and stopping between him and his prey, his wand hand tightening its grip slightly as he glared at the headmaster. I believe that this unfortunate matter has been settled, hasn't it? Albus Dumbledore said, looking intently at Harry. At first, Harry was tempted to tell the man to bugger off, that he had the right to flay Malfoy, but since one of his long-term goals depended on the cooperation with the headmaster, he kept his temper. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly managed to give a nod, only to immediately raise his empty hand to signal that he had something to add. Almost. There's one thing left to say, Harry spoke, before straightening up and staring at the idiot whining as the nurse waved her wand over Malfoy's arm. You are lucky that you are too young to be formally called to a duel. Especially as there is no honor in beating a pathetic excuse for a wizard like you are. But since you are eager to step in the criminal footsteps of your father, you leave me no choice, he said, straightening up and raising his wand. The whole crowd jumped a little as he did so, even though he had it pointed upward. Dumbledore squinted his eyes a little, but didn't interfere, secure that his shield around the Malfoy boy would allow him to sit things out. When Harry finally spoke instead of casting, Dumbledore was as shocked by the words as everyone else in the vicinity. Draco Malfoy, for the repeated transgressions by thee and the upstart house Malfoy in general, thee and thy mother are hereby cast out of the ancient house of Black. If thee and thy family do not cease to harm me and mine, I will be forced to swear vengeance on the insignificant house of Malfoy. Heed my warning. So I spoke, and so mote it be. He shouted, using the formal speech of the old ways, and ignoring the gasps echoing through the great hall as his wand flashed and signed his actions. No one could deny the validity of this measure. Legally, Harry would have been all right to duel Malfoy to the death for the insult to his betrothed, if only the boy had been of age. Even a bludgeoning curse as direct response was not excessive, given the type of insult delivered. In the eye of the public, Potter was actually acting rather restrained. Thus said, Harry gave a nod at the headmaster, turned, and left the hall, gathering Hermione on his way out. On his way out, Harry just barely heard the start of an impromptu speech by Dumbledore, in which the man expressed his hope that this was the first and last time that he would have to witness or hear about such a blatant misdemeanor by one of his students as Mr. Malfoy had just performed. While he was quite aware that Dumbledore was spinning the events for his own goals, he didn't care. He was too focused at the distressed girl trying to dig herself into his shoulder. He had some consoling to do. Later that day, Transfiguration CL was no fun at all. The lesson topic, switching spells between Verti and insects, wasn't that hard, at least now that Harry had actually read ahead and knew what he was supposed to do. It wasn't that he was disgusted by bugs like some of the more girly girls like Lavender who was on the verge of breaking down at the prospect of touching a weevil. And frankly, he found his mouse looked cool with gropper legs, albeit it proved a bit challenging to confine it to the table. It was the looks of their CL mates that were grating on Harry's nerves. Hermione had chosen the three wise monkeys approach, and was completely focusing on the lesson, but Harry knew that she was more hurt than she showed. He had been with her in the empty CL room she had chosen to hide in. At least she had stopped using girls' toilets. Hogwarts had a tradition of bad things happening to people crying in toilets. Harry believed the worst thing had been that Ron hadn't risen to her defense like he always used to. In fact, instead of him jumping up or at least shouting at Malfoy, Harry was quite sure to have seen Ron actually giving Hermione a brief dark glance. Harry had purposely interfered swiftly and harshly before Ron might have said something derogatory. Hermione would have been devastated if he had. Finally, the period found an end, but while they were putting their things away, they heard Professor McGonagall's voice rising over the din. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, would you please stay after CL? The couple finished packing their bags, and moved forward to meet Professor McGonagall. When the last student had left the room, she gave the two children a smile and informed them that the headmaster had asked her to escort them to his office before lunch. Since they had a free period, they didn't have any reason to refuse. It took them just a minute of walking to follow their professor to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle had already stepped aside when they arrived, and McGonagall immediately led them up the stairs and into the room. Hello, Professor, Miss Granger, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore greeted them tiredly from behind his desk. Please take a seat, everybody. Care for a drop? Harry couldn't help but smile at the offer. He doubted anyone else had ever taken up on that offer. Carefully avoiding eye contact, he politely waved off and waited for his girlfriend to sit down. McGonagall chose, like the last time, to rather keep standing behind her students. When Harry finally had taken a seat, too, Dumbledore cleared his throat, signaling the start of the meeting. I have made some inquiries since our last meeting, and it seems like I have done you a horrendous misdeed, Mr. Potter. He started the long speech he had carefully formulated during the last few days. Most people think I am a genius and a master of all kinds of magic known to wizard kind. I am but a man, and thus, fallible. While I have accumulated knowledge of a vast amount of spells due to my long life and am rather capable in transfiguration and potions, I sorely lack in the area of runes. Yes, I know a lot of ward patterns to use, but I lack the formal education in that areas, something I sorely regret, but lack the time and energy to correct. Dumbledore began his monologue, seemingly looking absently-mindedly out of the window. Harry took the opportunity of the headmaster's eyes being averted to look at the man. He was rather shocked to see how old the man seemed, and how spent he looked. That was exactly the effect the headmaster had hoped for. His position in front of the window was chosen carefully. The harsh light in contrast to the dim lighting of the rest of the office made him look much older, and he had carefully increased the effect by staying up all night, taking care of some of the paperwork he had neglected over the summer. The Malfoy boy actually had done Dumbledore a favor by creating this incident. He hoped that the pair would think this was a spontaneous meeting instead of a carefully planned one. About 15 years ago, that particular lack of knowledge came to roost when I was frantically looking for a way to protect the child of some fallen friends. Looking for some way to cement the protection Mr. Potter's mother has left him, I found a pattern to bind someone's blood towards, he said, ignoring the surprised look Professor McGonagall sent him at this admission. I was ecstatic. That would make these wards not only very powerful, but also nigh impenetrable to Voldemort, as it would include the power of the mother's sacrifice in the wards. And I was right. They stopped 3 attempts at your life before you were 4, and by then, all attempts ceased. After having said this, Dumbledore shook himself and turned back to face his guests. Minerva's deprecating expression was expected, but he had come to the conclusion that it would be less damaging if she heard it like this, instead as an accusation of malice by the kids. Still, it did hurt. He warily looked at Harry, his feigned remorse so visible on his face that Harry didn't have the heart to look away instantly. That slight gesture made the elderly man's eyes light up with a small smile of well-hidden triumph, and made him continue to speak. I honestly didn't know about the side effects this would result in. Since you still showed powerful accidental magic, and performed rather well at Hogwarts, I never would have thought that something was amiss. I know now that those draining effects must have been the worst when you stayed at Privet Drive, and that powerless feeling must have been horrible for you, he said sorrowfully, sighing at that point to increase the dramatics. And for that, and the pain the release ritual you obviously went through must have caused you, I do apologize with all of my heart. I now can fully understand why you lost trust in me, Dumbledore finally said. Harry had to keep from smiling when he realized that Dumbledore had once again come to the wrong conclusion. His hand was squeezed by Hermione, and with a short exchange of glances and a shake of his head, they agreed that they shouldn't tell him. Seeing the couple exchange some meaningful looks, Albus Dumbledore sighed. He knew that Harry was still upset, since the boy had most obviously just signaled his girlfriend that he wasn't inclined to forgive him, yet. He really should have looked up those wards earlier and have helped with the release ritual, himself, maybe right after the tournament incident. Or after Sirius' death. This would have helped him tremendously in regaining the boy's trust. Water under the bridge, he sighed. With the situation this desperate, he would need to make a concession. An insignificant one, at first, he told himself, suppressing his smile. After all, he already had confirmed his suspicion that they went somewhere out of Britain by reading The Weasley Girl. He hummed they went to where Sirius went hiding, which indicated that they were in the Caribbean, somewhere. He had nearly forgotten about the bird Black used when he reported in after his escape. He also knew that the Lovegood girl probably knew something, maybe even more than Miss Weasley, but he would never, ever, try to read that girl again. I feel I have to make amends to you because of this. In order to prove my good intentions, I will cease to ask about your whereabouts and residence last summer, Dumbledore spoke, his heaving as if it took him a lot of effort to let go of this topic. He gravely sighed, trying to increase the image he had put forward, before he spoke again, as if it were an afterthought. but I hope you will be inclined to tell me how I could reach you. Come next summer, in order to stay in contact in case of a sudden emergency or interesting news," he said. Knowing very well from their reaction that this wasn't enough, Dumbledore knew he had to make another sacrifice. And since they wouldn't make eye contact, anyway, he thought, with another suppressed smile. "And in order to calm your last fears about me," Dumbledore told the kids, before slowly reaching for his wand. Harry and Hermione tensed slightly, their hands inching towards their own wands, but Dumbledore kept his wand in only 2 fingers, and pointed downward. Sighing in an overly dramatic, defeated way, Dumbledore gave them an oath he believed to be necessary but acceptable. "I swear that I will not use legilimency on any of you. On my magic, so mote it be. I hope that you find it in your heart to forgive an old man for his presumptuousness and mistakes," Headmaster Dumbledore said when the flash of his oath had dissipated. Harry was still a bit cautious. There were at least 2 or 3 ways he could think of on the fly to circumvent that oath. Pondering whether to trust the man or not, his eyes fell on the figure of Fawkes sitting on his perch in the corner. The fact that the bird hadn't left the headmaster put his mind a bit at ease, and since he knew would probably need the headmaster's help to survive Voldemort, he chose to take the high ground and offer an olive nch. He simply stood up and offered his hand. Dumbledore took but a second to stand and reach out, himself. After shaking it a few times, each time smiling a bit brighter, he released the hand and sat down. "Thank you, my boy. Merlin knows that I needed some good news after the long discussion I just had with Professor Snape," Dumbledore chuckled. To say that he was very upset about that incident at breakfast would be quite an understatement. Casually coasting over the fact that he hadn't mentioned that incident until now, he turned to address Hermione. "That said, I apologize about what happened, Miss Granger. Something like that will never happen again, you." Hermione bristled at that. "While I appreciate the sentiment, I cannot believe that, Headmaster. As long as Malfoy can get away with anything, he will continue," she said testily. "I wouldn't say that he can get away with everything. You surely are exaggerating a bit." "Quite understandable, I say, but nonetheless," Dumbledore replied, only digging his grave deeper as Hermione didn't relent, but bristled, with her renewed ire now completely directed at the elderly man in front of her. "Really?" she asked coldly, her eyes squinting dangerously before she started to count points off on her fingers. "He openly supports Voldemort. He has acted hostile against anyone not of pure blood ever since first year. Every time he insults someone, Professor Snape hovers nearby to deal out punishment against anybody who dares to retaliate. Why, that little arrogant jerk is still prefect, even after he blatantly abused his position in the inquisitorial squad to terrorize other students last year." She nearly shrieked at the end. "I still believe that he might be reformed if we don't vilify him and show him the error of his ways," Dumbledore fidgeted, looking down at his folded hands in his lap. Even Professor McGonagall snorted at this point. "And how do you think he will ever change when he can do as he pleases without consequences? I appealed to you on this many times already, Albus. At least strip him of his prefectship. The incident today would be enough to have anybody removed," she told Dumbledore sharply, using her honed staring technique. "But what would that prove? It would only drive him away faster." Dumbledore stubbornly stood by his opinion. "It would prove that misbehavior is going to get punished. It would prove that you care about the innocent, instead of just the guilty. I would bet nuts for galleons that he even carries the dark mark already," Harry said. The way that the headmaster looked away for a short moment made him stop and stare at the man. He sincerely hoped that he had misread the man's body language, but Professor McGonagall's shout of outrage proved his umption. "Albus, how could you? You let a marked Death Eater into this school. He still can be reformed. He is just young and confused," Dumbledore insisted. Professor McGonagall glared wordlessly at her boss for a few seconds before she addressed the 2 students present, but without removing her eyes from him. "I believe you 2 should return to your common room. Your discussion with the headmaster can wait until later. I have something administrative to discuss with him first," she nearly growled, her look at the headmaster intensifying by the second. "Now," she hissed as the 2 didn't react immediately. Smiling softly, Harry rose and helped Hermione to her feet, an unnecessary but appreciated gesture. They gave their goodbyes and turned to leave, but Harry stopped again. "Just one more thing, Headmaster, I meant what I said," Draco has one last chance. The next stupid stunt will be his last. You better inform Professor Snape of this so he can have a word with his protege, he said, and led Hermione out. He could nearly feel the impact of the silencing charm on the door as soon as it fell shut. The headmaster was really in for it. Did you notice? Harry asked in a whisper as they were a few steps away from the staircase. You mean his hand? Honestly, that would be hard not to notice at this distance. If we weren't so careful not to look at him, we would have seen at the first meeting, already, Hermione huffed. The skin looked like parchment to me, she added. Yes, and it felt like it, too, dry and brittle, like a twig, and it was cold to the touch. It wasn't looking like that when we met after the Ministry battle. I wonder what the story behind that is, he mused as he led his girlfriend around the corner and in a particular direction. Hermione's eyes lit up as she noticed the current course they were on, and gave his arm an affectionate squeeze. It might be interesting to bring it up later. But I doubt he would tell us. Really, that man can drive a nun to murder with his aggressive evasive routine, Hermione huffed. I swear, if we didn't need to pick his in so badly, really. Did you notice the vague oath he had given to placate us? Honestly, does he think we are stupid? I swear, I could tell you a dozen ways on the spot how he could circumvent it, not considering the inherent feasibility. Hermione started ranting about the headmaster, while Harry just hugged her closer and smiled at her antics as they continued towards their target. They spent the rest of their free period in the Leary, where Hermione made Harry study for their defense newt, something Harry didn't need much pushing with. Since they were at approximately the same level in the theoretical part of that course, it was a rather productive hour they spent there. Hermione had made them a study schedule for their year, and was estimating them being ready for their newts in April, May, tops. The prospect of finishing some clees a year early made Hermione positively giddy, and Harry greatly benefited from that once they left the Leary. He found out that there were 12 cupboards on the way back to the common room, for instance. At lunch, Dumbledore casually announced that Blaise Zabini was taking over the 6th-year male Slytherin prefect position, but without stating any reason. After all, everybody knew the reason. The incident was more than public. Draco looked murderous, Snape just glared at Harry, and McGonagall looked suspiciously smug. A few days later, Hermione had finished the potions book, and after some research in the Leary and some test potions brewed proved the addendums to be right, she copied them into her own book. Harry planned to do so as well, once his own copy would finally arrive. The old book had some pages that barely held on, and, except for the additions, was the same as the newer version. They tried some very interesting spells described in it, but also had a discussion about who the Half-Blood Prince, the last owner according to the inscription inside the book, could have been. Harry claimed that a prince should be male, but Hermione differed. They decided to agree to disagree after a heated discussion, and Hermione promised that she would find out who she had been in the Leary. A second later, they began to make up by snogging, ignoring the wolf whistles and cheers from the others in the common room. When both finished with perfect results on the anti-snoring potion the next CL, Slughorn nearly soiled himself while he praised both to the skies. After CL, he made both accept invitations to an informal meeting at his quarters in about a week. He tried to be charming by telling Hermione that he had expected her to be there anyway as partner of Harry, but only thought it to be polite to invite her on her own. Hermione smiled, but looked right through that flimsy attempt to woo her. September 12th. Professor McGonagall stood outside the charmed CL room, waiting, when the Gryffindor students vacated said room. Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, could we have word, please? She curtly spoke as she spotted them in the crowd. Of course, Professor, Hermione replied brightly. Professor McGonagall waited a few moments until most of the students were out of immediate earshot, before she came to the point. Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to escort you to another meeting, tonight after dinner, she said, her face even harder than usual. Hermione was slightly disturbed by that sight, and more than puzzled, until she finally came to a sudden realization. Oh, we're sorry, Professor. Of course, all these meetings are cutting into your schedule, she gasped. After a short moment of introspection, she turned to Harry. Do we really need to draw on Professor McGonagall? I mean, we do have a truce with the headmaster, so to speak, she asked, winking surreptitiously at him out of sight of their head of house. "Of course not. Please accept our apologies for the inconvenience caused and our sincere thanks for your stance in this matter," Harry addressed their professor. The stern woman actually gave him a slight smile in response. "Very well, Mr. Potter. I shall retire to my office, then. Please do not hesitate to call on me if you find yourself in need of my stance again." "Miss Granger, Mr. Potter," she said, nodded and walked away in a brisk pace. What exactly was this? Harry inquired as soon as they were alone, steering her towards the longer route to the Leary. "Harry, honestly, I think I shall introduce you to the works of Machiavelli," Hermione laughed as she hooked her arm into his. "That's the dictatorship guy, isn't he?" "That's a really simplistic view, but it is essentially correct," Hermione replied mirthfully. "How about you tell me why we now are without a chaperone, and I read it up later." "Don't play stupid. We didn't get her on our side just to alienate her again by needlessly wasting her time," Hermione admonished him. Harry smiled impishly as he ducked his head in reply. Hermione shook her head with bright laughter as he did so. "And if Dumbledore reneges on his promise, then she will come down on our side of the fence. We are the ones making the peace offering here, remember?" "Right, so we'll face him alone, this time," Harry replied evenly as they took the last turn and came in sight of the Leary. "And the next times, I'm afraid Dumbledore has made a standing appointment for these meetings," he chuckled. Hermione laughed along with Harry, but couldn't dismiss that theory out of hand. Later, the headmaster's office. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. Please come in, take a seat." Albus Dumbledore was his jovial self, the former disagreement forgotten as if there never had been any. "Where is Professor McGonagall? I thought she would accompany you," he asked when he noticed that they had showed up without a chaperone. "As we have come to an agreement, we thought it wouldn't be necessary to waste her time," Harry warily replied, still a bit wary that Dumbledore might change his mind again. Nonetheless, he smiled friendly and did as they had been told. "Indeed, my boy, indeed," Dumbledore said with a satisfied smile before he spoke the magical words that marked the start of a meeting in his office. "Care for a drop?" Both teens declined politely, something Dumbledore took in stride. After all, less than a handful had taken him up on this offer for a decade, at least. That only meant more drops for him. "It elates my old heart to see that we can put our differences aside and work together for the good of all people," Dumbledore began with great pathos, something he was famous for. That and the garish colors he usually wore. The baby blue robes with green moving stars on it that he wore today were no exception to that rule. "I have planned, during the early summer, for us to review some memories of Voldemort and his past, in order to understand our enemy better. I had planned to start these reviews as soon as you had set foot into Hogwarts, but alas, most plans never survive contact with reality, they say," he spoke as he rose from his throne-like seat. Behind his back, he missed the two pairs of eyes rolling silently at his cheap shot at guilt-tripping them. "I'd like to start with the memory of Bob Ogden, an employee of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Thankfully, I was able to persuade him to cede these memories to our cause," Dumbledore said while opening the cabinet that stored his pensive. "What is it about?" Hermione asked enquiringly. She never had used a pensive before and was eager to have that experience, eyeing the huge stone basin hungrily. "It is about a visit he had made during his active years in the department," Dumbledore said, while he poured a silvery liquid into the pensive and stirred it with his wand. "Is it safe to enter that memory? Can we get hurt inside of this?" Hermione asked, pointing at the bowl that was only 1.5 feet in diameter. "As Mr. Potter can attest, it's not painful, and quite safe. We can't interact with it, nor can we be harmed in any way. While in there, we are bodily there and at the same time, we are not. For instance, we can't even cast spells. I can also assure you that we will be expelled from the pensive as soon as the memory has ended," Dumbledore said, chuckling at her expression. While feeling slightly more confident after that explanation, Hermione still was shocked when Dumbledore was led into the bowl like into a giant vacuum hose. Harry cast a few powerful locking spells at the doors and windows, just in case, and then followed the headmaster without a second thought. Showing her Gryffindor traits, she swallowed her fear and did like he did, landing next to Harry, after a few seconds of falling through some kind of mist, like some weird kind of portkey travel, on some lane in the country, Dumbledore stood next to them. Amazed, they were watching the incident of Ogden entering the Gaunt house, or better hovel, occupied by Marvolo Gaunt, his son Morphin and daughter Merope, trying to arrest the younger Gaunt man for hexing a muggle. Harry had to translate partially, since all the Gaunts seemed to be Parselmouths and were talking Parseltongue amongst each other. The whole thing rapidly escalated into a scene of domestic violence as the father started to lay into his near-squib daughter for being attracted to a muggle named Tom Riddle, and culminated in a pell-mell escape by Ogden as the men turned their rage on him. It took not long until they felt a soaring feeling, and then landed hard on their feet in the headmaster's office. Surprisingly, Dumbledore said nothing when Harry removed the locking charms from the doors and windows. A few minutes later, Dumbledore had explained who they had met in that hovel near Little Hangleton, and how the rest of that story turned out, with Merope seducing Tom Riddle via love potions, which ultimately lead to the birth of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Apparently, once her pregnancy showed, she naively thought he would stay with her because of the child and quit the potions and told him about magic. Riddle left her immediately. Sad story, Hermione said when Dumbledore was done. She died, didn't she? I remember something about Voldemort being raised in an orphanage, didn't you say so? Yes, as far as I know, she died after giving birth, surviving only long enough to name him, Dumbledore sadly said, taking a seat at his desk. But that is a tale for another evening. Very well, a good evening to you, Headmaster, Harry replied, raising from the seat and extending a hand to his girlfriend. Once she was on her feet, they moved to leave the office, when Harry's eye fell on some trinket on a shelf behind Dumbledore. Although it had apparently seen some fire damage, and had a crack in the stone, it was still recognizable. Hey, isn't that the ring Marvolo wore? Dumbledore raised his head from a paper he was reading. Please. Oh, this ring, yes, it is. I came into its possession early this July. Funny coincidence, Harry said, as he opened the door and led Hermione out. We have Merope's locket at home. Harry, wait. Bewildered, Harry stopped walking and chatting to Hermione, and turned around. No one else than Albus Dumbledore was calling for him, running after them, his baby blue robes hiked up to show some spindly, pale legs and bright yellow oriental slippers with long, upward-turned points. Strange, I had pegged him for a bunny slipper type, Harry thought, a surreal thought spurred by a surreal experience. Come with me, quick, Dumbledore said when he reached them, leading them quickly back to the office they just left. Dumbledore threw the door closed as soon as they had entered. You have the locket, he asked, grabbing Harry's arms with both hands, nearly shaking the boy in excitement. Sorry, I got carried away, he quickly apologized as Harry shrugged the hands off. You really have the locket? He inquired again. Yes, I do think so. We found it at Grimmauld Place this summer, Harry replied. Actually, we had found it there a year ago, when we were cleaning the house with the Weasleys, Hermione corrected. We found it in a cabinet full of dark stuff. We couldn't open it, so we threw it away. The headmaster blanched at that. You tried to open it? He asked breathlessly. Harry nodded. Yes, of course. Remember, I even banged it against a table a couple of times in order to open it, but it wouldn't, he said, grinning at Hermione, not noticing the headmaster nearly swooning at his proclamation, just out of his sight. I remember, Hermione said, glaring at Harry for some reason. Given what happened to Creature, you got away lucky, Potter. Harry flinched as he realized how he had dodged that bullet by sheer luck. It seemed a good idea back then, he admitted sheepishly, while Hermione tapped her foot, rolling her eyes in annoyance. What happened to Creature, and the locket? Dumbledore interrupted their banter. Both could see that the man was visibly distraught for some reason. He looked rather pale around the nose and eyes. As this was the only part of his face readily visible due to his beard, it had to suffice. We found the lock near his scorched remains. It had burned a hole through his. He seemed to have worn it around his neck and somehow, he managed to open it. At least it was open when we found it, Hermione reported how they had come into possession of the locket. So it has been destroyed. It showed some minor damage from the heat, but is still mostly intact. Why are you interested in it? Hermione asked, before she hit her forehead with her right hand. Of course, how stupid, it's Slytherin's locket. It's an irreplaceable artifact of the Founders, it's priceless, especially for Hogwarts. Dumbledore had stumbled to his seat while Hermione did her monologue. Heavily, he sat and stared out of the window. If only, he sadly whispered too softly to be heard, before straightening. I must do some tests on the locket, may I see it? He pleaded at Harry. Harry didn't mind. No problem, Headmaster. We can surely arrange that over the holidays. I would rather see it immediately, Dumbledore replied in an eager way. I could fetch in less than an hour, provided I am allowed to leave the castle, Harry retorted, sensing that this might be important. But since Hermione wasn't of age, yet, they technically weren't allowed to leave. Do this, my boy, Dumbledore said, writing a note on a piece of parchment, which he handed to Harry. Take this to Professor McGonagall and have her escort you, for safety. Is it safe to handle? Hermione demanded. The headmaster's behavior had made her wary. Dumbledore thought a moment before answering. It should be. You touched it before, even when it was intact, and nothing happened. But to be sure, better levitate it into a box and do not touch it. But the underage decree, Hermione replied, earning herself a sly smile from Dumbledore. Miss Granger, I am very well aware that the Ministry can't track underage magic in a Fidelius-protected home, just as well as you are. Or do you want to make me believe that you both developed your knack for word and motionless casting overnight? He told her with twinkling eyes, laughing softly. Harry joined the laughter and pulled his sputtering girlfriend towards the exit. 35 minutes later, Harry handed a pink Tupperware box over to Dumbledore, who raised an inquiring eyebrow. It was the first box with a lid I found, Harry answered the unspoken question with a shrug, slightly annoyed. He had to answer that question twice, already. Dumbledore turned the box over in his hands, and looked for the hinges or nails that kept it closed. Finally, he pulled at the lid, which came half open with a loud pop. Interesting, Dumbledore said and pushed the lid shut, getting another pop, only to pull it open again and examine the edges of the box and lid, and how they worked together. Albus, aren't there more pressing matters to tend to? Professor McGonagall chided her superior. Sometimes, he could be as bad as Arthur Weasley when it came to muggles and their concoctions. When it was important enough to warrant her escorting a student to London to fetch some object immediately and at haste, he should at least pay more attention to that thing than to the box it came in. Of course, Minerva, Dumbledore replied absent-mindedly, putting the lid onto his table, no doubt for later inspection. Now focusing on the task at hand, Albus Dumbledore gave the locket in the box a thoughtful look and examination. It was Slytherin's locket, without question. Minerva's gasp in the background signaled that she had identified the artifact, too. Mr. Potter, how did you come into possession of it? Minerva McGonagall nearly screamed as she whirled around to address the boy. This is an invaluable historical object. Would you be interested in a lend agreement with Hogwarts? She said while Dumbledore drew his wand and began to cast inspection spells at the locket, each more obscure than the other. We would agree to a 10-year exhibit for starters, if we could receive joint quarters. Hermione took advantage of the situation. Harry blushed brightly at the unexpected candor of his girlfriend, and even Dumbledore failed an incantation as he broke into laughter at his deputy's face. McGonagall was warring with herself, worrying her lip. She couldn't condone, much less facilitate, such behavior, but it was in exchange for a Founder's heirloom. Minerva, please, although I know your love for the Founders, you know that this is not possible, Dumbledore said with a chuckle. But I believe Mr. Potter would gladly have that locket displayed at Hogwarts in his name, anyway. By the way, could you please go and remind all the staff that this term's mandatory weekly meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, 5 to 7 p.m. He said innocently. Why should I, Albus? You already. Professor McGonagall began, only to notice the twinkle in the headmaster's eyes and the bright smiles on her students' faces. Sighing deeply, she acknowledged the deal. I will remind them, Headmaster. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, please be aware that I will be very disappointed if this administrative information leaves this office, she said frostily, and with a nod to her boss, she left the room. It's for Slytherin's locket, she reminded herself as she pulled the door shut behind her. Would you mind to leave me this trinket for a while for some tests, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked after they were alone again. When Harry agreed, he bid them goodbye and watched them leave. What a pity. He would surely have turned into a really good wizard, he thought sadly as the boy left, contemplating what cruel fate the boy was destined to. Then he shook his head and banished the thought for now. He had some important tests to do. The rest of September went by in a uniform flow of clees, study, practice and make-out sessions. Only a few days stood out in memory. The first Quidditch practice on September 14th, for example, was one candidate. Since the team had lost its beaters, the keeper and two of the chasers, it was nothing else but a huge tryout. All in all, only Harry and Katie remained from last year's team. Katie had been made captain, something that both agreed was only a slight against Harry, since Katie had read in the papers about the state of relations between the headmaster and Harry at the time the badge was given to her. Given the fact that she was in her newt year, and Harry the next oldest teammate, it would have been clear that he should have gotten the badge. They agreed that they would share the burden, as Katie had less time, and they split off to review their candidates, Katie putting the chasers and keepers through a ringer, while Harry played target for the beater prospects. Most of the trial was easy. Apart from choosing Ginny and a girl named Demelza for chasers, a no-inner given Ginny's flying and Demelza's skill at dodging bludgers, Dean made it reserve chaser, something that he would surely be rewarded for by Ginny later. The beaters were rather easy to replace, since only two boys, named Peeks and Coot, were any good. At least they were better than Kirk and Sloper, but that wasn't exactly rocket science. The whole experience of keeper tryout, on the other hand, was difficult to describe properly. Catch-22, Hobson's choice, between Scylla and Charybdis, between a rock and a hard place, between the hammer and the anvil, between two fires, cornered, in a dilemma, in a pickle, sitting on a powder keg, or the good old, pick your poison. It was not so much that the two contenders were incompetent, not at all, but they were Ron and an arrogant hole named Cormac McLaggen. Both were about equal in skill, but what Ron lacked in confidence, McLaggen more than compensated in pure holery. In the end better Katie, chose Ron, because of McLaggen's very smooth attempts to offer Katie to go out with her, which he made near the end of the tryouts. She might have knocked a tooth loose when she rejected his proposal. "Did you see Katie slapping that jerk?" Harry gasped, nearly doubled over in laughter as he met Hermione by the stands after he had changed. "I wish she had a beater's bat at hand. He was driving me mad with his running commentary about how bad all the others were and what he would do in their stead." "What did he say to her?" Hermione inquired curiously. Of course she had seen how Katie had punched that boy to the ground and had continued yelling at him as he laid there, clutching his nose. "She only told us that he offered to earn his position. What a stupid jerk." Harry told her through his laughter, reaching out for his girlfriend and her bag. Hermione joined his laughter and graciously let Harry take her book bag to carry it. "Come on, it's still some time left. Care for a walk around the lake?" Harry asked, knowing that Hermione wouldn't resist such an offer. As predicted, Hermione happily agreed. What Harry didn't predict was that they ran into Hagrid when they made it a few steps around the stands. "Oh, hello Harry, Hermione," sounded his voice from above their heads. "Hagrid, nice to meet you. What are you doing here?" Harry beamed back, but quickly noticed that something was wrong with his biggest friend. "Has anything happened?" he asked in a concerned voice. "Oh, nothin'," Hagrid said, hastily cleaning his face with a wipe of his coat. That action only made his puffy face stand even more out. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look while Hermione stated, "Doesn't look like nothing to me, Hagrid." "What's wrong with you? Maybe we can help you." The reply consisted in Hagrid letting out a pained wail, before he cleaned his nose in the tablecloth he used as handkerchief. "It's Aragog. He's old. Juan, make it much longer, the old chap," Hagrid blurted before getting all tears once more. "Aragog," Hermione whispered at Harry, who mouthed, "Giant Spider King," at her while Hagrid went on wailing about how he raised that monster from the egg on. Hermione shuddered as she remembered what Harry had told her about that particular adventure. She was actually quite glad that she was petrified during that part of the year, especially since that meant that Ron had to deal with these spiders. On second thought, she should find some spiders for Ron sometimes. She still owed him one for the stunt at the twins' shop. They consoled Hagrid for a few more minutes, but finally they had to make their excuses, since they were expected at the Slug Club meeting tonight. To their surprise, that meeting actually wasn't half bad, if you ignored that most of the people around were just invited because the host was trying to get in their good graces. Harry and Hermione had a brilliant time there, with Neville and a surprisingly also attending Ginny. Ginny had gotten an impromptu invitation instead of a detention after she had hexed McLaggen in the halls, where Slughorn had seen them. The had badmouthed her performance on the pitch, claiming she and Ron got their places because they knew Harry, completely ignoring the fact that it was Katie's decision. She was captain, after all. Slughorn was mightily impressed by her bad bogey hex, and told everybody in range about how far she would make it. Ginny took it in stride, focusing on her snacks and the conversation with her friends as they milled around the room, the group always surreptitiously staying as far as possible away from Slughorn, who had gotten a bit tipsy as the party had moved on and thus louder in his praises of whomever he was talking to at the moment. During the party, Ginny eventually managed to trick Hermione into revealing that the beach vacation had indeed occurred in the Caribbean, on a black property. Hermione had subsequently declared that this was to be kept secret, or she would learn how to obliviate and use this to erase the knowledge of potty training from the girl's memory. Harry then proceeded to explain to the properly cowed Ginny and Neville how to avoid Snape's legilimency, and agreed to instruct them, along with Luna, in a sort of mini-DA. The next Tuesday. "Sure it's safe," Hermione cautiously commented as they stepped into the room of requirement, now showing a rather accurate copy of their room in Black Manor. "Dumbledore won't dare to go back on his agreement. McGonagall wouldn't even acknowledge she knows about this deal. Snape looks straight through us as if we don't exist. And we're in the room of requirement while all teachers are at their meeting," Harry ticked off on his fingers. Reaching for and taking hold of her shoulders, he bowed to get his mouth right next to her ear. "You're only nervous about what I have in mind for you, aren't you?" he growled softly, letting shivers run down her spine. Turning her head, she involuntarily had to swallow as the intensity in his look seemed to double as he pointed towards the bed. "Strip," and on all fours, he commanded with that damnable grin she adored so much. While she complied, Harry stripped as well, but then put his belt back on, around his hips. He then adjusted it so that it sat 3 inches below his belly button. Hermione slightly regretted her, now in hindsight, imprudent teasing during their fencing practice as Harry conjured ropes to secure her, moved into position behind her, and then proceeded to charm the belt hovering between his and her S with a stinging charm. Without warning, nor any means to escape, September 19th arrived, a day Hermione had dreaded since the middle of summer. She didn't want to hint at it, but she sincerely hoped that Harry had planned something. Over the last years, her birthday had mostly paid without much fanfare, maybe a quick recognition and a generic, some friend, present. But this year, not only she had a boyfriend/fiancé, it was her 17th birthday. She was officially an adult now. Hiding her inner restlessness perfectly, she slowly stepped down into the common room, at their customary early time. To her great joy, she was welcomed by a spinning hug and happy by a merry boyfriend and her friends. Ginny and Neville were congratulating her to her big day, and then they left for the room of requirement. Luna joined them as soon as they were out of the door, wishing her a happy 17th 1/5 birthday. Hermione eyed the Ravenclaw girl warily. That number was alarmingly close to her own estimate for the time Turner use in 3rd year for CLEs, homework and extra studies. The others, except for Harry, laughed at what they thought a brilliant Luna joke, and dragged Hermione with them, making it impossible to make a subtle inquiry about how Luna gained that knowledge, and quickly, they had forgotten about it. Their good mood got a dampener when they ran into Nott on the way to the room, but the lone Slytherin wisely retreated quickly without comment. As the group entered the room of requirement, Hermione was delighted. Instead of their normal training room, it was a rather good copy of the drawing room in Grimmauld Place No. 12, her favorite room to lounge and relax, with a good book and a boyfriend in snogging range, preferably. A moment later, a good breakfast and an iced cake were waiting on the table between the couches, courtesy of the elves. Harry had to do nothing but ask. They were actually delighted to have extra work to do. Harry helped her into her favorite seat, without hovering annoyingly over her, something she resented with a paean. She magnanimously allowed him to serve her tea and cake, smiling and chatting happily with her friends. Finally, Ginny started the obligatory round of gift-giving, handing a tidily wrapped package to Hermione. Hermione happily tore the wrapping off the box of Honeyduke's finest. While that was not exactly a personal gift, Hermione very well knew that this was a rather expensive gift for the girl in notorious dire strait, and thanked her more enthusiastically than Ginny had expected. The resulting return hug turned out especially rib-bruising. Neville gave her a book about magical plants of the Caribbean, a thoughtful and useful present, and just personal enough to not be insulting. Neville blushed brightly when Hermione gave him a thank you peck on the cheek, and to everybody's surprise, Ginny added her own to the other cheek. Luna couldn't let this slide and went straight for the center, ing Neville directly on the lips. It was a rather chaste, more like a peck, but Neville nearly had an apoplexy when those lips drew closer. Luna gave Hermione her gift, of course wrapped in the most garish green-yellow patterned wrapping paper ever seen by man. It was made even worse that the borders between the colors were moving, undulating and bending, forming patterns that Hermione was sure laughed at the concept of Euclidean geometry. She kept the paper for later study, and blushed at the present, a book about UAL positions possible by clever spellwork. Be sure to take notes on the suggestions, I might borrow them sometime, Luna said, absently-mindedly brushing some lint, imaginary or real. No one could really tell with Luna, and to her, the borders on that were fluid, anyway, from Neville's shoulder. Poor Neville barely avoided his second near-fatal seizure at this action, missing how Ginny smiled brightly at Luna, and gave her a conspiratorial wink. Hermione could now clearly see the conspiracy against the poor boy and guessed that by the end of year, Neville would either be Luna's boyfriend or dead. Or maybe both, in either order, she mentally corrected herself, they were talking about Luna, after all. Harry concluded the gift presentation by handing Hermione a rather long package. Neville and Ginny immediately began discussing what broomstick that might be, while Luna hummed a collapsible totem pole. When Hermione had removed the packing paper, a polished wooden box came into view. Ginny immediately corrected her guess, stating with authority that this must be a Nimbus broom transport case. Hermione was a bit disappointed by this. A broomstick to make her fly with him would be a nice gift, but a somewhat selfish one, since she still didn't like flying that much. At least it wasn't a book. Books from her friends were expected, but from Harry, it would be very disappointing. Hiding her disappointment, she opened the box, and gaped at the long, slender wooden rod in there. One end had an ornate BR cap for protection and the other side a double circle hilt and a grip. No bristles, but a grip. A Smallsword-style hilt and grip. A scrimshaw ebony grip with golden pommel and a golden shell-style hilt, the two halves resembling clam shells. With a quick turn, Hermione hurled herself at Harry, tackling him in his seat to the ground while she devoured his lips. Luna's wolf whistles and comments made her realize that they still had company, but the smoldering look she gave Harry while she climbed off him promised him that she would make that present worth every canute. With a practiced move, she took the sword and unsheathed it, the blade singing during the motion as it flicked through the air. She expertly whirled and thrust it a few times against an unseen enemy, getting more and more excited, just like her audience, once it became clear to Luna and Neville that she knew how to use that poker. "Harry, I love it, it's perfect," she squealed. "Where did you get that?" "Well, I couldn't just let you use a slowly disintegrating transfigured sword anymore, so I nicked it and went to Lenny to commission a copy worthy of you," Harry chuckled. "It's a Lenny's." Hermione squealed and looked the blade over. Of course, on the unsharpened part of the blade under the hilt, called a Rico, she remembered, there were the sharpness runes and rune sets to make it unbreakable, and Lenny's mark, the crossed bones, causing her to smile even wider. "Look at the pommel," Harry hinted ominously, and Hermione examined the yet unknown markings on it. She then calmly sheathed the blade, put it back onto the table, and launched herself a second time at her fiancé. While they were occupied, Ginny took a look at the pommel, curious of what had caused the current attack. There were two images, one on each side, which looked like coats of arms. "Figures," Neville said after a short look at them. "Those are the Black and Potter crests." While Ginny went on about what a sweet gesture those crests were, Luna interrupted her and asked if they shouldn't provide the two with a comfortable bed or couch, for she would like to take some notes on their other techniques, as well. This comment was odd enough to even stop Hermione's oral abuse of Harry's lips. Luna just moped about the lost opportunity as the couple separated without coupling. The rest of the impromptu party continued with a short demonstration of their fencing to Luna and Neville, which Harry won by a hair's breadth, and some brief and funny lessons to the other three. Finally, it was time to pack and return to their dorms to stow the gifts and get their book bags for Charms CL this morning. Too bad we can't carry them, Hermione sighed while putting the newly christened Venus back into the case to transport her, somewhat covertly. It would be rarring to have some ace in the sleeve, just in case. You don't have to tell me. I tried to come up with a solution, but it's too awkward carrying a concealed blade around. Especially since it is explicitly forbidden in Hogwarts, Harry replied with a sad face. But you're right, it would be cool, he agreed with a longing look in his eyes. Hey Harry, how about some flying after CL? Asked Ron after Charms CL was finished. Harry thought for a moment before responding. They had a free period before lunch, and since it would have been Dada after lunch, he would be free, too. But it was Hermione's birthday, and she would appreciate having the homework done and then a walk or whatever in their free time. Sorry Ron, but not today, we would like to finish Charms' homework first, he finally said, and got an approving smile from Hermione. Seemingly, he had begun to understand the rules of the boyfriend game, as strange as they were in their case. Come on, we have to get in shape for the match. Slytherin won't be easy and we have to beat them. That homework isn't due till next week, Ron said with fervor. And that match is in November, an annoyed Harry replied, while Hermione rolled her eyes. That obviously seemed to prove Ron's point somehow, at least in his opinion. See, we don't have any time to lose, this is the most important match, he insisted, before making a crucial error. We can always copy our homework later from my own. Harry had just enough time to flinch before Hermione reacted. So that's all what I'm good for? She asked with an expression between hurt and anger. Hey, you didn't want to date me, so what do you expect? Ron huffed at her. The sound of her hand impacting on his cheek was ear-splitting. Only their long, and now probably former, friendship kept her from using a fist like she had done with Malfoy years before. Without a further word, she stomped off, leaving Harry to deal with the jerk. You really can't help but to push her buttons, don't you? Harry asked with a sad shake of his head. Ron was also shaking his head, but for a different reason. That girl is mental. What's wrong with her? You, good grief, you're such a bloody git, sometimes. Do you even remember that today is her birthday? Harry replied angrily, shaking his head in chagrin as Ron at least had the decency to blush. You know, if I were you, I'd stay the hell away from her, Harry added as he stalked off after his girlfriend, wondering how much deeper into the doghouse Ron would manage to get himself. About a week later. No, Professor, I don't have any idea what happened. I didn't see anything happen to him, Harry responded truthfully. According to your teammates, you were standing right next to him when he started screaming, Professor McGonagall asked again. So there was no visible effect. No spell flash. No, Professor. 1 second, he was showering and complaining about practice, and the next he started jumping and screaming. Interesting, she replied as she took some notes. What did he shout? Just screams, or did he say something? Something about spiders and bugs, and then we should get them off him. Then he stared at us as if we were monsters or something. He slowly backed away from us and suddenly shouted about the walls melting and ran out of the shower. Professor McGonagall nodded slowly as she took some more notes. That explains his attire. That is all. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Do you know what caused him to act that way? No, Madame Pomfrey has checked Mr. Weasley thoroughly, but found no signs of magic or potion traces. She suspects some food poisoning, or maybe an allergic reaction, as she found a huge variety of perishables when she drained his stomach. He'll need to spend the night in the infirmary for observation, but will be released tomorrow, in time for CL. Thank you, Professor, Harry spoke as he stood and turned to leave the office. Although he never would tell, he had a slight inkling about who might have been responsible for this, concerning the number of trips Hedwig has made between Hermione and Grimmauld Place in the last week since Hermione's birthday. Still, he'd love to know the how. Bang! The sound of the gun in the tunnel to the shrieking shack would have been just as devastating to their ears as the lead ball had been to the target, if they weren't wearing the earmuffs they had borrowed from the Gull House. No one would miss 2 pairs, now that CL was over for the day, and they would return it before they'd head back to the castle. A bit low, Hermione stated, squinting her eyes to see the target better through the smoke. Waving her wand, she cleared the noxious fumes, continuing after the sight had cleared. To the right. You're yanking the trigger again, don't you? She criticized his technique. As if you'd be a better shot, Harry teased back. It's not me who's owning a gun. And I'd do as well as you do. If it weren't for that, I'm only half as strong as you are, Hermione replied testily, squinting her eyes at him before she turned and transfigured another piece of wood into a small pile of black powder. It still bothered her that she couldn't keep that kicking mule on target properly. The black powder charge and the nearly 3/4 of an inch diameter lead ball produced entirely too much recoil for her to handle. Coupled with the built-in inaccuracy of the design, she was lucky if she hit the target at 10 paces. She still remembered the words of Matty when she pointed out that deficit after he had briefed them on those weapons. Guns like that aren't used at range like a wand. They are up close and personal. You'll feel the blood splash into your face. That comment was enough to dissuade Hermione from any notion to buy her own gun. Harry immediately raised his hands and took a step back. Okay, sorry. Gee, at times like that I'm happy you don't have a gun, Hermione. When she smirked at him, he couldn't help but tease her. But then again, you'd never hit me with it, he laughed, and started running towards the shrieking shack as she stopped conjuring lead shots and gave chase, casting tickling charms at him in quick succession. October 12th, the road to Hogsmeade, early in the morning. Have you given Professor McGonagall the note? Hermione asked Harry as she sneaked her arm into the crook of his arm. They were casually strolling down to Hogsmeade on this bright October day, enjoying the last rays of sunshine before the grey Scottish autumn would set in. Of course, they first had run Filch's even more aggressive gauntlet at the door, and dishing his detectors like a sword, he had prodded every student all over, although they were leaving the castle. More than one had commented on the stupidity of that, and had gotten some even less gentle prods in reply. Harry tackled her lightly, careful to not make her stumble too hard. Why, of course not, my dear, he replied in an overly posh voice. Why should I keep her informed on us going to London to get your apparition license, under supervision of my wizarding guardians, when I could just disappear in a time of war, keeping them wondering what might have happened, organizing search parties and giving us hell once we return? Hermione fought hard to keep the laughter to a smile. How silly of me, that would take the whole fun out of it. Don't think about it, Harry smiled jovially. You know that I could do with a bit more excitement in my life. It has been nothing but boring, ever since my birth, Harry said, both laughing loudly along the last meters into the town. Approaching the 3 broomsticks, Harry stopped and held the door open for Hermione, inviting her in with a flourish. While she entered, Harry noticed Draco Malfoy had followed them, heading for the same pub. At least, the boy seemed to have learned his lesson to not mess with a Potter, finally. Ever since the meal incident, he kept clear of Harry, and even kept his big mouth shut. He still glared daggers at them during meals, but most of the time he was out of sight, somewhere. Entering the bar, they made a beeline for the fireplace, and a quick look told him that most of Slytherin, at least the upper years, were already in town. He could see Zabini with some girls and not talking to some guys, among them Vasey and Urquhart, some 7th years he knew from the team. That house seemed to start the day early on Hogsmeade days, probably to be away from the riff-raff. Hermione, mentally already half through the exam, took some flow powder. Tossing it without breaking stride, and stepped into the fire. Harry waited for the flames to die down when the door opened to admit Malfoy, who scowled at seeing Harry standing there. Thank goodness I don't have to stay here with that Ponce and his friends glaring at me, Harry thought as he stepped closer to the fireplace, throwing a few nuts into the bowl and taking some flow powder to follow Hermione to Grimmauld Place. The sight of his face would have ruined my appetite, he chuckled while throwing his handful of powder into the fire. Stepping out into the foyer of Grimmauld Place, he was immediately greeted by Tonks with a warm hug, followed by a healthy handshake and slap on the back from Remus. After the Grangers had their chance to hug the arrivals, they went to change, and within minutes, they had changed into normal everyday robes and prepared to leave for the Ministry. As the Ministry wasn't easily accessible to Muggles, the Grangers opted to wait for their return and to organize the ensuing party. Hermione was already past mental revision and in full pre-test jitters mode, reciting the 3Ds and other theoretical stuff over and over, causing Tonks to roll her eyes most impressively. She was a metamorphagus, after all. Harry kept with the time-proven method of just ignoring it and carrying on as if nothing were wrong, and prompted Tonks to take the lead, since the ministry was her turf. Tonks did so, but only after flicking at Harry's left ear in pain. Harry added that technique to the long list of ways Tonks would use to apply non-magical punishment. His ear still tingled when he stepped out of the ministry flow. Rubbing the offending appendage, he briefly wondered if Tonks used depleted uranium to paint her nails with. Together, they made it through the guard station where a completely star-struck Auror was waiting their wands. Harry feared for a moment that the guard would keep his wand as a memento to meeting the boy who lived, but the man finally handed it back to him, if a bit reluctant. Hermione didn't notice it. She barely noticed anything until they were standing in the test office. All the time she was rehearsing her mental notes for the test, causing the other poor sod that was also waiting to sign up for the test to nearly wet himself in fear of being inadequately prepared as he heard her mutter under her breath. Harry shot him a glance and a sympathetic shrug. He had taken long enough to not be affected by her antics anymore. Finally, her application was filled, with every I dotted and every T crossed, and she and the poor guy were sitting at desks in the test room, while the others were sitting outside in the waiting area. After non-cheating quills had been ped out, they were told that they have 30 minutes for the written theory part. Hermione started scribbling like mad, the auto-engorgement charm on the test paper struggling to keep up with her space requirement. 5 minutes into the test, her paper had tripled in size, the examiner's eyes had doubled in size, and her co-testee was sweating by the bucket. Finally, the time was up and Hermione finished her last sentence. Reluctantly, she handed the now nearly 4 feet long sheet of parchment to the woman supervising the examination. The other testee was nearly crying as he handed his non-engorged paper over and ran out of the room, probably to hide in a toilet and bawl his eyes out. Or maybe getting sick, Harry mentally corrected himself when he caught sight of the man's face as he rushed out. Thus knowing that the exam was over, Harry and his bodyguards, as he jokingly called them ever since Maddie had identified them as such, entered the room, where Harry moved immediately to hug a distraught Hermione, who kept whispering things like, "I forgot," and, "Sure to have that wrong," while Harry shook his head when she wasn't watching, smiled supportively when she was, and kept on patting her back at all times. Given the size of the parchments, the examiner started with the man's parchment. Within barely a minute, she stamped it, ped, and returned it to the man who had returned halfway through her correction. Still a bit green around the gills, he took it, shot Hermione a nasty look and rushed out to get the practical part done without that damned witch in sight. Hermione was fidgeting around, biting nails while the examiner studied her test, which should be called a treatise proper. All the time, the woman gaped at parts of the answers, shaking her head or huffing at herself, and Hermione managed to get even more nervous, her nails already digging into Harry's lower arm. Harry chose to take this in stride, and tried to keep the wincing to a minimum, while Tonks found the situation most amusing. I wonder if sadism is a requirement to become an Auror, Harry thought, keeping his mind focused on the things they usually did when Hermione dug her nails into his flesh, that helped against the pain building up. Before blood was shed, the examiner finished, letting the parchment drop onto the table and staring at Hermione, but saying nothing. After a few seconds of being stared at, unblinking, Hermione couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Did I pee?" in a shaking voice, like she was sure to have totally flunked it. Harry was grinning broadly, joined by Remus and Tonks, when the woman at the desk let her jaw drop at this comment. "Pee, you could have written the book," she blurted, while reaching for the ped stamp. Shaking his head, Harry herded his squealing girlfriend out of the room. 10 minutes later, Hermione was led out of the practical room, waving her apparition license parchment at her friends, squealing, "I did it," like that would come as a surprise to anyone present. Clutching his girlfriend in a bear hug, Harry spun her around while the older couple offered their congratulations verbally. Coming to a standstill, Harry kept the hug a bit longer, while Hermione burrowed her face into his neck. As he felt her smile against his skin, he got a sudden idea. "Remember about the woman saying you could write the book?" he asked. "Well, if you'd like to do so, I could arrange for it to be published," he softly told her. Much to his surprise, her hug became a strong squeeze at his words, while he thought he felt her collapse against him for a brief moment. "Is everything all right with you?" he asked as he held her at arm's length to look at her. She looked a bit flushed and seemed to be slightly dizzy. Harry immediately became afraid that she might have overextended herself while impressing the examiner with her apparition prowess. "Oh, yes, I'm fine," Hermione said, sounding a bit winded, though. "Really?" Harry asked, still a bit concerned. "Should I get you some water?" "That might be a good idea," Hermione replied absent-mindedly, before she took a deep breath to compose herself. "How about a visit to Fortescue's? I could do with a chocolate ice cream right now," she inquired, still rather flushed. Tonks guffawed loudly, mumbling something sounding like, "I bet you would," before leading the group towards the exit, pulling Remus after her, who was staring at Hermione with wide eyes, his nose twitching. Harry kept wondering and protectively hovering around her all day, through lunch with her parents and the rest of the day they spent with them. Their day was topped by an hour relaxation in the sun on a tropical beach for the adults and a short stint on board of the Revenge for them, where she finally told him what had happened. He should have known. Tonks and Remus remained, in order to take the Revengado Britain with a small crew of men. They estimated that it would take them 2 or 3 weeks, depending on the wind. 4 weeks, tops, if they had to make their own wind. After returning to Hogwarts in a rush of portkey and flow travel, followed by a nice walk up to the castle, Harry felt that this day had gone rather well. His opinion improved when Hermione pulled him into a broom closet to continue cellating. The next morning during their training, Ginny stormed in, completely out of breath and completely unaware of how close to a bad case of death she had come, bursting in like that. "Where did you go yesterday? I stayed up all evening, trying to find you anywhere," she wheezed, doubled over from the run, while Harry averted his battle wand and carefully pushed the spell out of his mind. "Cellating my apparition license on a sunny beach," Hermione smirked, causing her friend to go wide-eyed. "Congratulations. Why didn't you take me with you?" "Merlin knows I could do with a tan," Ginny lamented, looking quite accusingly at her friends. "Family business, we couldn't have taken you with us without consent of your parents," Harry replied. When Ginny scowled back at him, he shrugged his shoulders. "It's the rules, don't give me that look," he admonished, a moment before Hermione could do the same. For a fraction of a second, she was looking put out that he had beaten her to the scold, but then she took a deep breath and calmed herself. "Still, you'll be in big trouble if you weren't back in castle before curfew," the redhead changed the topic. "We were, but we kind of got stuck in a cupboard we came by. We snuck back under the cloak, later," Hermione said, acting the innocent, and failing badly. "You say such things just to make me envious, don't you?" Ginny huffed at her, mock glaring, but quickly losing interest in that activity and returning to the idle activity, gossip. "Anyway, did you hear? A 4th-year Ravenclaw girl had been caught trying to sneak a cursed dagger into the castle. When McGonagall found out at the checkpoint with those detectors, she tried to draw the dagger and attacked, but McGonagall had her bound before she even had the dagger out of her pocket. Turned out she was under the Imperious curse." Ginny recounted the latest news in the Hogwarts Gossip Network. "It was Malfoy," Harry said as soon as she had finished her tale. Hermione was a bit put out that Harry would be so fast to judge. "While it is possible, I think it could have been someone other than Malfoy. Anybody could have done it. Hogsmeade is a public place," she chided her, shoot from the hip type boyfriend. Harry pondered her reply a bit. "Possible. That git probably isn't able to cast that spell properly," he replied smiling. Hermione rolled her eyes at him but contented herself with half a victory. After all, she had him only for a few months yet, so she should be grateful that he was housebroken already. If it was him, it was a stupid plan, for he must have known that the door would be checked on return. Ginny added her 2 nuts to the discussion. Hermione nodded her agreement, then suddenly stopping and looking thoughtful for a moment, before she posed a question. "Wait a minute, why on earth was McGonagall using those detectors? Isn't that Filch's job?" "Well, he got a bit adventurous." Ginny stretched that word wide, wiggling her eyebrows wildly, with his detectors, especially with the older girls. When he jabbed his sodding sensor under Susan Bones' skirt, she slapped him silly, and threw a few good kicks in, for good measure. Professor Sprout was near and saved him from worse when she heard the commotion. After all the girls present told her what happened, Sprout took his sensors away and had the female professors on shifts, taking over the checks on the returning students. I have it on good authority that she was close to hexing him, herself. After last year and now this, I don't think we will see Filch much longer. Harry was doubled over by the time she had finished her tale. Hermione was a bit more reserved, but not less amused. You know what? Hermione told them after Harry had controlled his laughter a bit, if he still were on duty, then, the girl would probably have killed him. That means that he actually owes his life to Susan for slapping him, she laughed. The other two readily agreed to that, after they had stopped rolling on the floor in laughter, literally, in Harry's case. After breakfast and a bit of gossip, courtesy of Ginny, that esment spread rapidly through the school. Even Filch grudgingly had to agree. Finally, on a rainy October 14th, nearly a month after their last visit to the headmaster, Harry and Hermione were again invited into his office. Since their last visit, Albus Dumbledore had been more away from than in the school, which most students saw as a sign of how bad things really were out there. The silent phase of the war had ceased and things were heating up again, although slowly. There was not much known, but there were rumors of attacks in the Muggle world. "Hello, you two, take a seat. Would you care for a drop?" Dumbledore offered as soon as they had entered. Harry chose to put the man off balance. "Yes, thank you," he said, and took one of the sweets. Since the headmaster always ate from the same dish, Harry hummed them to be untainted, and the old man's face at the unexpected turn of events was priceless. Professor Dumbledore immediately insisted that they should not procrastinate to watch the memory he had prepared, since it was a long one, and they dived into the pensieve. There, they met a younger Dumbledore on his way to an orphanage, where he met Tom Marvolo Riddle to deliver him his Hogwarts letter. Hermione and Harry were shocked to see the young boy sitting there, calmly telling a stranger about bullying people. Even more shocking was how carefully the boy could school his expressions to hide his true feelings. Even back then, Riddle was a masterful liar and manipulator. Even when he relented to return some stolen knick-knacks to the other kids, you could see that it wasn't done out of remorse or due to fear, it was a cool calculated act to get admission to Hogwarts. It was a very long memory, but eventually, they were ejected and landed back in the headmaster's office. "I can't believe you actually allowed him to attend Hogwarts," was the first thing Hermione said after they had sat down. "He was cruel back then, already. He even outright admitted that he had intentionally hurt people. He was actually proud of it." "I was under the impression that he could be reformed if he were given the chance," Dumbledore replied. "Tell me, have you actually managed to reform anyone by now?" Harry snorted, and only a light flinch of the headmaster's beard showed that this jab had hit the target. "Please, let's keep on topic," Dumbledore said with a strained voice. "The important thing in this memory is his character. We have learned that Riddle never trusted anybody and had a magpie tendency. Does this have anything to do with the ring and the locket?" Hermione questioned. "This, I can't say yet, but it is possible," Dumbledore evaded the question. Hermione wasn't in the mood to let this slide. "Not yet. Why? I don't believe such an important thing should be subjected to mere speculation and guesswork," Dumbledore replied evasively. Suddenly, he put on a surprised face. "Now look, isn't it amazing how time flies when you are in good company?" he said in his grandfather voice. "I'm afraid it's really time for bed," he told his guests. "I will explain on the next meeting, I promise," he stated when Hermione made motions to ask another question. Only their considerable willpower and the time spent around the twins allowed Hermione and Harry to refrain from rolling their eyes at this thinly veiled dismissal in the face of uncomfortable questions. "You know, he's hiding something," Hermione muttered to Harry as they returned to Gryffindor Tower. "Of course he is, he's Dumbledore. As long as he breathes, he is hiding something. It's probably something very important. None of his business, will cause some good person harm in the name of the greater good, while trying to reform a lost soul. The problem is we don't have the slightest clue what," Harry agreed with her as they navigated the moving stairs back to their dorm. Again, Harry mentally questioned the sanity of whoever had the glorious idea to cause staircases to switch their direction randomly. One day, it took him no less than 10 minutes to cross 2 flights in the right direction. At least I can't come up with anything, he sighed. That's par for the course. What bothers me more is that even I don't have any clue, Hermione teased, squealing as he dug his fingers into her side. I'm not that bad, he whined. Harry, I came in your arms in the middle of a ministry hallway and you didn't get it until I told you later that day, Hermione quipped. You'll never let me forget this, won't you? Harry smirked back. But that's okay with me. Tonks will probably never let you forget this, neither. He tried to retaliate as they finally reached the right floor and turned right, heading for the next, stationary stairway. Why would I want to forget that? Hermione mumbled, blushing more than just slightly. Good that you bring that up, Harry spoke as he put his arm around her, pulling her close. You also forgot that nettling me like that makes me very creative in reminding you of your place, he whispered into her ear as his hand casually found her neck, grasping her hair playfully, but firmly. Captain, Hermione whispered, lowering her gaze in a well-played gesture of obedience that also hid her smug smile. If Harry could read minds, he would have heard an echo of her prior statement. A Tuesday evening, late in the evening, just in time for curfew, Ginny cautiously poked her head through the hole into the common room. Taking a quick look around, she confirmed that the path was clear and dashed up the stairs and into her dorm. Slamming the door shut and leaning her forehead against the cool wood, she gave a sigh of relief. She was safe, at least for now. Hello Ginevra, a cold voice greeted her. Horrified, she wheeled and saw that Hermione was sitting on her bed, just coming out of disillusionment, slowly fading into sight. Take a seat, would you? Hermione said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, tapping her wand onto her left palm repeatedly. Slowly, as not to scare the older witch that probably knew more curses than the rest of the students combined, Ginny sat on the bed of Romilda, opposite to her own. Hermione's eyes rested on her, unmoving and unblinking, as if she considered what to transfigure the girl in front of her into. I'm sorry, Ginny blurted when she couldn't stand it anymore. I thought you went to the room to practice and when I came in and saw Harry hitting you with that riding crop, I just reacted, she babbled, nervously fingering the hem of her skirt. You ran out, Hermione stated, evenly, but Ginny was terrified by the fact that she didn't tap her wand anymore. She now held it in a standard casting grip. When Harry fell, I saw that you were, and tied, table. Ginny stuttered frantically, and you ran out on me. You were screaming at me. Ginny whispered, while she ducked her head. I think that was appropriate, since you just had stunned my boyfriend during, her older friend said icily. No, that's not right, it was still during foreplay, she corrected herself mid-statement before glaring at the redhead in front of her. And then you ran out. Hermione hissed, her eyebrows unifying to a single one. Ginny didn't answer to that. She knew that if Hermione weren't tied to that table, she would probably have cursed her already back then. Bollocks. It rushed through her head and made her cringe involuntarily when Ginny realized why Hermione was so mad at her. 50 minutes. It took bloody 50 minutes until Harry woke up and could free me, Hermione confirmed as she noticed the younger girl connecting the dots. Naturally, she still glared. I'm sorry, Ginny repeated, once again, shrinking even more. I am sorry that you were uncomfortable for so long. Uncomfortable, Hermione shrieked. Do you have any idea what you have done? She yelled at her, falling quiet with a wince as she had leaned forward. Ginny didn't reply anything, and kept her head down and quiet, since she actually had no idea. Hermione took a deep breath, carefully settled back onto the bed and began to explain. Apart from leaving me behind, bound and which could have been disastrous on its own, if it weren't for the fact that only we three could enter that room, Hermione spoke in a very calm voice, something that worried Ginny much more than any yelling could ever do. What you didn't see was that Harry and I were testing a new runic project of his. To give you a hint, it was a combination of an adhesive matrix coupled with a pattern that created rather loud sounds within a silencing pattern, Hermione completed her explanation. Ginny tried to decipher that, but came up with nothing. It stuck to me and was biting. Rather heftily, I have to admit, Hermione growled at her. Ginny gaped open-mouthed at her friend. Ever since returning to school this year, Hermione had started to confide in Ginny and chatted with her about the things two people in love could do to each other. Most of those things Ginny had never even heard about before. To be frank, if Ginny had just talked about something even as innocent as snogging at home, her mother would have washed out her mouth. So she wasn't used to anybody, let alone the known prude Hermione, being that forthcoming with info about her life. Still, Hermione had never told her about details of her own life, only vague descriptions, and that some things were good, or not so good. Given what Hermione and Harry evidently did, she wasn't surprised that Hermione wasn't that upfront. But why would she start chatting about her life just now? Another look at Hermione told her that the girl didn't intend to do some pillow talk right now. Hermione gingerly shifted on the bed and leaned forward, glaring daggers. "It first hit me 3 minutes after you were out. But since my boyfriend was knocked out, he couldn't do anything," she sweetly told the smaller girl that slowly became aware what she had done. 6 times. 6 bloody times, Hermione growled, and Ginny winced in sympathy. "Do you have any idea how bad that hurts after the second time?" Ginny winced again as Hermione's growl had grown even more threatening. Of course, part of the wince was due to the pain she could imagine. At this very moment, she wasn't sure anymore if she would leave this room alive. "I'm sorry," Ginny said for the umpteenth time, "I promise to knock next time and not just you were training in." "There, I should have known better that you don't usually go training after CL." Hermione nodded her agreement. "And if you ever again stumble across us and do something stupid like stunning before asking, at least untie me, okay?" she said, while carefully easing herself into a standing position. Grimacing in pain, she waved her wand at herself, casting a new numbing charm at her lap and sighing in relief. "I'll forgive you this time, since it was partly our own fault using the usual training room that lets you in, but if anybody learns about what you have seen, even the slightest bit, I'll let you experience that yourself for a whole day, understood?" Hermione promised that with a tone that left no doubt that she not only would to that, but also that the reenactment probably would include a roughly sawn 4x4 pole, and no one would ever find her body. Ginny nodded her head fiercely in reply. "Good. Now excuse me, I'm going to soak in the prefect's bath for a day or so," Hermione stated and then made it out in wobbly steps. October 26th, Hogwarts Castle. "Ginny, what the hell are you doing?" Ron's voice rose over the din of the team as all moved towards the Great Hall and lunch after the practice. The practice went rather well, considering the light drizzle the day had given them. Despite the wet and cold weather, the team started getting their act together and the new beaters proved to be good. Not stellar like the twins, but solid, and light years beyond their predecessors. Only Ron had a real bad day. He started with a few good saves, but then he missed one and got so furious at himself that he missed nearly every single one that followed before he eventually recovered. His mood never did. The Chasers, on the other hand, worked like a well-oiled scoring machine. With Ginny and Katie as example, Demelza quickly fell into her rhythm, and they tore Ron apart. When the practice finally was over, Ginny ran ahead of the team with Dean, who had been sitting out the session due to a light hand injury during herbology that would be fine by Friday, the last day before their match. Harry met up with Hermione in front of the changing rooms after she had watched the practice like a dutiful girlfriend, under a conjured umbrella and a book in hand. Ron's shout and his full stop interrupted the motion of the whole group and ended the amorous chit-chat between Harry and Hermione at the back of the group, since they nearly walked into the suddenly stopping Katie Bell. "What does it look like to you, dear brother?" hissed the angry voice of Ginny, which was a sure sign that bad boogies were soon to fly. Naturally, most of the team took this as their sign to rush off, leaving Harry and Hermione standing in a nearly empty hallway. Nearly, except for a furious Ron and a confused Dean with a spitting mad Ginny still in his arms, but glaring at her brother. When Ron made the mistake to point out that it wasn't appropriate to snog in the corridors in a slightly less cultivated manner, Harry was sure that this would not end well. After a shouting match that figuratively burned Ron to a cinder with several scathing remarks about his maturity and love life, especially the lack of both, Ginny just noted that she should find a broom closet for Dean and her. Letting actions speak for her, she took off, dragging the slightly put-out-looking Dean Thomas after her. This caused a sputtering Ron to follow them, but not before he glared an accusing look at Hermione and Harry for laughing so hard. The Battle of the Broom Closet, as people had christened the later occurring fight, was the talk all over school for days. The detentions lasted even longer. Strange, Harry mouthed after he was finally alone with Hermione. Raising an eyebrow in question, Hermione prompted him to share his musings. I wonder about Ginny's perfume. Did you notice that flowery smell? Hermione frowned. Yes, I know. She has started wearing the same perfume as me. At first, she nicked some when we were at the Burrow last summer, and to keep her off mine, I finally gave her a bottle for her birthday. Oh yeah, right, I knew I had noticed it somewhere before. Why did you stop? Harry asked after he had sniffed at her neck. I like that smell. I ran out of it sometime on the island. I used it for years. We'll have to shop for it sometime, okay? Hermione smiled at him, before smirking evilly. Or I can ask Ginny for a bit. She seems to have lots to spare if she uses so much that we could smell her across the hallway, she said laughing, Harry joining in. They turned and continued their way to lunch, and somewhere along the way, Harry pulled her close. So you did snog Crumb. He commented one of the points Ginny had brought up. I thought it was only a good night, he teased her. Hermione gnawed at her lip while she mentally cursed her red-headed chatterbox friend. What would you've done in my place? She replied with a small snort. Imagine you had a date with, say, Gabriella Sabatini. Would you have refused a? If you put it that way, Harry chuckled as he pulled a dangling rope to open one of the shortcuts hidden behind a tapestry and invited her to step through. She is hot, he commented offhandedly as he caught up and slung his arm around her waist. Hermione smirked superiorly back as he conceded that argument. A few moments later, she yelped in surprise when Harry pulled her into an alcove, pinning her against the wall. You know what? I now think it was your perfume I smelled with the Amortentia, he whispered into her ear, before his lips descended onto the vein at her neck. November 2nd. On the day of the match, Ron was a nervous wreck at breakfast. The practice yesterday was terrible. Ron had been in a terrible mood for the last few days, and every time he saw Ginny, he felt furious. That was mirrored by his keeper performance at the practice. Not even the Chudley Cannon's current keeper had received so many goals in the span of a single hour. In one particular low point, he came within an inch of performing the starfish without stick. He barely ate a thing, and when Harry told him to finish up so that they could leave for the pitch, he bolted to the loo in order to return even the little bit he had managed to eat. Maybe you should give him some of your luck potion, Hermione, but that would be useless if he can't keep it in, Ginny suggested with a laugh that was echoed by the rest of the team as Ron rushed out. Despite their keeper being in tatters, the team was quite relaxed. While they were playing Slytherin, they knew that they would not be hard-pressed to win. When the team was introduced yesterday, they found out that the SS had a new, inexperienced fourth year for Seeker that had no chance to beat Harry. Malfoy had resigned for some reason. All they had to do was keep possession of the quaffle, ratchet up the score, and wait for Harry to seal the win. Later that day, Harry groaned happily as Hermione's hands continued doing their magic. She was currently straddling him while her hands ran over his, maging his strained muscles. Now I know why professional players get a mage right after the game, he nearly purred as Hermione's finger dug into the spot where the muscle connected to the arm. You better plan on only having me do that once you turn professional, you prat, Hermione mock growled back as she dug her fingers into his sides, catching his attention. If you think you'll get out of this chore, you've got another thing coming, Harry growled back, catching her tickling fingers. And now behave, or it'll be sore all day, he said. Reaching out and taking hold of her curly locks, he pulled her down, face to face. And then you'll be the same for a week, he threatened with a smirk. I, Captain, Hermione replied with a lewd grin, before she licked his nose. Laughing, she settled back to continue her work, while Harry drew a face as he wiped his nose with the back of his hand. At a score of 60-40 for Gryffindor, Harry had spotted the snitch. The problem was, it was heading straight towards the opposite Seeker, and it was only a matter of time until the boy would have noticed it. So Harry had pushed his broom to the maximum, and managed to catch it a fraction of a second before the other did, wrapping his hand around Harry's. But holding hands while flying in opposite directions meant pulled muscles. Harry was the bigger one, and came off lightly, the other seeker actually came clean off his broomstick and had to be floated to the infirmary with a dislocated shoulder and a broken elbow. For Harry, it was only one potion and a recommendation to get a mage from his fiancée. "I still can't get the picture out of my mind," Hermione said after a while, when she moved her hands to his stomach, caressing his developing six-pack. "A bit more time with Tonks and he will be perfect," she thought, trying to paint the disgusting memory currently plaguing her over with the sight of her captain beneath her. "Me neither," Harry sighed. "But the sound was even more disgusting. I can't believe I actually heard them over the din in the common room." "You prat." Hermione gave him a hard slap on the for that. "Did you have to remind me of that? I was glad when Lavender finally pulled Ron out of the room to find a private place," Hermione chided him. "Honestly, I wonder how she managed to remove her tongue from his stomach long enough to do so," she added as an afterthought. "True, they were scary. Remember that film your dad chose? The one your mother hated so much and was scared to death of. What was it called? Alien, I think." Harry chuckled and Hermione replied with a bout of laughter that made her wiggle on his lap quite nicely. "True, let's call them facehuggers from now on. They won't get it, but the Muggleborn and Halfbloods will spread it like wildfire," Hermione replied with her most evil smile, making Harry wonder how much longer his former best friend would stay in the doghouse. "By the way, it was very sweet how you handled Ginny throwing herself at you, the poor thing," Hermione said, giving Harry a loving on the. "What was I supposed to do? Shag her in front of everybody? Make a scene? Or dump you just because she made advances on me? It was best just to laugh, give her a hug and tell her that once you decide to share, she would be the first I'd call. And I know you won't, ever," he chuckled as she gave him the evil eye. "You better remember that, but I meant how you took her aside and talked to her. It was kind of cute how she cried herself out on your shoulder." "I doubt she'll remember in the morning," Harry said, pulling his girl down on top of him. Hermione snuggled herself into a comfortable position before she answered. "True, while I can understand her being down after Dean dumped her, to get herself so thoroughly plastered. Wait till I find out who brought the fire whiskey," she growled. Harry nodded sadly, flinching as while doing so, he had tickled his nose with her hair. At least he wasn't too much of an about it. "I talked to him. One of the things was that he wasn't sure if Ron was opposed to him dating Ginny because he's black instead of a principled, my sister dies as a thing. But in the end, he decided that it wasn't worth it after he saw Ginny fight with Ron at the battle. You know, they actually started hexing each other. Dean said he now knows how it would be to fight with her, and that finally sent him running. He didn't want to throw a spanner into our team's works, so he just waited until after the game to call it quits," he informed her of his talk to Dean. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. "I'll talk to her later. Given the Tuesday incident, she will probably be scared to death around me if I don't, after how she rubbed herself on you like a pole dancer. And I'll certainly have words with her about alcohol, moderation and restraint. To think she was like that because she wanted to drown her sorrows. Think how she would be when you win the cup. She would try to shag her way up and down the boys' tower. Probably starting with you," she added with a smirk. "I hope so. After all, I am the most attractive boy in there." Harry preened himself smugly, before he had to defend himself from a vicious tickling attack. November, and thus the first snow, had come and confined the students to the castle, except for short stints. Almost unnoticed by Harry, due to the intense practice schedule, Dumbledore once again was nowhere to be found, except for occasional appearances in the Great Hall, just to vanish before even Ron had finished his first helping. Since their primary quest was completely put to a stop by that problem, Harry and Hermione tried to use the time as efficiently as they could. This meant they were usually to be found researching in the Leary or reading in the common room, something that finally put an end to the slight remains of Harry's and Ron's friendship. With Ron being distracted by Lavender and Harry not wanting to goof off pointlessly with him anymore, they slowly drifted apart. By the time December came, they were not much more than just teammates anymore. About a week after the match, after CL had ended for the day, Ginny stormed into the common and violently flopped herself down on the couch next to Hermione, jostling her. Looking up from the huge tome on her lap, Hermione elbowed Harry on her other side, and went right back to an interesting chapter about the numerological properties of zero. Looking up as well, Harry leaned forward and beamed a smile at the fuming girl on the other side of the couch. Any interesting new ones? Go for it. He chuckled from the safety of his seat behind his girlfriend. Oh, stuff it, Potter, Ginny huffed in reply. She had to bear some ridicule for being a randy drunk, especially new names for her popping up continuously. I, for one, am still particularly fond of Gryffindor, Hermione remarked without looking up. Ginny's glare found her, but soon targeted Harry, who had foolishly voiced his approval. Don't give me that look, Harry chuckled. It's your own fault, and it could have been a lot worse if I had reacted differently, he scolded her lightly. Ginny deflated slightly as he put her straight. I know, but it's grating on my nerves, she edged. I swear, I'm never going to touch alcohol again, she stated once more. She already had given that vow in an emotional and teary talk to Hermione right after the hangover had passed. As far as she was concerned, this was her first and last try to drown her sorrows. You haven't heard the worst, Harry replied. After lunch, someone tried to be very creative within our earshot, he scowled. It turned into a smile as Ginny bristled and demanded a name and details. I'm not telling, and I won't repeat what he said, but rest assured he's been punished, Harry said, eliciting a snort from Hermione. After Ginny rose an eyebrow questioningly, he chose to satisfy her curiosity. Partly, Hermione here hit him with a surreptitious jinx she got from the Black Leery. He'll probably be praying for death already, but be too embered to get help. Ginny turned her attention to Hermione, who smiled, but said nothing as she continued to read her book. Ginny cleared her throat, and then once more, but Hermione kept on reading, stringing her nosy friend on. Please, Ginny wheedled. Hermione's smile increased a few watts, and she gave one simple statement, while turning the page. Jalopy Neo Jinx. Cringing, Ginny considered justice done. Don't worry about the people mouthing off, it will soon be over, Harry consoled her. Your brother is seen all over the castle trying to Lavender's face off. With such a target, your slight blunder will soon be yesterday's news, he said. Ginny hoped that he was right, and that it soon would be forgotten. By everyone, but her. Shortly afterwards, Ginny renounced dating completely, after some seventh-year Ravenclaw invited her to the Three Broomsticks for the mid-November Hogsmeade visit. It turned out that he had less pure motives and tried to get her drunk enough for his plans, which earned him a follow-up date with a couple of bad boogies while Ginny stormed off to the castle. Another teary session with Hermione followed, and the next day, the boy was found stuck upside down to the wall near the Ravenclaw dorm, in only his boxers, with "Date Rapist" painted across his. For some reason, Hermione showed pity on Ron and Lavender at the same time, and didn't tag them with the nickname, like she had planned to. Harry wasn't sure if this was due to the fact that there were already enough derogatory names flying around or mere pity because their ing was really that pathetic. The rest of December was also uneventful, nearly bland, as everybody was studying frantically for the end of term while the snow and cold prevented any sort of excursion outside. Well, not really uneventful, because when Hermione went into her normal study overdrive, Harry invented the study point system. This meant that Hermione could buy points equal to a half hour of study by performing various acts. His basic sheet started out with a single point for a blow job and some points for various other things. Hermione couldn't help being herself and turned the simple sheet Harry had scribbled on into a huge scroll with hundreds of color-coded things to do and options that could be combined, which could send the actor into a panic. Since the only real safe time for longer, really point-worthy things were the infamous shagging Tuesday hours, Hermione once again proved her competitive streak by drawing up exquisite plots for that day, to maximize her score to last for the rest of the week. Sadly, someone else seemed to have discovered the room of requirement, too, since it was frequently occupied and unavailable. Still, between the times it was available and the help of an invisible cloak and the Marauder's map to get Harry into a secluded spot, most of the days were filled with short, but randy encounters to keep her point account topped off. Harry one time joked that her average sperm content over the day exceeded his own, but hurried to add that he was not even close to complaining about that. So while everyone else could only see that Hermione spent most of the day in the Leary studying, while Harry only joined her for a few hours a day, Harry in fact had the time of his life. Nonetheless, the public image of Hermione abandoning Harry for her studies led to one person having ideas above her station. December 21st, Hogwarts Express. In the end, I had to stick that stupid bint to the ceiling to make her back off. Honestly, the nerve, Hermione huffed as she told the others the tale. Neville was sitting on the floor of the compartment, laughing, having slid from his seat. Luna had joined him there, laughing less hard, but using the opportunity to cuddle with the boy. They had spent a great time at Slughorn's Christmas party, where Luna had worn mistletoe as hair ornament, and used that as an excuse to Neville the whole night long. She was currently wearing a purple lip balm to deal with the chafing, but she smiled nonetheless. She really tried to slip Harry a love potion. Ginny asked incredulously. I never knew what a bloody cow Romilda was. But what has that to do with Ron ending up in the hospital wing for a whole day? Harry stifled a laugh at that. Well, that was how we found out about the potion, Romilda. The bint, he corrected himself after a fierce glare from Hermione, had handed me a Christmas present when I ped her on the way to my dorm. Turned out to be full of cauldron cakes, which I despise, he continued, being interrupted at this point by an indignant snort from Hermione. She was still peeved that the bint didn't even know that much about Harry, but still tried to snatch him from her. Anyway, I thought about being nice to Ron, and left them on his bed. When we came back, the whole common room was talking about how Ron infuriated Lavender by serenading about the bint to her, until she hexed him so badly that he had to be taken to Pomfrey. Turned out he was filled to the brim with love potion, though. Took Pomfrey a potion to neutralize and a salve to remove the boils from his groin, before she sent Wan and the frantically apologizing Lavender back to the tower. By the time he finished, Neville and Luna were only able to make yapping noises from the floor, and Ginny was laughing tears at the picture of Poppy nonsensically maging a salve onto tiny Ron. Dabbing her eyes with a hanky, Ginny sputtered another question between gales of laughter. Brilliant, but that can't have taken long. Why the whole day, then? Harry had to fight the laughter to continue telling, while Hermione alternated between glaring and bursting into laughter. Well, Lavender was desperate to apologize to her Wan for her reaction after she found out. Being smooth as he is, Wan thought this would be the perfect time to blackmail her into going a step further. She took exception to his suggestions of a proper apology. Pomfrey had to brew a batch of special healing potions to deal with all the damage her knee caused. Harry ended in tears of laughter, while Hermione had to cling to him to keep on her seat. Neville had to actually visit the healer the next day, having hurt something by laughing so hard. Everybody was happy as they left the train at King's Cross after the long ride. Harry and Neville, the latter one still clutching his sore belly from the laughter, helped the girls to get their trunks from the overhead rafters, before all left the carriage and the train. Hermione and Harry had their trunks already shrunk since they had planned to have Hermione side along them both to Grimmauld Place. Their friends Neville and Luna had bid their goodbyes soon after, as they went to meet Neville's grandma. Neville was especially eager to present his girlfriend to her, but Harry would bet that the stern woman would not be overly pleased with the girl with lilac lipstick. Knowing that it was in fact a potion to heal her lips from the overlong session of ing her grandson probably wouldn't help things. Harry would bet that Luna would mention this fact within the first 10 seconds. Saying goodbye to Ginny, both checked for the trunks in their pockets, and Hermione laid her hand into Harry's elbow. While Hermione turned expertly, Harry noticed a sharp jerk, very different to the usual feel of apparition, which was more like being squeezed. While Hermione lost contact to him and vanished, Harry found himself face to face, or better face to bun with the one head smaller Weasley matron, which was already yelling at him at the top of her voice. What are you thinking, running away like that and not telling anybody? We were running all over the country looking for you, and then you go on and mouth off at the headmaster. I didn't raise you like that. Harry was on the verge of blowing up at her as she continued yapping and yelling at him, but a short look at a nearly crying Ginny made him stop and roll his eyes in her direction with a smirk. This had the wanted effect of calming Ginny down, while it had the side effect of having Molly slap him. And don't roll your eyes at me, young man. With a short burst of wandless magic, Harry had Molly petrified. This turned out to be redundant, since Hermione had just reappeared a few moments before and just did the same. Hermione was just as shocked as he was, so both stood there for a moment without saying anything, trying to come up with appropriate words, but failing. Then, Harry gave the thoroughly shocked, but quickly turning spitting mad Ginny, a wan smile, and went over to Hermione. This time, they managed to disparate undisturbed. Sighing, Harry let himself fall into the couch at the entrance hall of Grimmauld Place 12. He rubbed his head, trying to forget the incident on the platform, as he lamented, "Why can't I just get a break? Why couldn't I just go with Remus and Tonks instead? I bet they had a fun ride." December 21st, Hogwarts Lake. Damn it, Remy, can't anything go smooth on this bloody ride? Tonks cursed as she saw the giant squid again trying to get a grip on the submersion shields of the Revenge. They had a terrible ride over to Britain from the island. At first, they were hit by an exceptionally late, but nonetheless fierce hurricane a week after they had left the island eastbound, and were blown all the way back and more, to the American coast, where they decided to head north to get out of the hurricane belt. They lost over a week to that freak storm, but the crew took it in stride. It needed more than a storm to damage the Revenge. Remus did miss some of it, spending that time in the brig, the ship's jail, consisting of some cages in the lowest deck, which proved to be a good place for his transformation. Then, they sailed up north to Canada and Greenland, then turning east to set course for Iceland. Oh yeah, that name did fit. Tonks didn't pack for that kind of weather, but transfigured some clothes and kept warming charms around her all the time. Still, she was afraid she would never feel warm again, while the men ran around in little more than padded jackets. She was sure they did so only to mock her. Needless to say, they lost another 2 weeks to that detour. When they got caught in some pack ice before even really leaving Greenland, she had the opportunity to blow off some steam. Swearing and cursing the paint off the ship, she single-handedly blasted them a channel through at least 2 miles of the ice when she lost her temper over being stuck in ice, before she got exhausted and let a different crew member take over. It lost them another 3 days to cross the ice patch, but at least the crew had ceased ribbing her about her warm clothing. Remus also missed that outburst being curled up in the brig. Near Iceland, Tonks had flown into a near-homicidal rage when some cabotermen, small ship kobolds, had decided they liked the ship better than the fishermen's boats and snuck aboard while they took over provisions in a small magical settling in a fjord near Arberg. Sadly, they had noticed the infection only after the creatures had half a day to wreak havoc in Tonks' wardrobe. Most of the clothes were not salvageable, especially after Tonks had blasted the creatures to smithereens. The sailors started to give Tonks a wide berth after that. Finally, they reached Scotland, and went into submerged mode to get through the underwater pageway to get to Hogwarts. Thankfully, the way in there had been charted long ago, and it took the crew little fuss to navigate it. In the end, they arrived at Hogwarts on the 18th of December, instead of early November. Only to run into an overly active giant squid that for some reason took a liking to the submerged ship. They had planned to swim up using bubble head and warming charms, melting a hole into the ice and then freezing the surface again to hide the traces. The men would then lodge in London, taking some days off until Christmas, when they could get sent home by Harry. This was now impossible as the giant squid was cuddling the boat for a whole day now, and they didn't really want to swim past it in the agitated state it was if they didn't have to. The alternative was bringing the ship to the surface, which would be a risky move and hard to conceal from prying eyes. But Tonks knew that if that effing squid wasn't gone by evening or, Merlin beware, started humping the ship, she would take her chances. "I wish I were with Harry," Tonks lamented. "He probably had a fun ride." On December 23rd, Harry sent the sailors back to the island. Most of them were rather happy to get back into the warm climate of the Caribbean. He couldn't fault them for that, but they had decided within the group that they would sell it the holidays here in Britain, since it didn't feel right to have it on a beach with palm trees around. Aggravating was the fact that Remus would undergo his transformation during the days, which meant he wasn't transportable by Portkey right now, and Tonks wouldn't leave him here. So he would spend the night before Christmas in his basement cell, have a slow Christmas day with them, before they all would leave and spend Boxing Day on the island, along with the twins, who would spend Christmas itself at the Burrow. "All right guys, everyone ready?" Tonks asked after she had finished her breakfast with a dainty burp, if such a thing was possible. "I want to be early for our shopping, before the big rush sets in," she said to the Embled Grangers and Harry. Harry finished his tea and wiped some crumbs off his trousers. "Ready when you are, Tonks. How about Remus, will he join us?" Tonks gave a little frown before shaking her head in denial. He's feeling grumpy already, and wants us to go without him. The others weren't really surprised by that as they nodded their understanding. Cruel fate has made tonight the full moon and ruined Christmas for Remus again. It took them not very long to dress up for the alley. After all, the warming charms in their cloaks made what otherwise would be called a BR monkey weather only slightly uncomfortable. They entered the alley through the leaky cauldron, stepping through the still nearly empty pub, greeting Tom only in ping as he tried to talk them into a breakfast. Stepping into the alley, they hurried by the cauldron shop and the apothecary, ignoring the few street peddlers trying to sell them amulets and other protections. Surprisingly, Harry didn't give the Quidditch shop more than a brief glance at the window. His big love was the flying, not the game, and since there was still the firebolt in the window, he knew that there was nothing of interest in there. He had a brief stop at Elop's, to fill up on owl treats for Hedwig, and then they started their tour through the shops in earnest. Since the adults already had most of their shopping done and the kids hadn't been unprepared, they only needed a few items each. Making a few stops at the various shops, they made their way through the alley. Hermione had proposed that Flourish and Blots would be their last stop, since she could accept that no one wanted to be loaded down with books all day. Finally, they arrived at Hermione's second most sacred site of worship, and without losing a second, a brown-haired tornado rushed from shelf to shelf, leaving the occasional empty spot here and there as Hermione maxed out Harry's promise to let her expand the rather one-sided, mostly about killing in creative ways while preventing getting killed yourself, Black Leary at leisure. Harry took it in stride and went to the runes section to browse for reference guides on warding and enchantments for a project he was working on, since he already visited Oxford Street in Soho the previous day with Tonks to get Hermione's present. He grinned at the memory that Tonks had spent a long time herself, browsing the merchandise as he selected his gift and had it packed, and immediately left again after she escorted him back to Black Manor. His browsing netted him 2 books, the standard book of household enchantments, and that wouldn't work, would it? The first was really interesting, showing all the practical rune work to make bathrooms, kitchen, and basically everything one might need in the household. Of course, the Black Leary didn't contain much that wasn't inherently dark magic or was deemed dirty commoner's work, so such a book wasn't present there. The other book was exactly what Harry had searched for. It was a rather new work about what funny effects and unexpected, but interesting side effects certain rune combinations would have. He found a pattern he would need for his project on the 43rd page, and was grinning like a Weasley twin. "Hey, Harry," Hermione greeted him as she started to browse his section. "Found something?" Harry lifted his 2 books in reply. "I got just these 2. How many did you get?" Hermione blushed as he asked her this, making Harry laugh out loud. "Do we need a lorry to haul them home?" He chuckled, getting his arm smacked in reply, making him chuckle even harder. Oh, how he loved it when she got miffed and catty with him. "You know, I feel a bit bad about it," she told him with a cute frown. "You got only 2 books and I get a full Leary out of it, and all on your tab." "It's not that bad, I can read all of them too, so it's okay," Harry said as he reached over and squeezed her shoulder supportively before starting to mage it softly. Hermione leaned into his touch and let her cheek glide over his hand before responding. "Still, I feel bad about it. Maybe I could make it up to you, my lord," she said, smiling suggestively at him. "Any interesting offers in mind?" Harry replied with his eyebrows in full waggle, causing Hermione to snort with laughter. "Well, how about I fulfill a wish of yours?" she offered, and quickly added, "But no in here, my parents are out there," as Harry's leer was about to split his head open. "Spoilsport," Harry grumbled, "but you would agree to this if your parents weren't around, wouldn't you?" "Harry, you should know me. I've been dreaming about doing it in Illyria for as long as I knew about," Hermione admitted with a coy smile. Trying to get more of a rise out of her, Harry leaned in, whispering, "And how about doing it in the Hogwarts Leary?" In her ear, renewing his laughter as she couldn't keep the smile this thought had caused her contained. "I might even be apt to make it happen," Harry chuckled, keeping on messing with her head, and receiving Hermione's full attention, including the patented deer-in-headlight look as she tried to process the new info. But only without a silencing charm, Harry's voice registered with her during her considerations. Hermione's eyes nearly hit Harry as they bulged out of their sockets. "Are you mad?" she hissed at him in a hushed tone. "You know what a screamer I am." She continued to berate him, but then noticed his leer. "You're planning on that, aren't you? I'm not sure if I should hate you for that," she hissed again, but this time with her eyes glistening with something else. "We'll do it on my terms or not at all," he said, his hand stopping to knead her shoulder and grabbing her hair instead, pulling her head back and forcing her to look up at him, just strong enough that it didn't hurt. "You are mine to play with, and I would bet a shag at the leaving feast that you are in dire need of clean already," he noted as she smiled at him, before releasing her hair and planting it on her forehead while caressing her smiling cheek. "But for now, I suggest a simple deal," he told her with a high-wattage smile. "To pay for your books, you hand over your clothes." You could have knocked Hermione over with a feather as she stared at him in shock, not believing her own ears. "You know, at first I thought a one-for-one deal would be fair, but then, you might not even own that many clothes, don't you?" He continued talking as if he were oblivious to her surprise, teasing her, without knowing that he was not far off the mark, actually. "But I think one article for 5 books would be fair. How many do you have?" He spaced out for a moment when he heard the answer. That was a lot of books. "Wow," he uttered in awe. "Do you even wear that much?" Hermione had to think a bit. Today, she wore a plaited skirt, a woolen hose, knickers, and she had a single pullover over her shirt, and then her shoes and the cloak. Even if she counted the shoes as 2 items, it wasn't enough, by far. She shook her head at Harry. Harry also shook his head, but in mirth. "I am willing to negotiate. You may keep your shoes and cloak, but only if you cooperate and start quickly before I change my mind," he whispered, his excitement showing in his thick, throaty voice and his contagious grin. He waved his hand in a gesture she hoped meant that he had cast a notice me not charm. "Mum will be so jealous when she hears about this," a grinning Hermione whispered under her breath, as she undid her cloak and reached for the hem of her pullover, while trying not to blush too hard with her own arousal. Harry couldn't help but smile when she said that, but his smile fell abruptly when she added, chuckling softly, "And Ginny will probably faint." "Wait, you tell Ginny about the things we do?" Harry demanded, confused, not believing what he had just heard. "What? No," Hermione squeaked in panic as she became aware that she had just slipped her tongue again. Her fingernails nearly tore holes into the fabric of her pullover as she stiffened in shock. "Do you really have to lie about it, as well?" Harry said in a pained voice that broke her heart. She threw herself at him, hugging him so hard that her arms hurt as she started to apologize. "I'm sorry, I didn't want to upset you, it's just a thing girls do," she said, hoping he wouldn't be too mad at her. "You said it was a thing only between you and your mum. I kinda accepted it when you included Tonks in that circle. But Ginny, I thought you were only teasing her, not giving her full details," he demanded, pushing her back at arm's length. "Well," she started with a wince, coming to realize how bad she had messed up. "We kind of started talking about that after the Tuesday incident," she confessed. Harry sighed at this. It was bad enough that she had caught them doing that, but that Hermione had started gossiping with her, too. Hermione knew as well as him that Ginny was liable to spout things in the heat of conversations if goaded right. "Luna, too?" he asked warily, and sighed in relief when Hermione shook her head frantically. "So you tell practically every female I know what we do in the sack?" he said with an edge to his voice that made Hermione wince even more than she had before. "Not in detail, I only tell them the most basic stuff," she quickly clarified, lying badly. "It's not that bad, really," she said, hoping that she could dismiss his concern. "So it's not really bad that all these women know what we do in private?" He demanded to know, and threw his hands up in the air as she only replied by looking at her shoes. "Cool, I think it's okay then if I talked about what we do to Remus or the twins. Or maybe with Ron when he grows up and apologizes. Come to think of it, Neville and Luna would certainly like to hear about it," he ranted, pacing to and fro in their secluded space. Hermione blanched as she heard that. This would be horrible. The twins and Remus would tease the shit out of her, but Ron. The scorn would reach lethal levels if he knew about Hermione's submissive tendencies. Neville would never say a word, but Luna would probably ask her conversationally about anal during dinner in the Great Hall. "Would you like me to tell them?" Harry asked again, glaring at her. As you said, there's nothing to it, really, he added. Please don't, she said, hanging her head in shame. Come on, why not? After all, you told so many people already, maybe we should start doing it in front of them. Just to be sure they know everything. Luna would probably take pictures and send them to the Quibbler for a column or something. And I bet the twins would have some good advice for us, he said cruelly. Hermione felt herself flush at the thought of doing it with an audience, but finally understood why he was upset. Although he was very open with her, he still was a very private person, and valued his privacy above all. She once again had charged away with something, taking her opinion as the only one possible, and had run roughshod all over him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, she stuttered as she felt close to tears. Are you mad at me? She asked him with a very small voice. Harry gave her a long look. It wasn't really how he liked it to be, but he had come to accept that this was how the relationship between her and her mum worked. Well, and Tonks, who was something like an older sister for him. He couldn't really say that he understood it, but then, he was male. The urge to G wasn't unknown to him, and he hummed that this gossiping/chatting was something alike. If he had any close male friends his age that weren't stuck in perpetual puberty, he might have done the same. No, of course not, he said. Not really, anyway, he corrected himself. I have made enough of me the last time I stomped off in anger. He had to pause at this as she hugged him once again, glad that they were all right. But you know that some things are going to change, he finished after his lungs weren't compressed too much anymore. Hermione frowned into his shoulder at this. I know. I'll stop talking to anybody about us, she accepted reluctantly, her tone of voice clearly expressing the pout she wore. While I appreciate the gesture, you are wrong, honey bunch, he said, relinquishing in her wince at his endearment. She really hated these sickeningly sweet pet names, and even in bed, she only accepted dirty talk. But he knew she wouldn't dare reprimanding him now. You see, sweetie, he added in order to turn the knife in the wound, I would never take these talks away from you and your mom. I know it means a lot to you both, he said, and hissed as he feared his ribs might break under Hermione's renewed onslaught. And what exactly do you want to change? Hermione asked while still hugging him, only lighter. Do you want me to tell them less? She queried, looking at him to clarify his demand. Harry gave her an evil smile. Far from it, my little chatterbox. You are to talk as you wish, but afterwards, you will confess your transgressions, and accept your punishment, understood? He proclaimed. At first Hermione blushed at this demand, but then, she happily agreed. After all, that was a win-win situation for her. Giving Harry a last peck on the cheek, she released him and turned to return to her shopping, but Harry held her back on the wrist as she tried to leave. Aren't you forgetting something? He said with a smirk as she whirled around to look at him. At her confused look, he chuckled. You still owe me for the books, don't you? Christmas morning. Harry was lying on the bed, exhausted. I guess we made up for all the time we missed in Hogwarts, he thought as he slowly sat up and vanished the ropes dangling from the ceiling of their four-poster, chuckling at the memory for what all a Wingardium Leviosa charm was good for. Or Hermione Leviosa, in that case. The flush of a toilet reminded him where Hermione had gone. Harry had to smile at the thought that if anybody had told him a year ago that Harry would call Abound and D Hermione names or demand her to beg him for, they'd have found pieces of that person for weeks. And now, not only had he done that, but Hermione was actually happy that he did so, he thought with a smile. He proudly thought back on the last few moments, when he had actually managed to make Hermione lose control over language. And she had proven a very wide knowledge of topic-related words just before that. She should take extra time washing her mouth, he thought with a choked snort. Who would have thought that Miss Manners, Granger would use such words when she got really riled up? Life had certainly taken an upswing these days. Absent-mindedly, he started waving his fingers idly, humming a song that just came to his mind, ignoring the squeaked call of his name from the bathroom as he got lost in the feeling of the rising and falling tune of his song. Either stop that or do more, Hermione demanded as she returning from the loo, walking a bit tenderly, probably by reason of his birthday present still attached to her. Harry was growing very fond of runes. The prototype they tested back then was good, but that final version turned out better than he anticipated, with the device being controlled by the ring he wore on his index. And it would deactivate if he fell unconscious, Hermione insisted in that feature. You still need to be punished for your babbling, Harry smiled evilly at her, as she laid down beside him and snuggled into his side. To underline his point, he wandlessly set his present to a very soft vision, one that Hermione actually found very pleasant. As far as punishment goes, that was really fine with her. She rubbed her wrists gingerly as she cuddled into his side. Are you all right? Harry asked, looking a bit concerned at her. I'm fine, just a bit sore, she told him with an exhausted but happy smile. In lieu of an answer, Harry reached out for her, and 4 soft caresses with wandless magic later, the slight bruises left by the ropes were gone. Thank you. Now can you get over with punishing me properly so I can get, what the hell are you doing? She asked as he stood up and started dressing. Why, I'm getting ready for breakfast. You should, too. The others are probably already waiting for us, he grinned evilly. No, not that. They might notice. Hermione gasped as her still foggy mind realized what he intended to do. I'll do anything instead. Anything, she pleaded. No chance, Harry smirked. I can barely stand anymore, he said with mirth glistening in his eyes, increasing the settings on the stone a bit. But, Hermione hissed in surprise. They might notice, she protested weakly, ignoring the fluttery feeling the thought alone caused her. Not if you act well. Remus would know, but he's still out from the full moon yesterday, and will join us tomorrow. And you'll probably tell the girls later, anyway, he winked at her. Hermione had to smile at this against her will. Something like that had led to today's events. A repeat wouldn't exactly be unwelcome. Either this, or all, Tuesday, you for a whole day, he said in a voice that left no doubt of who was in charge. Hermione immediately shook her head, yelling, no. Of course, you can still beg me for butterscotch, but if you don't, you'll be dressed in 5, he said, reminding her of the safe word. In your dreams, Captain, Hermione smiled confidently at him. She wouldn't chicken out at this, she would show him what self-control meant. I'm Hermione Granger, after all. Half an hour later, a much more humble, not to mention very hot and bothered Hermione was contemplating that in some cases, it was better to accept defeat and surrender instead of facing humiliation. Harry had been playing his song all through the breakfast, varying the visions permanently, not giving her any chance to adjust. All the time, she was constantly writhing in her seat, crossing her legs this and that way, biting her lips to keep silent. She even had to tell her mother that she felt a bit under the weather to keep her from asking constantly about how she felt because of the feverish look Hermione sported during the meal. To add insult to injury, Tonks was grinning at her, inconspicuously to all others, but very noticeable to Hermione, giving the tortured girl glances with a knowing twinkle in her eyes. This began shortly after the pour. Hermione had spilt her tea for the second time, masking it with a badly acted cough much too late to conceal anything, as Harry used a short full-power burst to goad her further on. Busted, was the only coherent thought Hermione wasted on this. She had bigger problems right now and would have had to tell her later anyways, on Harry's newest standing order. She just hoped that Tonks didn't watch and tell, or in other words, enjoyed the show enough not to bust them. Thank Merlin, or maybe due to Harry seizing the occasion, the twins had just slipped her parents another kind of pastry, the 6th or so, this time bunny bagels, making them hop around the floor as the cutest kind of Angora bunnies for a few moments. When that spill happened, or they would have noticed, too. Slowly, the sense of inevitability set in. She had one short reprieve when she could use laughter as cover when the twins presented her and Harry 2 garishly neon pink and pea green plush parrots they had charmed to talk pirate slogans. Of course, these comments were completely hilarious, but she was too distracted to appreciate those properly, since she knew she wouldn't be able to keep it together any longer. Her breaths were coming in bursts already, and only the fact that everyone had been roaring in laughter at the parrots allowed her glowing face to stay unnoticed in the crowd until now. A few seconds ago, Harry had taken the parrot's cry of, "Avast, scumbags, bring her in the wind, whip her through the sea," as incentive to wave his hand idly at her, setting the rune stone to full speed while handing her his public present with an Cheshire grin. Knowing that she couldn't hold back much longer, she quickly ripped the paper open and let the present fall to the ground without really looking at it, with a loud yell of, "Oh my God, I love it." She threw herself around Harry's neck and let herself be consumed by the fire in her loins. Holding on him tightly so she didn't buck, she sighed into his neck as she felt the visions cease. Waiting for a moment for the worst to wear off, she finally turned back to face the others, who all laughed out loud and teased her for her excitement. "Damn, Hermione," Margaret said as she curiously had taken a look at the present, finding a £100 gift voucher for Anne Summers. "I love lingerie as much as the next woman, but don't you think you are a tad excessive here?" "Boxing Day, watch her, kids," Tonks greeted from the breakfast table, buttering her toast. She was wearing only a bathrobe and a bright smile, her shoulder-length hair glowing canary yellow. Harry hummed that she had gotten her present earlier, as had Remus. He gallantly held out the seat for Hermione, who sat with a wink and smile, reaching for some scones. She had become addicted to Winky's special recipe, and already made plans to increase her training accordingly to not gain weight. "Hello Tonks," they chorused and began breakfast in earnest. After Tonks had finished her tea, milk, no sugar, she wasn't for the sweet stuff, she watched the other two clowning around like teens in love while she reached for the profit. Harry was feeding Hermione pieces of toast with strawberry jam, deliberately missing and smearing her nose, at the time Henry and Margaret arrived. Remus followed a few seconds later, his hair still slightly damp from a shower. The twins were nowhere to be seen, and probably still in hibernation mode after last night. Somehow, they got themselves into a drinking contest with Henry later in the evening. With his bigger M and their relative lack of experience, he had easily drunk them under the table. Henry seemed not to have any problems, in fact, he was grinning like a schoolboy, along with Margaret. "Any news?" Remus asked as he started to shovel lots of bacon onto his plate. Being a werewolf had some effect on one's food preferences. "Nothing overly interesting. Some attacks, but the ministry is completely in control, yada, yada, fudge this, fudge that," Tonks recited in a sing-song, changing her hair color at every other word. Then she beamed an ear-splitting smile. She really did. Margaret choked on her tea when she noticed it, and spoke to Harry. "Boy, would I love to see his face when he hears about what we're going to do this afternoon. 5 on him getting hopping mad and trying to get you arrested on the spot." Harry smiled serenely at this idea. "I bet he will try, but you know better than me that there's no one he could order to do so, not after his performance so far. It's a miracle that he was able to cling to his job. The Aurors are under firm control of Scrimgeour, and if Fudge tries to help his old friends and sponsors, he will be out of the ministry faster than you can say. Quidditch," he said, and Hermione shook her head as she remembered where she had heard that quote before. "So you are going to apply for the Newts and the Mastery, both, today? Why not wait until the Newts are done? Being a bit presumptuous, aren't you?" Remus noted between some coffee and some scrambled eggs. "Because there is a 4 months wait period for the memories to be evaluated, and we don't want to return in late August for the tests, that would ruin the summer. I already submitted the forms and cleared the leaves with McGonagall." After a bit of a tug-o-war with the board about the date, McGonagall intervened, and so, in order to not unduly interrupt their schooling, Harry and Hermione will both take their defense Newts on May 3rd in the morning, during the Hogsmeade trip. Afterwards, Harry will go to the Mastery board, show them a wandless spell and be out in 5 minutes, 10 if they sign slowly. Tonks snapped back, elongating her nose to nearly 10 inches before she thumbed it at Remus, causing the whole table to erupt in laughter. "Also, we are getting tired of the headmaster's procrastination. He's playing his waiting game again, holding on to his knowledge and trying to get his way," Harry spoke between bites. "I told you that he would do this," Remus remarked sardonically. "He always was the one to control the game, and never showing even the slightest bit of his hand until he deemed it necessary." "If that is so, he is losing his edge," Hermione stated. "Or we are finally on to his antics, and he's too old to adapt. Anyway, we have found a weak spot and have asked some questions that caused him quite a bit of unease. He has slipped enough that he can't keep stuff from us for much longer." Harry nodded as he took a sip of tea. "And that's why he's avoiding us. I don't believe for a moment that he's that busy with politics." Taking a bite out of his toast, he made a short pause. "Maybe kicking over this particular anthill will spur him into action." Remus gave the only answer possible. He shrugged and continued his breakfast. Later into their breakfast, and out of the corner of his eye, Remus noticed Henry chuckle and check his clock, again. He had done this all the time, but now, he was checking every few seconds, while Margaret dreamily smiled into her cup, fighting giggles. "Would you care to share?" Remus inquired curiously, bringing the whole table's attention to them. Henry just raised his hand to stave off the question as he started counting loud. 5 4 3 2 1. At this moment, a cacophony of ringing noises was heard from upstairs, followed by screams and a loud thud that seemed to have an echo. Then, there was silence, and everybody at the table turned to Hermione's parents, who were calmly eating breakfast, and taking nips from their cups with serene smiles. Henry put his coffee down and took some toast. Dabbing his knife in the butter, he absent-mindedly talked to no one in particular. "I have no idea how all those alarm clocks found their way into the twins' room," he said, spreading the butter. "And neither do I know how the two low-side desks from the couch Emily and the Leary made it in there," added Margaret while she expertly beheaded her hard-boiled egg. By then, Henry was already spreading some marmalade on the toast, and briefly paused before he took a bite. "We might never solve the mystery of how those two tables got placed over their pillows, with those alarm clocks right on top," he ruminated, ending with a shrug and a large bite, chewing happily while everybody else, sans his wife, was gaping at him. "Oh, by the way," Margaret suddenly asked after a spoonful of egg. "You never told me, which one did you decide on?" Henry smirked evilly as he finished his toast, stringing the others along. Up in their room, the red-haired troublemakers were sprawled in their beds, their hands pressed to their hurting foreheads, the tables flung across the room in anger. The localized pain was enough to drown out the hangover, for now, not that this was any relief. Finally, they were able to remove their hands from the impact spots, where both were sporting rather impressive bruises, which certainly would develop into rather marvelous lumps. Ew. Fred groaned as he noticed that the foggy sight he was currently experiencing wasn't entirely due to the hangover, but also due to a liberal amount of whipped cream smeared all over his face and hands, for some strange reason. "That's gross," he said as he wiped his hands clean, and reached for his wand to remove the stuff. It left him still feeling kind of sticky, but at least moderately clean. "Yeah," George agreed, but not without merit. "However it was done," he grumbled, as he turned in his bed, relieved that they had only gotten his brother. His brows furrowed as his eyes fell on a bowl of water placed on a stool right next to his bed, and slowly, he became aware of a certain smell. Downstairs, the kitchen. "Eeew." The cry filtered down from the upper floor, turning Henry's smirk into a broad smile. "Both," he replied, his eyes sparkling with mirth, as Margaret started giggling madly on his shoulder. "And remind me to charge the screwdriver, or I won't," he told his wife, as a loud yell interrupted him. Twins' bedroom. Disgusted, George had jumped up and taken a look at his soiled bed and pajamas. He had no idea how they had done this to him, but that was irrelevant right now. Wanting nothing more than to shower quickly, he rushed for the door. Much to his frustration, the doorknob didn't turn, but came off completely when he tried to pull the door open. With an interesting variety of curses on his lips, he went to pick up his wand. Returning to the door, he tapped the door once, and hissing the incantation to open the latch. Trying to pry the door open, he noticed that it seemed to be stuck. Casting a finite on the door to cancel the supposed sticking charms, he tried to open it, but failed again. Realizing that it was physically stuck, George lost his patience. He stood one step back and used a summoning charm to tear it open. When the door flew open with a bang, he had but a moment to notice the bucket in the complicated rope cradle swinging his direction. Downstairs, the kitchen. All eyes were glued to Henry's face as he valiantly fought down the chuckles at the squeal coming from upstairs a moment earlier. "Well, they can skip the cold shower now," he noted, and then started to explain to the others what just had happened. Upstairs. Slowly, Fred and George had advanced through the corridor towards the bathroom, casting detection spells at each and every step they took, and ignoring the laughter from downstairs, for now. Carefully testing the bathroom's door, they jumped aside as they pushed the door open. Waiting a few seconds with nothing happening, they finally dared to take a peek into the room. At first glance, it looked normal, but they were reluctant to believe this image. Casting another round of detection charms, They slowly entered the room, with George checking the door handle for function before they closed it to finally clean up. Of course not after having checked every single item within the room for lingering magic. After a quick shower for George and a wash-up at the sink for Fred, both were feeling much better. "You know, I'm rather impressed how they slipped us so many pranks without us noticing," Fred lamented as he picked up his toothbrush and reaching for the toothpaste. "In our defense, we aren't exactly in top condition, brother dear," George replied from his side of the double sink, just finishing some healing spells on his forehead, before holding his toothbrush out to his brother to daub it as well. "We will retaliate after breakfast," Fred commented as he squeezed the tube for each of them and put it away after that. "And a hangover cure," George added as they clinked their brushes together. Downstairs, the kitchen. Meanwhile, Henry had to raise his voice a little to drown out the yapping noises Harry made from where he had collapsed under the table, while Tonks was holding her cramping belly. The others were laughing nearly as hard as these two did, as Margaret told them the story about how she had pranked back that jerk in university with her special recipe of habanero menthol toothpaste. "And you know the worst thing?" Margaret asked them with tears in her eyes from remembering the incident. "The first reaction would be to rinse with water, and it only makes it worse," she said, at which Remus started a loud, howling belly laughter, which only intensified when two blood-curdling screams were heard from above. 10 minutes later, the twins were down at the table, nursing 2 huge jugs of milk under the snickers and giggles of the others, but happy to have the pain wear off. With a pop, Dobby appeared and placed 2 glees with a familiar-looking greenish sludge in front of the 2 poor boys. Gladly, both of them downed the hangover cures to get rid of that part of their punishment for pranking the Grangers so hard. They were already plotting their revenge when Dobby reappeared with their breakfast, hard-boiled eggs, already decapitated, scones and tea. While George reached for his cup, Fred started his meal with the egg, stabbing it with his spoon. Pop! All sounds ceased for a moment at the sight of Fred, his face the epitome of confusion as dried egg yolk crumbs were all over his shirt, face and hair. Egg white pieces were completing the picture as the boy sat petrified, his spoon still resting in the cratered remains of the egg. If someone were to look up, he would notice some bits of egg sticking to the ceiling, as well. While all others were slumping from their seats in laughter, George carefully leaned away from his own egg. Hermione's thoughts that the elves would not be pleased about this were shot down as Margaret and Dobby exchanged smiles while Henry shot the house elf a double thumbs up. That little bugger was in on the joke. After a long bout of laughter, Tonks couldn't resist to draw her wand and casting spells at the remaining egg, but coming up empty. The other inhabitants were as stunned with the result, or lack of. "We Muggles do have our ways to retaliate, and most of them are undetectable by magic," Henry smirked at the twins, who finally got the message that the Grangers weren't as easy targets as they had believed. "Chop chop. Get going, you two," Tonks nagged while Harry helped Hermione into her outer robes, winter weight. Remus was standing nearby, also already dressed for the British winter. "Don't forget your scarf, Hermione," Margaret shouted from somewhere in the house, probably upstairs where Henry was dismantling the various traps they had set up, under the scrutiny of the twins. Harry already knew that this learning experience would make the twins only more dangerous. Merlin only knew, and even he might not, what these two would come up after that bit of inspiration. "Yes, Mum," Hermione shouted back, without missing a beat, while she reached for her bobble cap, the scarf already secured around her neck. "As if I'd ever leave the house without it," she muttered under her breath as she shoved some loose strands of hair under the woolen headgear. "Move now, talk later," Tonks chided. "I have an appointment with a beach I do not intend to miss." "Watch it, or you are going to miss me in the suit I picked up at Summers," Tonks hissed when Remus chuckled at her words. "Am I wrong to suppose it is tiny enough to be missed even while you are wearing it?" Harry joked, and subsequently bolted out of the door, choosing to rather wait out in the cold wind and drizzle than to face her wrath. Tonks took a look at the door and promptly stripped off her cloak after the door fell shut. "Okay, I'll take a potty break while I wait until Potter breaks, and remembers that we wanted to flow to the leaky cauldron," she said, stalking off towards the bathroom. A bit later Harry, Hermione and their tutor couple made their way from the cauldron to the ministry. For their short visit, they didn't meet many people out there on the streets, and even less once they made it through the telephone box entry. The days of and after the holidays always were slow, with only a rump crew to do the minimum of work needed to keep the cogs and wheels of the magical world turning. After ping the obligatory wand check by some bored guard that barely took notice of them over his magazine, they headed into the Department of Education. It took only a few moments to file their applications for Newts, but his application for the mastery caused a bit of a stir. "We're not supposed to do this on a rump crew," the girl at the counter spoke as Tonks handed her the bundle of parchment. When she had scanned the first page and noticed the name on the application, she blanched. This isn't right, Mr. Potter. He isn't even done with his Newts." She stammered. "I have to reject this. You might not be familiar with the regulations." Tonks snarked at the girl who obviously was only an intern, but according to the Articles 5 to 9, which regulate the eligibility requirements for an applicant, he only needs to show these documents at the time of the board meeting. "But," the girl tried to retort, finding herself cornered by the practiced, "I'm an Auror, don't mess with me," stare of Tonks. Gulping involuntarily, she dashed off, stammering that she'll get an Auror to testify. "Admit, you liked scaring that poor thing," Harry chuckled from behind. "Hush, you. Be glad that someone is throwing her weight around to protect your interests," she replied without even bothering to turn around. Before Harry had gathered the courage to comment on her weight, Harry was saved the repercussions by the girl, who returned with a female Auror. "Tonks," she said, "what the heck do need me for?" "Sorry, Berthild, conflict of interest and all that codswallop, you know." "Well, then let's get this over with," the Auror replied while producing a vial. "I hope you are familiar with the procedure, for I have." The leper of St. Giles, waiting in the office. A bit later, Harry had the two memories extracted and placed into the vial under the supervision of the girl and the Auror, and given an oath to testify the veracity of the memory. Neither of the others had seen the memory, as it was considered private, and the first review would be the next day, since the commission wouldn't convene on a holiday. Satisfied, the group left the ministry, their thoughts already occupied with more tropical topics. Harry had a rough idea that the memory of the pureblood elite embling to welcome Voldemort would cause some trouble, but he did completely underestimate that. The standard procedure for a review for a defense mastery was that a board of 3 masters went together into the memory to evaluate the performance. Usually, the head of the Auror Corps was one of them. When Master Auror Shacklebolt, who currently held that position, had seen that memory, he stayed just long enough to sign his part of the documents before he rushed to meet his boss. The ensuing loud discussion was soon the topic of many whispered conversations all over the ministry. Rufus Scrimgeour, who seemed to have hopes to rise higher in the political circles, adamantly refused to put charges on any of the named persons, nor having them questioned under any circumstances. In most cases, they had nothing other than a name spoken by you-know-who, and he wasn't willing to put his future on the line with as little as that. After all, those people had the money, and that money would be needed if he wanted to rise any further. The only one that was properly identified was Malfoy, and he already had been pardoned for being involved in that mess, thanks to Fudge. Shacklebolt tried to talk some sense into his superior, but in the end he left the office in a blind rage, smashing the door so hard that it cracked. As with any confidential information, it soon leaked to the press, and then the outrage spread into the population. The Daily Prophet soon picked it up and demanded investigation into the political connections and money flows that these men were involved in, something that Fudge didn't like one bit. Not that Harry knew, nor would have cared about that. *****, 29th December, Grimmauld Place No. 12, late evening. With a flash, 8 humans and 2 elves appeared in the study by means of portkey. Giggling and chuckling among each other, they separated from the pile of bodies that such transport into a small room always caused. That study wasn't large enough for 10 persons to stand comfortably in, let alone pop into existence. Like always, the elves immediately popped away. They were told that nobody would blame them and certainly would not mind, but they felt uncomfortable with being sprawled over their masters. Those 2 jumping away immediately had 2 advantages. First, it cleared up some space for the others to stand up, and secondly, refreshments would be available in a few seconds. True to form, the 2 elves had already brought some drinks and snacks to the table by the time the group had entered the drawing room. Normally, they wouldn't have returned before start of term. Nothing beats a New Year's Eve on a tropical island, but there was a traditional meeting between Henry and his brother's family that they attended every year on the 30th. In order to be on time, they decided to spend the night in London, and the rest decided to come over to look at their shop, visit some friends or go shopping. While everybody sat and chit-chatted, Remus took care of the pile of daily profits, in order to get up to date on the daily happenings in good old Britain. After having read the 5 headlines, he gave a low whistle. "You really rocked the boat this time, Harry. Potter reveals memory of you-know-who's return." He cited the first paper, holding the headline up for everyone to read. "Prominent members of society involved in rebirth. Fudge denies," was the next headline, showing Fudge on a press conference. "Suspicions substantiated. List inside," was the current headline, showing Fudge evading the reporters. True to their word, there was a list of names inside that not only conformed to the names Harry had heard from the Dark Lord himself, but also to a list of the British wizarding who's who. The bantering continued till late in the evening. The next evening, Margaret never really got used to Grimmauld Place. No, not the house. The house was great. It was the way it dis and reappeared when you left or approached it that made her nervous. That counted double when she was already annoyed, like today. Henry's brother Frank was a unique character, and that was a good thing. He had the strange notion of thinking to be funny, while everyone else usually found him offensive, at best. He had such a caustic humor that he could teach vitriolic acid a thing or two, and the later it became, the more irritating he got. That was exactly why Hermione didn't attend the annual meeting anymore. Ever since they found out she was a witch, the Grangers finally had the explanation for the multitude of strange things that happened during their visit with Uncle Frank. Margaret was impressed with the control Hermione had shown all these years by only breaking plates and dropping pictures. She knew that if she were magical, they would find pieces of Frank for years. Today, it was the good old clique. He commented on women, and their figures. His wife Sally was a woman. Twice Margaret's weight at half her size. Of course, she had more tits than Margaret, but they rested on her bulging belly. Only her love for Henry made her ignore his statement that she should take a second helping, so that she might grow up a bit, like he used to call it. He really said, grow up, as if a nearly 40-year-old woman could expect growth anymore. Henry was walking next to his still fuming wife. He had taken her for a long walk through Kensington Gardens afterwards, like every year, to help her calm down while she ranted about his brother Frank and his wife. He knew how hard it was for her to accompany him, but he had promised his mother on her deathbed to visit his brother at least once a year, and he couldn't show up alone. He was glad that his brother had bought the story about Hermione's boarding school not closing in winter, not even over Christmas, in order to not discriminate among religions. This traditionally caused a huge rant over the stupid leftist tendencies in modern education from Frank, which Henry cultivated for an hour or so by alternating between goading him on and justifying that approach. That heated discussion was always the most relaxing part of the visit. Right in this moment they approached Grimmauld Place 12, or better the place between number 10 and 14. Once they were in sight, they had to concentrate on the house and it would muscle its way out between the other two. Quickly, they approached the door and entered. Well, they entered after a few seconds of hesitation when they heard the din inside the house. It sounded like someone yelling and throwing spells left, right and center. They would have drawn their guns to be prepared, but they had agreed that it wouldn't be wise to take weapons to a visit with Frank. The temptation would be too much. Much to their relief, there was no all-out battle in progress in the house. All inhabitants, minus Harry, were sitting in the drawing room, chatting softly and occasionally wincing when a really loud bang interrupted the constant yelling from the dining room they had emptied and designated as the training room months before. "Hi Mum. Hi Dad," Hermione greeted them. "How bad was it this year?" "Don't ask. But it seems as if your day was worse, I guess," Margaret answered. "That's Harry in there, isn't it?" she asked with a wave towards the door, which glowed yellow with magic, probably reinforcements. Hermione nodded weakly. "Take a seat, that's a long story." After the Grangers had found a spot on a couch and accepted drinks from Winky, Hermione began the tale. It began with a perfect day. They strolled along Diagon Alley under disguise, having fun with shopping and couple stuff. Remus and Tonks accompanied them, which turned out to be a mistake. The four of them were standing in front of a magical hotchpotch shop, pointing out various pieces of knick-knack to each other, commenting on whom it would be the perfect present for. Currently, Harry pointed out a string-less Newton's cradle to Hermione, which he thought perfect for Henry. Hermione huffed at that thought. Better not. Mom had told me about how she had to take away the Muggle one Henry had in his office, because he kept on neglecting his paperwork while playing with it, she told Harry just as they both felt their glamours fade. Mr. Potter, a loud voice proclaimed at the same moment, causing all of them to wince and Tonks to swear under her breath. She had seen the group moving in their general direction, but had dismissed them as no threat, and continued to scan the crowd. Turning around, Harry suddenly found himself facing no other than the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, accompanied by Percy Weasley and 2 Auror bodyguards. One of them, a man she knew as Gangspill from patrol duty, briefly nodded to Tonks, acknowledging her. She swore once more when she realized that her presence had given them away. "Are you crazy?" Harry hissed at them. "Don't you remember what happened the last time someone exposed us on Diagon Alley?" The Aurors had the presence of mind to immediately turn outwards, scanning for threats, as did Tonks and Remus. Percy was sputtering, near apoplectic at how Potter dared to address the Minister of Magic, and Fudge was his usual, oblivious self. "Nonsense, Potter, we are perfectly safe here," the man said pompously, probably even believing his own propaganda. "I want you to retract your accusatory memories. You are casting doubts on some outstanding members of society, dragging them into the mud with your lies. You know that those are true memories. I had to provide an oath on their authenticity," Harry replied, his eyes narrowing dangerously at the nerve of that man. "Irrelevant. They are subverting order and I demand you to retract them. After this, you'll attend a press conference where you will endorse the ministry's actions to keep the peace," Fudge replied, completely ignoring the signs of impending doom. "Just to sum that up, you want me to accuse myself of lying, thereby destroying my academic reputation forever, humiliate myself, and show up at your dog and pony show, and be a good puppet?" Harry sweetly replied, his smile growing increasingly feral. Fudge smiled happily in return, oblivious of the sarcasm. "Do you want fries with that?" Harry harumphed, shaking his head as he turned around to leave. Percy was having nothing of that, and yanked him back on his arm, shrieking and enraged, "What do you?" Smack. Immediately, Harry and Hermione had their wands out, as well as Tonks, Remus and the 2 Aurors. Only Fudge and Percy hadn't. Fudge was staring at his aide, and said aide was prone on the ground, howling in pain and clutching his face, while blood seeped through his fingers. "Aurors, arrest that boy!" Fudge shrieked, and before the Aurors had moved, Remus and Tonks had moved between them and the kids. "I hope you meant to arrest Weasley here, since he had attacked Mr. Potter, prompting him to defend himself," she said. The Aurors lowered their wands, knowing quite well that not only this was correct, but also that they would be forced to go against one of their own squad, a known werewolf and Potter himself to make the arrest. "Sorry Minister, Auror Tonks has it right. There is no cause to arrest any of them, Minister." "Let's go," Harry prompted, again turning to leave. Fudge, noticing that this hadn't gone quite the way he had wanted, took his last chance to get one up on them. "Auror Tonks, I'll have your badge for this," he growled, which Tonks answered with a shrug and reached into her pocket, throwing the badge at his feet. "Have fun," she smirked as she took the rear guard, herding the kids to the nearest flow. While they told the Grangers the story, the explosions in the trainings room lessened, and about 10 minutes after they had finished, the door flew open, with Harry storming out and over to them. "Tonks, I want to hire you as my personal bodyguard, same pay as you had in the Corps." "Same for you Remus, I'm sorry I didn't think about it before, you both put your life on hold for us, and got nothing out of it," he told them nonsensically as he stood in front of them. He didn't know what he did to Remus with that. Harry had just offered the man who had been forced to coast by with menial work for a few days or weeks all his life one of the highest wages in the wizarding world, or pay. While Remus fought with himself if he really should accept this offer, Tonks needed Harry to settle a question. Unambiguously, "Wait a minute, you want me to just hang around with you guys, on a tropical island on top, and actually want to pay me for that?" she asked incredulously, receiving a nod from Harry. "Deal," she squealed as she launched herself at Harry, full intent to cuddle, hug and wrestle him into next year, while all others started talking and making preparations for the New Year's Eve preparations. "And I'll play the DJ for the night," Henry proposed after everyone had made their suggestions for the party. "That means it'll be the Eagles for every other song, doesn't it?" Hermione teased her dad with a broad smile. "One word against them, and you'll be struck from my will, daughter dear," Henry mock growled, giving her a rather well-played evil look. "Did you know that they were a bunch of wizards?" Remus came to her rescue. "Yeah," Tonks threw her 2 nuts in. "Hotel California, for instance, is about how one of them was caught in a cursed hotel. You couldn't walk out the door or jump out of the windows, nor climb, dig, or destroy walls or fences to get out. They even warded against magical methods of flight, but allowed birds to pee. He escaped because he was an eagle animagus. They subsequently named themselves after that feat." So the twins told the truth. "I thought they were pulling my leg when they told me that story." Henry gasped. "You know, we do that quite often," Fred huffed from the seat across the room. "Most of the time, actually," George remarked sourly. "Still, people are always surprised." All others exchanged an "yes, of course you do" meaningful look, nodding with pronounced frowns. "Oi!" Fred shouted. "We'll have you know that the only lie we tell is when you ask us if it was us. Or if we did something to it," George added. "Right. Oh, and if you ask if it's safe," Fred quipped with an snort that was echoed by his brother. "Or if you ask if we ate our Brussels sprouts," George allowed. "True. Fred spat with disgust. "Or if we have honest intentions with your daughter." "Well, to be frank, we always are honest with our intentions towards girls," George said with a leer and waggle of his eyebrows. "Except with her parents," Fred completed, before George listed the next exception. They did so for the better of the next hour, one-upping each other again and again in a contest to entertain all others. Meanwhile, in a dark lair, Lord Voldemort sat at the table in his personal quarters, eating breakfast. To the outsider, it would have been surprising that there were no toads, frog spawn or anything in his diet, but his breakfast was a very ordinary British one. Even the Ceylon and blend black tea was nothing to write home about. The occupant of these chambers, at least he wore the dark robes he was supposed to, had just finished reading the headline and main article of the Daily Prophet, and meticulously folded the paper in half to set it aside for later perusal. For a moment, he folded his hands and stared at and through them, deep in contemplation. With a jerk, he snapped back into the present and nodded approvingly. That boy had political savvy, he had to admit. Probably Dumbledore's advice and tutoring, and a bit of youthful rashness to actually leave their own lines and advance towards an enemy. A powerful combination. Without directly attacking, this article had undermined the attempts of Malfoy to regain his political weight without giving the man a possible way to counter. After all, Lucius had been convicted but pardoned for exactly these charges just a few months before. Voldemort made a mental note to bring this topic up once more when he met Malfoy the next time. But on the other hand, someone with a still clean slate. Voldemort smiled a cruel, cold smile as he grabbed a flask of blood-replenishing potion, the first of 3 flasks he needed in the course of a day. Even the bitter taste of the sip he took couldn't dim his good mood. He had a plan. In a display of righteous outrage, Walden McNair, last member and scion of the old McNair bloodline, has declared a blood feud against the House of Potter, with Harry Potter as the last member of this even older house, claiming that he will put a jar of the last Potter blood on his mantle. Walden McNair, of the Department of Creature Regulations, has cited the outrageous lies of Harry Potter, claiming McNair to be involved in Death Eater activities, were too much to be left uncontested. He had been cleared of these accusations earlier this year. See page 2. Minister Cornelius Fudge has stepped forward and declared his approval of the actions of McNair, citing that Potter has a long story of public lies and attention-seeking to answer for, and this last insult to an upstanding member of society was merely the final drop that made the cauldron boil over. He said he had personally tried to make Potter retract those insulting lies to avoid such trouble, but the arrogant boy had declined in a most insulting way. In a gesture of sportsmanship, McNair has offered Potter a formal duel to death on January 4, under old rules and a mutual oath of no curses or hidden weapons being used during the duel. Mr. McNair claims his reasoning for that oath to be, it's unbecoming for a gentleman to beat someone with spells he hasn't even learned, yet. The Daily Prophet lauds Mr. McNair for his gracious offer, but was unable to contact Mr. Potter for a comment. "Damn, Harry, you really stirred the hornet's nest this time," Henry whistled after Tonks had finished reading the front page of the Daily Prophet to them. They had a marvelous time watching the New Year's fireworks in London, mingling with the muggles at Piccadilly and stuff. Celading till nearly dawn, they set off and had another party at the island, which had less fireworks but wasn't much less colorful. "This is a joke, isn't it?" Harry asked. "He wants me to duel him, but no curses. Why would that be fair? He is at least a head taller and weights a good 3 stone more." "Harry, don't you get it? That's exactly his plan. He will just cast a protega, walk up and chop you down with his bloody axe," Tonks stated the obvious to Harry, chuckling for some reason. "Don't go there," Margaret and Hermione said in unison. Tonks shook her head, morphing into a McGonagall impression. With the well-known stern voice that immediately caused Harry and Hermione, Remus as well, to sit straighter, she told them her estimate of the situation. That would usually a good solution, except for 2 things. If he doesn't show up, McNair will just show up at Hogwarts and blast Harry in the back. The blood feud allows him to do that. But the second, more important thing is, why should Harry let that opportunity slide? Reverting back into her pink buzz and normal face, Tonks waited a moment to see if anyone had solved the puzzle. With a dip of her head and a hand twirl, she motioned them to give her a guess, at least. "Come on, it's not that hard. Why would Harry have an advantage?" Hermione was the only one that had something to tell. When both can't use curses, Harry wouldn't need to be afraid of the dark arts and unblockable spells. She asked. "Right in one." Tonks beamed, an action mirrored by Hermione, who loved it when she got something right. "And more important, McNair doesn't know about Harry's fencing. I can teach him how to reliably defeat an axe within a few hours." Hermione clapped her hands in joy when she connected the dots, and hugged the broadly grinning Harry. Remus started to laugh while Margaret smiled slightly. Henry took it upon him to sum up what everybody thought already. So he basically has taken his own best weapon away and now stands against someone with a superior weapon. That's rich. Wham! The long broomstick impacted on Harry's shoulder and threw him into the wall. His rapier and wand both cluttered over the floor as Harry held his throbbing arm to his. "Damn, Tonks, that hurt," he yelled. "And if this were real, you would be dead now, you." Tonks yelled back. She wasn't known to be an amiable teacher, but the drill instructor method she had picked up at Auror School was meant to make you survive, not to coddle you. "You waited too long. You have to be faster," she said while she shot a healing charm at his bruised shoulder. Harry blushed slightly, knowing that she was right. She had only 2 days to whip him into shape, and the price for failure was death. At least she was as fair as to put a cushioning charm onto the weight she had stuck on the 4-feet broomstick, emulating the weapon of his opponent. He reached over to pick up his battle wand and stood up. Summoning his sword back with a wave of his hand, he caught it and resumed position, getting an approving nod in return. Tonks was hard, but fair. He took a deep breath and conjured a new Protega shield. This had to be the first thing to do, because at the distance a duel started, McNair would reach him too fast to allow for mistakes. If the man hit him with only 1 hex, Harry would be dead. As long as he could keep magic out of the game, he was sure to win. Harry settled into the new stance Tonks had showed him a few minutes before. Instead of standing on his rear leg, ready to lunge, he now stood on his front leg, the arm and sword extended fully, straight at Tonks' face. This would keep McNair, who outreached him at least 6 inches with his longer arms and long axe, at a distance. Most people dislike pointy objects in their face. To improve the impression that he knew nothing about fencing, he let his arm shake slightly, making it look like a desperate attempt to keep the opponent away. Basically, the only problem was the timing. McNair would try to chop either Harry's arm or his torso. In both cases, Harry had to throw his weight back onto his rear leg, while lowering his arm and weapon, to let the axe swing clear. The power of the axe's swing was too much for him to block it without landing ass over teakettle, but that wouldn't be fencing, anyway. The trick was to let the plump and sluggish weapon defeat itself. The powerful swing would make the bearer overextend himself, giving Harry an opening. If he initiated the lunge exactly at the moment the axe had flown past, he would have enough time to give the other man a good poke. They UM'd that each stab would go at least 2 or 3 inches deep. As soon as he drew first blood, McNair would be doomed. He would be slower, and Harry would have even more time. If McNair started to keep the axe closer to his body to fight faster, Harry would outreach him by over a foot, giving him free pee to stab wherever he wanted to. Hermione had refrained from watching that training for the first hour, knowing well she would fuss over things needlessly. She would look at the thing when Harry knew the technique and then give him permission to go ahead or not. With a nod, he gave Tonks the sign to continue. Exploding into action, Tonks, who had morphed into a copy of McNair who she knew from the Ministry, swung the makeshift axe at Harry, aiming for his elbow while dodging the tip of his weapon. To her satisfaction, that arm fell out of the way, while Harry made a seemingly afraid jump backward. Before she could stop the momentum of her swing, she felt a sharp sting on her right side by the practice-charmed blade. Pulling back, she made a mad overhead strike with her weapon, which Harry dodged only by inches, falling to the floor. Never that the other falls down after a hit. Constant vigilance, she chided her student, who nodded in understanding. Within moments, Harry was back on his feet, and Tonks resumed beating him into shape. Meanwhile, at the burrow, Ginny was fighting the urge to take a knife to her mother. Instead, she continued cutting the cabbage as the very same woman was trying to talk sense to her. At least what Molly Weasley thought to make sense. Really, it was only a matter of time until Harry would end up in a situation like that, Molly ranted as she stirred the stew with much more energy than necessary. That's exactly what happens when young people stop listening to their betters. First they talk back to their parents, then they disrespect adults in general, she ranted, not noticing how the chopping of her wayward daughter increased in speed. And then they go down dark paths that lead to them getting in trouble. Turning around, she pointed her spoon at her daughter sitting at the table, a bit of the stew spilling onto the stove as she did so. You could have prevented that, Ginevra Molly Weasley. All you had to do was to get close to the boy that spent so much time here in your home and was attracted to you. But no, the boy who lived wasn't good enough anymore. You had to whore around with several other boys during Hogwarts, instead of following the right path, she scolded. I did not whore around, Ginny spat as she slammed her knife into the cutting block, jumping to her feet in anger. Don't talk to me like that. You will pay me respect. Has this dark influence of Potter already poisoned you as well? Molly shouted back at her. Ginny took a deep breath to keep her anger in check. Failing to do that, she used it to shout back, instead. Harry has not turned dark, and I did not whore around, she screamed in tears as she whirled around and stormed out of the kitchen, through the living room and out of the door. She ped her father on the way out, her mother in hot pursuit. Arthur stopped his wife from following the crying girl, blocking the doorway. Molly, please, this is not helping. Shouting at her will solve nothing, he pleaded. You don't understand, Arthur. She is turning bad, truly. Ronald told me how he found her doing inexcusable things to a boy in a broom closet, Molly screeched as she tried to step past her husband to follow Ginny. Arthur didn't let her pee. Molly, it's our daughter you are talking about. I don't believe that she was doing anything wrong. But Ronald told me, Molly insisted. He also told me that this was not the first guy, she had at least 3 boyfriends, Arthur. And you had more than 6 that I know of, Molly, Arthur replied calmly. This is different. I was completely in control and did nothing untoward, Molly snapped. And so was she. I trust my daughter unconditionally, Molly, and so should you. You don't know what you are doing. You are lashing out at her for things she hasn't done, Arthur replied sadly. Do you really think so badly of her that you assume that she would do anything we would be ashamed of? It's her fault. It's because she fooled around with these boys that Harry didn't want to get involved with her and went to Granger, instead, Molly hissed. Arthur sadly shook his head at her outburst. And why is this bad? Harry and Hermione know each other for years. It's not that inconceivable that they would fall for each other, one day. But Granger is a woman, through and through. These muggles don't have any shame. Look what their advertisements look like, are their clothes. No good woman would want to be seen in things they wear. Granger even had a thing with Crumb going on back a few years. She is just a gold digger, going from man to man until she found the biggest purse. Molly ranted her way into a frenzy. Arthur wasn't able to get a word in, edgewise, as she gained momentum and spat her vitriolic theories. I'm sure that she is the reason Harry turned dark. He was such a good boy when he was younger and not under her influence. I tell you, I knew she was up to no good. She never tried to learn good housekeeping, but was always on the lookout for new magic. I bet she got curious and Harry followed, blinded by his crush on her. Molly, you can't just say such things about people we know. You know that this isn't true. Arthur tried to talk sense to her. Molly just waved him off dismissively. Pish posh, I know I'm right, you'll see. And Ginny will turn out rotten, as well, if we don't take care of her. She's hanging around with these two troublemakers, Ron told me. At least she will be there to pick up the pieces once Granger drops Harry, she said, and turned to walk back into the kitchen. Go and wash your hands, lunch will be ready in half an hour. Arthur stared at her back for a few moments, and then decided that his appetite wasn't up to the task. Sorry, I can't, I just came home to fetch something and will be off again. I think I'll take Ginny with me and have a word with her. Maybe she will listen to me, he said. Without waiting for her answer, he left his home and went to look for his distraught daughter, with plans to treat her to a nice meal at Diagon Alley and a huge ice cream at Fortescue's. January 3rd, late in the evening. With a loud Harry collapsed on top of Hermione after having spent himself deep in her. As soon as his had contact with hers, her arms hugged him tightly as she rode out the last spasms of his jerking loins. Their lovemaking had been frantic, desperate even, as if they had tried to communicate something with their bodies they didn't trust their voices to. Hermione couldn't keep herself from crying softly into his neck. Tomorrow morning, he would be in a fight for his life, and she was afraid. She knew that he had spent the last 2 days training for it and hadn't been touched even once by Tonks or Remus all this day, but there still were so many variables. So much could go wrong. While her rational mind knew that this was the best chance Harry would get to win a fight that he couldn't escape, all in her screamed to just take the portkey and hide on the island. They talked it over, and she finally stood with her permission to let him do it. That didn't preclude her from dragging him to bed early and throwing herself at him with all she could muster. I'm sorry, she sobbed. I know I'm being silly, you will beat him, for sure. I'm just overly emotional, she told him, afraid she might hurt his confidence with her stupid tears. I know, Harry breathed into her ear as he rolled them over, not letting her go and pulling her into her favorite position, resting against his shoulder. It feels good that you care so much for me. I'm scared, too, it's the first time I'll really turn up looking for a fight. Hermione gave into a snuffled snort and slowly slid off him, sighing softly as she felt him vacate her body, and settling herself into the crook of his shoulder. Right, usually you're just trying to get out alive, and now you actually have a plan. That must be a completely new experience for you, she teased to make light of the topic, and gave a small yelp as he pinched her nipple lightly in retaliation. Cheeky much. Remember, if he really gets the upper hand, I'll just blast him with a petrifying spell that will blow right through his shield. I'll be all right, he promised her, not mentioning that this tactic was their last resort, with a big, hopefully, in it, because if it failed, it would ensure him being wide open for a counterattack. It would be used only if he had lots of time, where Hitter lost his weapon, the last one not probable due to his wandless magic. Hermione nodded and snuffled again. Let's sleep, you need to be fit for tomorrow, she said and snuggled deeper into his arms as he turned off the lights with a brief wave of his hand. Soon, both shared a light sleep, which was probably the deepest of all people in the house. January 4th, the Ministry of Magic, 9:30 a.m. The ministry's atrium was rather well filled, at least the parts that still were open to the public. One side of the flow portals had been turned off, while the other half was cordoned off to allow undisturbed travel for those who needed to. During the duel, they would be turned off, as well. In fact, only the side near to the entrance would be available for the audience for this macabre show. The whole rest of the atrium would be the duel arena. This was due to the need to shield the audience from harm. This was easier in a closed room and only one designated viewer area. Harry was currently in a desperate hug by Hermione, while Margaret only joined it occasionally. Henry was giving moral support from afar, while Remus and Tonks were on security detail, watching the crowd for suspect movements. The twins had excused themselves to meet their family in the stands, and knowing them, they probably were doing rounds with hawkers' trays by now, selling souvenirs. A few feet away, McNair was standing, chatting to Malfoy and some other men. A big jar was standing beside him. Remus had told Harry that McNair had asked one of those men that he should drain your blood right after his victory, if McNair wasn't able to do it himself. They all knew that his blood would certainly not end on some mantle, but in Voldemort's hands. But first, they would have to spill it, Harry thought grimly. "Good morning, everybody," Albus Dumbledore greeted when he had managed to get through to them. "Hello Harry, everything all right?" he asked, the worry obvious in his tone. Harry couldn't help to ask himself whether he was worried about Harry, the boy, or the plans the old man had for him. Those were now endangered as well. He gave the old man a short nod for an answer. "I'm sorry I couldn't help you, but these things are out of my hands. If I can do anything for you," the headmaster promised, offering something that Harry eagerly accepted. Pulling a piece of parchment out of his pocket, he gave it to Dumbledore. "You could countersign it, to make it waterproof," he said, and Hermione began to sob slightly against his shoulder. This document was one of the reasons for her crying bout last night. She had fought it at first, but finally had relented to this when Harry told her that he wouldn't want Draco to inherit the island. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow at the document, but quickly conjured a quill and signed it. It was merely a formality, anyway. Since Harry had announced his engagement to Miss Granger, no one would be able to contest this will, even without his guardian's signature. With a grave nod, he returned the will and set off to the spectator area, where some curse breakers were finishing the warding. In a few moments, they would be ready. When Rufus Scrimgeour stepped into the open area and waved the duelists over, Harry turned to say goodbye. "I'll be okay. I love you," he said. Hermione replied with a fierce, "You know how to give incentive," Harry chuckled after they had parted. "If you need incentive, then think of the epic shag you will get afterwards," Hermione told him, completely ignoring the gasps of the bystanders and smiling weakly at Harry's chuckle. "Be safe," she said, before she reluctantly let him leave, keeping his hand in hers until the last moment. "Gentlemen," Rufus Scrimgeour said as both duelists were standing in front of him. "Do you both swear to not use any curses or hidden weapons during this duel?" "On my life, so I swear," both said in unison. "Do you both swear that there is no poison on your blades and no potions will be used during the fight?" was the next question, and both replied with the same words as before. When both had also sworn that they wore neither armor nor any magical protection, they were allowed to continue. Remus stepped closer and handed Harry his sword and the battle wand as McNair was approached by his own second. They had unloaded the secret gun this morning, in accordance with the oath they knew would be due. Walden McNair received his wand and axe from the unknown man he had talked to before, and soon they stood facing each other, 20 feet apart. A bell started in the background, and according to the rules, the duel would start at the 12th toll. By the 6th toll, Harry was in position, his shaking hand and sword extended toward his opponent, who smiled slyly at his foe's obvious fear. In fact, Walden had been already surprised that the whelp had even thought of bringing a blade to the fight, but one look at the thin sword told him that he would probably shatter it with a single hit if the stupid beginner across the room would try to parry. "There he goes, that stupid child is scared to death, and he wants to use the blade to keep me at distance. He probably will try to shower me in hexes to win the fight. This will be pathetically easy. That flimsy thing was probably the only weapon that Wimp could lift." He chuckled to himself. A slight change of his hand position made sure that his wand was fitting well between his hand and the axe grip, so he wouldn't need to let go of the handle to cast. At the 10th toll, he mentally prepared the shield spell. At the 11th, he bent his knees slightly to ensure an explosive start. When the bell tolled for the 12th time, Walden McNair yelled the Protega incantation, foregoing the wand movement. As he sprinted at the boy, he noticed that his foe had made the same decision, causing a silvery shield springing to life around the boy. "That was your last blunder." Walden laughed inside at the stupid mistake the kid had made, as he dove to the left and under Potter's blade. As soon as the flimsy poker wasn't pointed at his face anymore, he swung his axe at the outstretched arm, preparing for the impact. Nothing. At the last moment, the boy had noticed his mistake and had made a jump back, lowering his arm, making Walden miss his target. "I'll show this bastard," McNair screamed inside his head and tried to pull his axe into a curve and a backhanded swing. Before he had finished that, he felt a sharp pain in his right biceps, causing him to scream and pull the swipe short, completely missing the boy this time. Taking a few quick steps to regain balance, Walden turned and stared at his opponent. The boy stood there, in the same amateur pose as before, shaking even more and casting a quick spell at him. Walden instinctively raised a new shield while he took a step aside. The spell went wide, not even grazing his shield. He cursed his bad luck. This lucky hit from the boy had lost him the advantage, and he had to recover it before Potter had time to cast. He had heard about Dolahov's fate. Clenching his teeth and ignoring the pain in his right arm, he dodged another spell to conserve his shield and then took a few steps forward and one to the left. While doing so, he used a weak, but fast blow to bat the boy's blade away. As soon as he had achieved that, he took another step forward to get into striking distance while he swung his axe down to his right and backwards, to circle behind him and end in a powerful double-handed overhead blow. At least that was the plan he had before 10 inches of steel were rammed into his gut while the axe was still on the way down and back. The shock caused him to let go, and his trusted companion in work and play flew away, to hit a flow portal with a resounding clank, chipping the wall, while his wand rolled over the floor. The pain intensified when Potter jerked the blade out of his gut, and a sudden dizziness brought him to his knees with a surprised gasp, while he still stared at the face of the man he had thought to be a boy. The cold, calculating look in Potter's face as the blade again entered his foe's body, this time piercing his heart, told Walden McNair something he would have never believed possible. He'd been tricked by a griff. London, Bayswater Borough, around 1 o'clock. Henry savored the taste of his steak in pepper crust. He was currently sitting in a fancy central London restaurant, celebrating the day with his wife, eating out. As far as he knew, Remus and Tonks were off to some place in Diagon Alley, doing the same. After all, they had the same good reason to sell it. Of course, they could have had the same or an even better meal at home. He chuckled lightly over that thought while he sipped on his Bordeaux. Half a year ago, all he had seen of magic was the show they received when they were told about magic, and the occasional items in Hermione's trunk. Or Diagon Alley, he admitted. Still, he hadn't even noticed magic in his life back then, and half a year later, he considered a magical house, home, and housemaid, elves were a part of his life. That life also included spur-of-the-moment visits on a tropical island full of pirates. He also fondly remembered the dress his wife wore at that location and the possibilities these dresses in combination with the lush vegetation provided. Margaret was oblivious to the cause of her husband's smile, or maybe not, she knew her overhead monster all too well, and returned his smile as she daintily took another bite of her trout fillet in Saint Someone sauce. He didn't pay much attention to her ordering. The only thing that tarnished this nice moment was that they weren't eating out just because his son-in-law-to-be was still alive. It was also due to the fact that they weren't able to completely soundproof the master bedroom from the outside, he thought with a sigh. Hermione had kept her promise and dragged Harry up into their room for the epic shag, the moment they returned. They probably were at it, still. Just a short ride on a broomstick away. So, how long? Tonks asked after she had put down her thin mead, staring out of the window into the grey London weather. Normally, she wouldn't drink anything stronger than butterbeer in public, but today was a day to sell it. Most people would peg her as the type to go out and get herself hammered on a regular basis, but while she certainly livened up a party, she never drank. At least not much. On her 15th birthday, she tried that for the first and last time. Let's state for posterity that a drunk or hungover metamorphagus was no pretty sight, and leave it at this. Remus swallowed his shepherd's pie before he replied. How long? What? Till the two come out again. Don't be stupid. I meant how long it will take until you find out what Dumbledore hides, Remy, was the huffed reply. I want back on the island and leave this weather behind. Remus could only shrug his shoulders as he put down his cutlery. Dora, all the kids and I have is that he was an orphan, a cruel kid, and that he had a tendency to hoard trophies. While interesting, I doubt that this will hold the key to victory, he said before he took a sip of his Guinness. Savoring the taste, he paused for a moment before he tried to continue his briefing. And there is the part of the ring and locket of Slytherin. Tonks cut him off, waving her lamb chop in his direction as she spoke. Remus briefly smiled as she did so, hoping that this time, she wouldn't end up throwing her food across the table. She just couldn't have a discussion without gesticulating. "You can make of this whatever you want," he replied between bites of his dragon steak, while loading his fork with some more of the pie side dish. "I don't have the slightest idea how there could be a connection between those two and our problem." Tonks twirled her fork of Brussels sprouts pensively. "I just can't forget the circumstances under which we found the locket. I have a feeling we are missing something," she trailed off, eating her bite. Remus raised an eyebrow in anticipation, but didn't question her. He instead patiently waited for her to finish eating. "You know, our theory about it being cursed, all evidence points to it, and that makes me nervous." "I don't think I can follow you, Dora," Remus admitted. "It's just a feeling. We Aurors say, when it looks, walks and quacks like a duck, someone is hiding something. It's just too perfect an explanation, and simply conjectural. We have no idea what the locket was for. Obviously, it was to burn a hole through a person's," Remus said after another satisfying gulp of Guinness. "To a werewolf, nothing beats the taste of that brew. A very nasty curse, if you ask me. Even if you get it off quickly, the most probable victims would be devastated about burn scars on the figures that you don't get it. You never were a field agent, and you never worked with Moody," Tonks sighed. "Enlighten me, then," Remus replied, a little annoyed. "Don't be like that. I mean, if the locket was a trap, it should open quickly, but the kids banged it around and nothing happened. They didn't put it on, so it probably didn't trigger," Remus countered. "Maybe, but it sounds fishy to me," Tonks replied before she took another swig. "Call it female intuition," knowing that nothing would beat the female intuition card once played. But he couldn't keep from mirroring her doubts as he continued his steak. Same time, in the dark lair. Disappointed, Voldemort shook his head. The plan was sound. Slowly, he walked up and down in his chambers, trying to find the flaw. Who would have thought that Potter, a simple boy, would see through our plans so easily and counter them so completely, he thought. With a jerk, he came to a halt as realization hit him. The Potter tea didn't. It was McNair's fault. Overconfidence. Simple. Devastating. McNair was so secure in his skills with that stupid Muggle toy that he didn't even take into consideration that it was a stupid weapon for a duel. Of course, it was a tool of destruction against the necks of stupid beasts, but it was clumsy. And slow. Lord Voldemort was a master dueler, not only because of the power he harnessed, but because of his speed. In a fight, speed was everything. McNair learned that crucial lesson too late. He didn't even manage to cut Potter just once. A drop of blood on the axe would have been enough for the ritual, the Dark Lord thought as he resumed his slow walk. He turned left and headed for his Leary, walking towards his big stuffed chair, the reading desk with the tomes he currently studied right beside it. It doesn't matter, he thought as he sat down and reached for the topmost book. There were still other plans in motion. "Harry," a voice yelled over the din of the platform. Said boy had only just enough time to turn around as a red streak tackled him and engulfed him in a hug. "Oh, Harry, I was so afraid, I thought you would die and I never." Ginny rambled between hiccups, tears streaming from her eyes as the distraught girl emptied her soul from all the pent-up stress and then, in old Weasley tradition, ended up doing something stupid. With a loud sob, she grabbed Harry's head and ed him on the lips. In her defense, it was like those among siblings. Okay, it was a bit more than that, but she immediately realized her blunder. As if she had ed a spider, Ginny jumped away from Harry, who hadn't even fully registered what happened to him, yet, because it all happened so fast. At once, Ginny turned to Hermione, her eyes wide in panic. "I'm sorry, Hermione, you must believe me, I didn't mean to, it's not like you think, it was just no not a real, just like with a brother, I meant. I'm not interested in Harry, at all, he's not my type." She rushed to say, while the color of her face went into overdrive, approaching the color of her hair. Embered, she suddenly turned around again. "It's not that you look bad. I didn't mean that as an insult, Harry, you have to believe me. It's just that you are like a brother to me. It's just all this stress and my mother and..." Ginny continued rambling apologies as she talked herself into an apoplectic frenzy. She finally stopped as she realized that everybody, from Hermione to her parents to Remus, Tonks and Harry were in tears from laughing at her hilariously awkward behavior. Tonks was currently laughing and hiccuping into Remus's shoulder, her hair changing color one streak at a time at every hiccup. Groaning, Ginny turned around to hide her red face, only to see the twins rolling around on the ground, laughing so hard that they were only squeaking in high tones while pointing at her. She wanted to reducto herself when she noticed that some students and their parents on the platform had joined the laughter. ARRRGH. Just kill me and get it over with, would you? She said as she hid her face in her hands, but was distracted as two hands spun her around and hugged her. Ginny buried her head into the still laughing Hermione's shoulder and hoped that this furious blush wouldn't cause any lasting damage to her face as she let herself be calmed down by her still best friend. That was so embering, Ginny huffed as she dropped into her spot in the compartment Luna and Neville had saved them. From our point of view at the window, it was rather funny, was Neville's way to let the world know that he found it was time to pee on to the next great adventure. Ginny certainly looked like she would grant him his wish, and she was reaching for her wand already. Neville, that was stupid. And not very nice. On top of that, how do you think we could spend good times if she transfigures you into an Arboreodicapus? Luna told her boyfriend off with a stern demeanor. Being Luna, the effect was destroyed within seconds as she grew pensive. Although, their tentacles are nearly as dexterous as your fingers, so I might have fun anyway. So go ahead, Ginny, she happily told them, ignoring the blush of her boyfriend and the gapes of the others. Neville, you dog, Hermione grinned at the sputtering boy as she waggled her finger at him. It's always the quiet ones, Harry remarked with a slight elbow in Hermione's side as he reached out and took the wand from the still stunned Ginny's fingers. Pax, no hexing among friends, Harry said, holding on to the wand so Ginny couldn't cash the voucher so freely given. So, how has Christmas been for you lovey-dovey's? He asked the couple in the spotlight with an overly broad grin as he settled back into the seat and pulled Hermione to his shoulder, getting comfortable for the long ride to Scotland. After Neville had given them the chaste version of his holidays, interrupted by the lewder details, not overly erotic, but still highly embering to the shy boy, given by the cuddling Luna at the appropriate places, it was Ginny's turn to tell her tale. Her face fell as everybody turned to listen to her, all laughter immediately leaving it. It was horrible, she sighed. It was the worst Christmas, ever. Not even the Christmas 3 years ago when it was our turn to have Aunt Muriel over was that bad. I had not a single minute without Mom ranting or yelling at me. She only put on a nice face while the twins and Bill were over at Christmas Day for lunch, but they left before dinner. I tried to make them stay overnight and for Boxing Day, but Bill and Fleur left, saying that they had to head for France, and the twins said they also had an important date. Probably with some hot girls, she grumbled. I can confirm that, Ginny, Harry chuckled while Hermione was still cringing onto his arm after what she had just heard. Hermione and Tonks are both rather hot, and Hermione's mum is no less attractive. They were with us for the evening and left with us to the island at Boxing Day after we had done some paperwork at the ministry. So they and you two were frolicking in the tropics while I got my cute ear chewed off. Ginny huffed with a glare firmly fixed on Harry. As far as I can tell, it's still on, still cute, and yes, we were, Harry replied cheekily under the laughter of all others, feeling safe in the knowledge that he still held onto her wand. It didn't keep her from kicking his shin, sadly. How did you get wind of the challenge, then? Do you get the profit there? Ginny continued as if nothing had happened, fetching her wand from the ground and pocketing it while Harry still was hugging his leg with both hands. She had perfected her technique by the age of 7. The twins were scared of her long before she could hold a wand. No, we don't. No owl could do that bit of traveling. We found out that they all are redirected to the Manor's Ollery once the portkey to the island is triggered, until the return of the group. We returned for a family meeting just before the new year, and that's when we found out about the headlines we caused, Hermione said while patting Harry's back in mock sympathy. Not to forget hitting Percy on that day, Ginny added, her face beatifying with a huge smile. We heard about that a day later, from Dad, after it made the rounds in the ministry. While I could you, again, for that, it didn't really help brighten Mom's mood. Sorry. Fair. Harry hissed through clenched teeth, still trying to rub the sting out of his leg. Honestly, Harry, Are you a wizard or what? Hermione huffed and drew her wand, tapping his shin once to ease his pain. Got distracted, Harry mumbled with pink ears as he sat up and leaned back into the seat, crossing his arms and huffing at her with a slightly lecherous glare, ignoring the laughter of all others. Oh, he would so get back at her for that later. Oh yes, he would. Did your mom really give you such a hard time just for getting petrified by Hermione? Neville asked incredulously, absent-mindedly fighting off Luna's attempts to unbutton his shirt. No, not really, at least not after the third day, Ginny admitted while watching Neville squeak and slapping Luna's hand as she reached for his belt buckle instead. After that she went on about my dating and that I should have tried to date Harry when he still was available, and how I could have prevented you from going dark. That I defended you for not being dark at all, didn't really get her off my back, but I couldn't let that stand, could I? Ginny continued telling them with an increasing blush, but smiling back softly when she got her hand squeezed by a grateful Hermione. Harry showed his gratitude by stopping his glare, on account of the earlier kick. Ron just retreated to his room and kept writing Lavender short replies to her foot-long, first reprimand, then make-up, and finally love letters that arrived twice daily, and kept his head out of it. Dad didn't really stand up for you, but he always managed to calm her down a bit and get her off my cute for a while. I would have started cursing her if it weren't for him. Thank Merlin the twins agreed to bring me and Ron to King's Cross, so that I didn't have to spend this morning with her, as well. Dad readily agreed, afraid that she might get into a fight with you again over her stupid notions. Really, the idea alone that Harry might turn dark, she huffed under the laughter of all present. I, for one, welcome my new dark overlord, Hermione chuckled while looking into Harry's eyes. To my bed, of course, she added for effect, eliciting another round of bright laughter in the compartment. 3 compartments away, Ron paused as he heard the well-known sounds of his former best friend and his first love interest laughing. He briefly regretted not being part of their group anymore, but Lavender interrupted his musings as she drew him back into a heated. Next morning, the day started off well, the weather was fine, their training seemed to be productive, and Neville managed to cast his first real Protega shield that didn't collapse with the first spell that hit it. The fact that Luna had promised him something for every spell that he could hold off might have had something to do with it. The day was an easy one for Hermione and Harry. They would have a free lesson after breakfast, which they had planned to use for a nice stroll around the lake and later potions. When they later met up in the common room after training, they noticed that some apparition lesson signs had appeared on the house board. That was nice to know, but since both of them already knew how to do it, and Hermione even already had her license, it didn't really matter to them. Neville was anxious, and afraid to start these lessons, while Ginny was a bit sad that she would have to wait another year. Nonetheless, the mood was pretty good when they went down to the Great Hall and started breakfast. Sitting down, they had much fun teasing Neville. No one but him had heard what Luna had promised him exactly, but given the fact he had a bright red face and the huge smile he wore when he, and Luna, who he had escorted from her dorm, joined them later, much later, it should have been good. Sadly, that good day ended when Hermione received and opened her daily prophet. The Boy Who Lives It Up, by Rita Skeeter. Fame is a fickle thing, but it is known to sometimes rise to the head of a weak-willed person. Sadly, this seems to have happened to Harry Potter, the boy who lived, or the line-ender, as we might call him rightfully now. Being famous, wealthy and moderately handsome, he could have become a wizard we all could look up to in a brighter future. But knowing what multiple witnesses reported about yesterday's happenings on Platform 9 3/4 to yours truly makes me feel worried about the same future. When Mr. Potter and his fiancée, the Muggle-born Hermione Granger, stepped onto the platform, a girl approached out of nowhere, and in a shocking display of immorality not only threw herself into his arms, but jumped him, wrapped her legs around him and ed him fiercely, right in front of his fiancée. Now, my dear readers, you will ask yourself the same question like this reporter: when will she leave Street Mungos? Far from it. Right after separating from Mr. Potter, the girl said Miss Granger and proceeded to nibble her neck to Miss Granger's obvious delight, before the three went into the train together, proving that there is in fact a relationship between those three. While it without doubt has happened occasionally that someone was cheating on their partner, these people usually have the decorum to be properly ashamed of it and to hide the mistress. But no, These three openly sell it their relationship. Now, who is the other girl in this love triangle? Research has shown that the mystery girl is no other than Ginevra Weasley, daughter of Arthur Weasley, head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, a daughter of an old and known pureblood family. The very same girl who had been rescued by Potter a few years ago, in the still not fully settled heir of Slytherin affair. Coincidentally, Miss Granger also was among the victims in the series of attacks on students. Does this mean that this relationship started 4 years ago? At least Miss Granger had a short affair on the side with Starseeker Victor Crumb 2 years ago. This also raises the question why Miss Granger is the fiancée in this triangle, and what she has or does that Miss Weasley doesn't, to earn her that position. Hermione slammed the Daily Prophet onto the table in disgust. Sniggers could already be heard from the Slytherin table across the hall. Harry had looked up from his breakfast as she had tried to embed the paper into the Gryffindor table. "What's wrong?" he asked. Hermione interrupted her third count to 10 at his question. "You don't want to know," she hissed, and slammed her hand back on the paper as Ginny tried to nick it from her other side. "And you neither," she told the girl. "Hermione, either you tell me, or I'll hear it from these rabid monkeys over there," Harry said, pointing his thumb at the raucous Slytherin table. Hermione shoved the paper over to him with a long sigh, and busied herself with a piece of toast. She didn't have much of an appetite left. Harry finished the front page and without a word, handed the paper over to Ginny. "Don't bother, I'm sure it'll blow over," he said helplessly, stabbing his breakfast, his appetite waning as well, while Hermione and Neville, who had read over Ginny's shoulder, both whispered encouragements to the once more mortally embered girl. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.